Worlds, and it's awesome.
The game that stood out the most to me has to be OMG against SK Telecom T1.
SKT were favored to be the strongest team in the tournament.
OMG, with a new style, said no. We're gonna team fight, we're gonna dive you, and your life's going to suck.
I'm slightly disappointed in Lemon Dogs. All of Europe were kind of expecting, okay, Lemon Dogs are actually going to beat SKT. That didn't quite work out for them.
Lemon Dogs, if they find that middle 10 minutes, they're golden.
I feel that TSM are the second weakest team in Group A.
Reginald needs to perform if TSM are going to do well.
OMG vs Lemon Dogs is kind of a battle of an unstoppable force that is OMG. They're going to dive you, and a mostly movable object in Lemon Dogs. That's going to be a really close matchup.
It's almost impossible to say who the best team in Group A is, but I would say OMG and SKT probably have an edge over the rest.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship! I'm Evie Shock-Supporter, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California, in front of this incredible studio audience. Today, the 5 teams from Group A continued their fight for the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. Our first battle of Day 3 features Nukeduck and Europe's Lemon Dogs taking on the undefeated leaders of Group A, China's OMG. But before the games begin, let's take a tour of the League of Legends broadcast studio, starting with Joe and Kobe over in the broadcast booth.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller, along with the only man on our entire team who foresaw Fnatic's victory over Gambit Gaming yesterday, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Good job, Kobe.
All right, thanks, Joe. Let's just hope that Jat can keep the casters ahead, because we all know if Doublelift starts to get ahead, he's just going to call everybody trash, and nobody's going to have fun.
And today, our team of casters will be bringing you all the play-by-play of our 5 Group A matches from right here on the desk.
But for now, let's send it over to D-Man, who's hanging out up in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and today we'll be bringing you interviews with the winners of our matches, as well as special guests that are here watching our group stage games. But right now, let's head over to those guys you all know and love. It is the Analysis Desk, and it's going to be get the start day started for the World Championships.
Thank you very much, D-Man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Rivington Bislin III, and insta-locking the analyst desk with me, D-Man's getting to me, is Joshua Jat Leesman. Plus, joining us again is our very own Trinity Force of LoL punditry, OGN casters Monte Cristo, the Evil Geniuses Crepo, and CLG's all-star carry, Doublelift himself. Gentlemen, it's always a pleasure.
It's great to be here again.
It absolutely is. 3 strong days so far. We're going even harder and faster this day. If you missed any of yesterday's action, here's a visual stroll down memory lane, a compilation of all the world-class plays from Monday's 5 Group B matches.
Day 2 of the Season 3 World Championship was all about the unpredictability of Group B. In the first game of the day, Samsung Galaxy Ozone flexed their muscles against the overmatched Mineski.
Here comes the Stand United. Dandy very low on mana. He's going to be staying on the outside. Mata goes in for the ultimate. He is focused down very fast. They're looking at Yume now. Eyes onto him. He takes the Lantern home.
And that is just them flexing their muscles right now.
But Mineski would not go down without a fight.
Looper coming in with the ultimate. Tries to get Exo so the damage can't be done. Kiting very well. Blade of the Root King keeping Exo alive in the fight. And holy crap, Mineski comes up huge.
Nice one. Nice one.
In the end, Samsung were too strong, and the win improves their group record to 2-1.
Expect that hammer to be dropped, and it looks like they get up a nice pad on the KDA before they take down the Nexus turrets. Ozone coming into this one quite strong. The fight didn't put them on tilt. They knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, you can see a fairly calm and collected Ozone right there.
In their match against Gambit, Vulcan made one mistake after another.
Level 4 to 4, they're going to Diamond! Could it be First Blood? He pulls himself out just on the outside! It wasn't the Q! Psycho Sid couldn't hit it! The kill goes out! First Blood going over to Voidal, and Genja gets the second one!
Gambit punished Vulcan for those missteps, and they continued to roll through Group B.
Smithy may go down there. Oh, they throw the command shockwave! That was quite unfortunate on the Vault Breaker. He connects with it, and he kicks it back! Nice! Gambit, 3-0 here in Group B.
Gambit absolutely dominating this group so far.
In the third game of the day, Fnatic exploded Samsung Ozone's bot lane.
Cyanide as well comes into the fight, and they will be able to get this down. Mana very low. Looper is just getting crushed. A great ultimate coming in from Soaz, and they obliterate the bottom lane with 4 members.
And that's the dive from Fnatic.
Fnatic dominated the Korean Ozone, and the win would give Europe the top 2 spots in Group B.
This is the decider now. Puja going in. He gets hit up, but he's already taken down Dade. They turn the fight around to him. Soaz is 1v1 as well in the fight against Dandy, and Fnatic takes the jungle back.
And you cannot run from this Fnatic team. They chase everyone down on Ozone. 21 kills to 6, and another surrender from Ozone.
Two teams in need of a win played a very close game until 30 minutes, when Vulcan was able to pull away for the win to keep pace with the Group B leaders.
Finally, Vulcan starting to turn the screws on the Philippine team, and it's going to be Yume backing off. Exo gets caught out, Wither comes in, Vulcan closing the door. They do manage to get one. Yume's not going to be able to survive another though, and that surely will be the game for Vulcan.
And the crowd chanting USA in the background, happy to have their hometown team pick up a win right here. Hard-fought victory, but Vulcan's done it.
The last game of the day was perhaps the most important. Gambit were looking to remain undefeated, while Fnatic were trying to snap Gambit's 3-game winning streak to move into a tie for first in the group standings.
But it's the damage for Fnatic that's doing the job. They get one, get two, get in on towards Diamond, they get the slow on him. Soaz comes bouncing on in there, and Cyanide should finish this one out. It will be another kill. That is a 3-for-0 exchange. Fnatic looking strong.
The early deficit would force Gambit to gamble for Baron.
It's gonna be close. We can fight them. We can fight. We can fight. We can fight.
It's slow.
We can fight. Fight them. Fight them.
Cyanide goes in. He's going to get locked up. That's Gambit picking up one kill. So has the target. Passive not available. Solar Flare finds his target. That's going to be another kill for Pushu getting on towards him. Gambit taken so low. Having to back out the side. Diamond goes down. Genja gets away with it. But it's another kill for Pushu. That was a 3-for-1. The score says it all, ladies and gentlemen. 21 kills to 3. They looked invincible. But wow, they've just been swept aside by Fnatic.
And after those incredible games yesterday, let's check out the standings for the 5 teams in Group B. Europe has the top 2 spots locked down halfway through the group stage portion of this World Championship with identical 3-1 records.
Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Vulcan are sitting just 1 game back with 4 games left in this double round robin group stage, while Mineski is yet to pick up a win.
All right, gentlemen, so let's start to discuss. Let's talk first about Fnatic's amazing and fantastic games yesterday. 2-0, jumping into the top spot of Group B. They were just kind of on a rampage.
Yeah, and Europe in general seems to be stronger than a lot of people anticipated. I know during the European LCS season, there was a lot of questions about whether they were actually good because there was so much parity in that league. We knew their mid laners were strong. We knew they had unconventional picks, but we weren't really sure how they're going to prepare on this world stage. And so far, it seems like they may actually be a little ahead of the game.
I was really impressed with the way Fnatic bounced back. Having that early loss against Vulcan really threw them off the game, I would say, but then a day later, they come back and they just completely own it up. They played so well. even Gambit played really well. So every European team has been doing well, and it actually makes me feel slightly less awful for not being here. So I'm rooting for the Europeans.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they did have that slow start in that questionable York pick, but when I talked to them yesterday, they knew what they had done wrong. They lamented that pick a little bit, and they immediately turned it around. And out of the two kind of expected powerhouses in that group, Ozone and Fnatic, Fnatic's been the one to turn things around, and Ozone just continues to struggle. So I think they're looking really, really good.
Yeah, and just going off that, Europe's like unique picks and unorthodox strategy really seems to throw Asia off. Especially, you see Ozone struggling against Europe so much. But I have a very patriotic hunch that NA is going to give Europe some trouble. Just patriotism.
That's cute.
All right, so Fnatic definitely wowed, got some fans yesterday, but there were a few other teams we were talking about as well, and one of them was the pre-tournament favorite, Ozone, coming into this one, which they have struggled so far.
Yeah, my eyes were on Mata because I feel like on Ozone, Dandy, Dade, and Mata are the playmakers, but really, Mata's the one who gives them the vision to make those plays happen. When I watched him play, I was really unimpressed. He didn't seem himself. Very uncharacteristic of him not to spam pink words, especially against Evelynn. I think he's just really off his game, whether it's jet lag or just nerves getting to him. I'm looking forward to see how he adjusts.
Yeah, they were definitely a shade of their former self. I was particularly still impressed, though, by Looper. I mean, you're bringing in a sub, first tournament, hasn't played much before, opens up with Proxy Singed, played really, really well. But then at the same time, if your sub that you just brought in is your best player or one of your best players at the moment, you're not doing well. So I don't know what really happened there because they replaced him recently with instead of Home, right?
Yeah, and coming in, we've seen just Ozone be in utter disarray this tournament. It's not just they're losing lanes, it's that they're foregoing all of these fundamentals that have been so strong in the past. And has always been the emotional center of Ozone. If you look at the interviews that have been done with that team, all of the other players constantly say, oh, we really rely on to be our kind of emotional core. And he's 29. He's about a decade older than Imp. And in Korean culture, too, age comes a lot of respect as well. So with him being taken out of the picture, even though Looper may be playing better in lane, they're missing something fundamental to that team that is causing them to play a certain way. And maybe we might see him in the next few games.
Yeah, I was actually during the cast yesterday wondering if they're going to bring Ohm back, because once they seem to fall behind a little bit in these games, they just kind of lose control, and it does seem like they need a bit of guidance. But I think one more thing about this team is they were probably greatly overrated coming into this World Championship.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because they won the spring split of the summer season, but they came in third place, or sorry, spring split of the spring, won the spring OGN season, and then came in third for the summer season and barely beat out CJ Frost for that third place, who also wasn't that strong of a team. So it's been a while since they've been at their peak.
I agree, and it's worth noting, too, that since they played Frost in that third place match, Frost is a team that's been having their own troubles with the mid lane, and so I feel like that may have masked some of Dade's weaknesses in that series, so we didn't really get a full read on Ozone as of late. But yeah, based on their performance, you have to say they were very overrated coming in.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, considering and regardless of the results for some of the teams as they wish, Ozone and Group B do get a couple days off to regroup and recharge, while the 5 teams in Group A now take to the Rift. So let's take a look at the standings heading into today's games. China's OMG is now the only team remaining in the group stage with a perfect record, and because of that, they're in first. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, then in the middle of the pack, it's Europe's Lemon Dogs, Korea's SK Telecom T1, and North America's Team Solomid. In 5th place, we have the international wildcard, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU.
And out of the first 5 matches between the guys in Group A, I think the highlight for me and many others was OMG's dominating win over the pre-tournament favorites, SKT here.
Yeah, in terms of SK Telecom, though, I'm not particularly worried. Again, we talked about this yesterday. SK Telecom has a habit against good teams of dropping the first game. In their last 3 best-of-5s, they've either dropped 1 or 2 games and then come out and won 3 in a row. So they adapt very well, and that's what we're going to be looking at here, I think, because they can make those adjustments, and once they see a strategy once, it's incredibly difficult to fool them with it again.
Yeah, and OMG specifically for me, I'm really looking at their bottom lane because in China during Season 3, you see a lot of Graves and Varus. Those are like the super common picks. Right now, because of Trinity Force changes 3 and 11, Corki and Ezreal are really, really popular. I feel like San, I've seen him play Graves, I've seen him play Varus. Those are hard. I'd say they're counters to Corki and Ezreal on lane. And I'm really interested to see how he's going to adapt to the fact that everyone's picking Corki. He has like the easiest time. He has so much experience playing those strong counters.
That's a really good point. That's really going to play in their favor because if you look back at yesterday's matches, the inability to pick Corki or pick any lane counter really threw Ozone off their game. Like they had the chance to pick Corki, they didn't do it, and then they had the chance to counter pick Corki, and they really, I think, even when Ezreal into it at one point, it just doesn't match up. Like this patch, Corki is really strong, and you either need to, you're gonna run into one at least, so you need to prepare for it, pick it yourself, or deal with it.
And I kind of want to pose that question to you guys. As the bottom lane, what is that, what makes it so centric about Corki right now? Knowing the matchup isn't just enough, apparently.
Well, I feel like if you've been playing AD competitively for a long time, you should be able to play pretty much every AD at a competitive level. Since all ADs are pretty similar, I'm not going to lie. It's not like mid where there's a difference between like Zed and Orianna. They're very different. In top lane, you can play everything. Bottom lane is really just like you should be able to play just about everything. And if something strong like Corki comes up, either play it or play a counter to it. It should be very simple. What's really surprising to me is that these ADs are really just either not able to play Corki or the counters, some of them, and that's just like, it blows my mind.
All right, so shifting gears a little bit, I want to talk about the players outside of the games. Many of you at this desk have played in high-pressure tournaments before, even including Jat back on Dignitas. So what's going on in the minds of these players right now from game to game when things aren't going the way they think it should?
Well, for me, whenever I get frustrated or whatever because of a loss, the biggest thing is that you don't tunnel on the wrong things. If you're tunneling on, oh, this is so big, this is such, and it's really just not like a centric problem that you have, you're really just not going to be able to adapt and change your playstyle from game to game, and that's going to hurt you as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and kind of going off that, the thing I noticed in my small time playing and like my larger time observing is anytime a team is in that high pressure situation, they really just default back to their core tendencies that they're most used to. And if they try and make an adaptation, it has to be to something that they've already practiced and then have that plan be prepared. Because if they try to go for something they haven't prepared, even if it's worked in solo queue for them or they think they have it, once the pressure is on, it never works.
I think that's a perfect description of what we're seeing happening with Ozone right now because they're going back onto their older champions or they're seeing the Gambit Kog'Maw, Genja's Kog'Maw build, and then immediately trying to replicate that. It's really strange.
Exactly, because Imp's that Vayne or Caitlyn player, when we've seen him be successful, and specifically his Vayne play, is all about moving around teamfights and getting right in there. We saw him doing that on Kog'Maw. It doesn't work on Kog'Maw, and they just wasn't working for them at all.
And Crepo, in these intense situations, where does it fall for you?
Yeah, once the pressure gets really high, and especially when you drop a map, a lot of these teams will go back to their comfort champions. And once the meta keeps changing so quick, that might be a really bad tendency to break. If you're competing at the world-class level, you need to be able to have a wide variety of champions, or people will read on that, and they will just ban you out, force you into situations you can't recover from. And then that's, as Mondi said, something that Ozone was really suffering from.
All right, we'll see if they can pull it back around today. It's going to be pretty intense for just about everyone on that stage. And the 5 teams of Group A aren't the only ones competing here today, as you gentlemen know. All week long, the 4 of you have been picking the winners of the games, or in the case of Crepo, not picking the winners of the games. But
good one.
Completely okay. Well, look at how you guys have been doing so far. The casters and the viewers are sitting at the top of the standings. Those 2 hive minds have guessed 73% correct.
Power in numbers.
Yes, they are continually doing a good job so far. Keep it up, Jack, because it's you. The rest of the guys aren't far behind, and it's all up to you. So as you said before, Kobe's been throwing you under the bus.
He tried to throw me under the bus yesterday because he wanted to pick the Fnatic upset, and I was like, I don't know, man, that might not be safe. I also told him to do a couple other things that would have worked out well, but he didn't mention them.
Are we sensing some rivalry between the casters here?
I mean, I just want.
It's just a game, Jack. It's just a game. Why do you have to take it so serious?
All right, so before we get to our first picks here at Worlds, it's time to talk about something that I can predict with 100% accuracy, and that's today's schedule. Up first, the Lemondogs try to mark up OMG's perfect record, and then SKT try to bounce back when they take on Gaming Gear.
After that, Team Solo Mid and Lemondogs face off in a transatlantic showdown, followed by Gaming Gear looking to take out OMG. Then, of course, SKT takes on TSM.
All right, gentlemen, Lemondogs versus OMG. Monty, I'm going to kick it off with you. Your prediction.
I'm going to take OMG for this one, even though I do think this is an extremely close call. Lemondogs has been playing well, and of course, now that they've had some time to observe OMG and their rather unique play style here in groups, I think they'll probably have some answers, but OMG, cool, he's just good.
Yeah, Cool is a pretty big monster, and I also think OMG is going to win. It's a really big toss-up, but I think, well, the word is that when Lemondogs gets behind, they lose, and OMG is the perfect team to put them far behind because of their super high aggression, early 5-manning. It's just a natural counter to Lemondogs' playstyle.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll actually have to go with Lemon Dogs here. I mean, I know you guys like this race now, and I gave you a little lead, but now I'm going to catch up again. I'm rooting for European teams because I want a top 3 European team because by that definition, we would have been the 4th team in the world, right? That's how that works. No?
Okay.
I hope so.
There we
at least.
go. Sure.
Exactly.
But honestly, I'm going to go with Lemon Dogs as well. We talked about how well
All right.
the European teams are doing so far here at the World Championships, but specifically why is because Doublelift mentioned that Lemon Dogs does poorly when they fall behind. I feel like OMG is even worse when they fall behind. I've been watching a lot of the Chinese LPL, and when they are a snowball team. If they don't get extremely far ahead, they fall back. And specifically with N Raiden now as the analyst for Lemon Dogs, and how well Lemon Dogs started against SKT on day 1 of
They
groups.
have really good level 1s.
I feel like they can plan a level 1 for OMG and just play conservatively enough that their overall team play will take over OMG.
That's okay, Jet. You can be wrong.
I think
Fine with
I think
me.
when we're talking about these teams that have never played outside of the country before, I
Mhm.
think you got to give them a little slack in the first couple of days. But I think
Yeah.
we're going to see SK Telecom and OMG really start to get rolling today.
All right, well, the split decision here between the desk. You've heard what these guys have to say. Now it's your turn. It's time for you to make your decision. Head over to lolesports.com and vote for who you think will win today's matches. Just go to the schedule in the top right, click on day 3, and pick your team. And if the first 2 days of Worlds are any indication, odds are you're going to be right.
And then head over to Twitter and let us know. Which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group A and why? Hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses live later today, and if one of them is yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
Not too bad. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Europe's Lemon Dogs and China's OMG take to the stage for our first game of the day. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles in front of this lovely studio audience. It's time for our first match of the day as Europe's Lemondogs take on China's OMG. And thus far this tournament, China's regular season champs have applied a massive amount of early and unrelenting aggression on their way to a perfect start here at the Worlds.
I know. In both of their games, OMG were able to pull off 3-minute tower dives as cleanly as I've ever seen them executed. Loveland has impressed me so much already. He used to be a support, and now his jungle is just on point. He used the Aatrox passive to go for a level 2 tower dive, as well as Lee Sin in their other game, getting 2 kills on top of the first blood. And once OMG have that lead, they've been able to build those into some very clean team fights in the mid game, which they've been able to finish off the entire game from there. This mid laner from China, MVP Cool there, he's put up some incredible numbers. In their first 2 games, remember, one of those games was against Faker. That 15, 3, and 16 score, even more impressive now. But the most deadly man on OMG so far has been their AD carry, San. He stacked up a KDA of 19.5 in their first 2 games, while taming Wild Turtle and Piglet.
Well, today San and OMG will try to add the Lemondogs and Nukeduck to their portfolio of wins as they head to the Rift to take on Europe's second place team.
Yeah, well, Lemondogs didn't fare as well against SKT as OMG did. Adaptation has also been one of the hallmarks of Lemondogs this summer. They show that they're capable of adapting to these new patches quicker than other teams in Europe, and now they've also had a day to try and adapt to OMG's high-pressure style. They saw that game against SKT1, so they're probably going to plan something to come at that very early. The big matchup, though, against these 2 teams is going to be in that mid lane. It's the Lemondogs' Nukeduck. He's all about controlling his lane rather than roaming very early, and then he snowballs that later into split-pushing style. He's going to be looking to lock down Cool.
And for Nukeduck and team, this Season 3 championship is their first time on the world stage, and the Lemondogs are confident that even if they lose out in the group stage, they're bound to win over some fans.
Lemondogs is a new team which came from the bottom to the top, and now they're gonna play for the World Finals.
Lemondogs is one of the teams with the lowest fan base. It's a team formed of like fresh players. None of them have really been pro except for one, which is Tabs.
We're kind of like the unknown team, dark horse that maybe people underestimate, and we'll try to show what we are made of in the World Finals.
We have a small fan base, no one cares about us, but we're still good at the game, so it's definitely a huge opportunity. But I think like we are here, we have like nothing to lose but everything to win. Even if it doesn't work out, we are still like safe in the next split, and we can train for like the next year and see how we do then, because we're still a pretty young team. Why shouldn't we go for like the 1 million if we are here?
So we always have to deal with pressure, so I don't think it's gonna be something that hinders us at all. Hopefully it just makes us play even more focused and better.
In a way, we have entire EU on our backs right now. We present the EU and we have to make them proud.
Everything to win, nothing to lose, and I think that's what could make the Lemondogs so dangerous here.
Well, they said they don't have that many fans, but they're good at the game, so that's important.
Fans will come, no doubt about that one. Let's have a look at the starting lineups for this one, starting in the blue corner with the Lemondogs. They are Zoro0 in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid lane, the AD carry Tabs, and the support player Mithy.
And in the red font, it's OMG. Going is up top. Loveland's in the jungle, their mid laner is Cool, their AD is San, and their support is Big Pomelo.
So let's talk a little bit then about Champion Select, because there are some crossovers in this one. The mid laners both played Ahri up until now. We've seen Corki coming out of both AD carries. Could be a very heated Champion Select this one around.
I think that the most interesting part of this Champion Select is going to be the jungle for Loveland. Because I talked about, Lemondogs, they adapt quickly, and they watch the other games previously. He hasn't gone to use his jungle Yorick yet. I love really crazy jungle things, and the jungle Yorick is actually a very interesting pick for them because it changes their style a lot. So if Lemondogs prepared for the early tower dives, OMG, if they get Yorick, they won't be doing that, and it'll be more of a counter jungling, and it'll be Loveland going to attack the other jungler. So it'll definitely throw Lemondogs off if they forget to ban out that Yorick.
Well, we're into Champion Select, and we can see the first couple of bans coming out. Aatrox taken away from Loveland. That was in their win against TSM, of course. Ended up 4-2-16 with that. Good champion to take out. Zed on the other side, we've already seen what Nukeduck can do with it.
That Aatrox ban really makes me sad. Every single game that's happened so far that Aatrox has been in, I haven't been able to cast. I have so many little nuances that go into playing Aatrox I want to contribute, but taking that away from Loveland's a great choice. He went with the 1 buff tower dive, which is what caught the other team off guard there. Level 2 going for that and using the passive that early to get first blood was really beautiful play. But like we said, no Yorick ban here, so I think that OMG might go with that one and switch up their strategy.
Well, the other bans coming down. Caitlyn and Orianna taken away here by the Lemondogs. Caitlyn again aimed towards San. It leaves that Corki up, or at least unless OMG ban it here for their final one.
I mean, you're right to keep bringing this Corki back up. It's a very high priority throughout this whole tournament. I think it only got through once so far, not being picked or banned. And it is up first for Lemondogs, but the first pick, very important, especially we talked about the mid laners here. Both of these guys have big champion pools, and Cool is very well known for counter picking. So I don't think they're going to want to blow that one very early on the mid lane.
So Elise being hovered over and selected here by Lemondogs. Now, this is a champion that Dexter is no stranger to. We finished 9-0-6 coming out of the jungle against Gaming Gear EU. But back in the summer split, when Lemondogs destroyed Gambit all the way back near the start of the season, that's where he started as well. So this Dexter, Elise for Dexter, very dangerous.
Yeah, if you want to be dueling early in the jungle, Elise is actually pretty good. She did have some resistances taken off of her spider form, so it's a little bit harder, and she relies a lot on getting the jump on the other jungler so that she can land her combo and get the burst out early. But this Kennen pickup as well for OMG, the first pick away from them, takes that away from Zoro up in the top, who loves Kennen.
And second pick was Ahri as well. We already mentioned that both mid laners have played that up until now. And it's going to be Cool that gets that one this time around. Did play it against TSM as well while we're on that point. Finished off with 11 kills, so certainly scary. Other side, Corki coming in finally for the Lemondogs, along with the Sona for Mithy.
Yeah, that duo lane is extremely strong. Corki, once he hits level 6, poke with the rockets is really good against another AD carry that doesn't have too much to say, someone that isn't going to be rushing a Bloodthirster. It really slowly whittles them down. And early on as well, Sona, very strong poke with the power chords. It also means in the mid game, they've got a nice area of effect power spike there from the bottom lane coming from that Corki and Sona.
So let's have a look then over towards OMG. Picks starting to slow down a little bit as we get deeper in. Zyra is a champion that Big Pomelo has exclusively played so far in Worlds. We're only 2 games in though, and he's going to make it 3 here, along with that Lee Sin pickup for Lovely.
So it's not going to be Jungle Yorick. My hopes are dashed again. It's going to be the Lee Sin this time. He performed very well in the Lee Sin though as well. We talked about the early gank up top that got them first blood, 2 kills, and the first turret. That's what snowballed them their first game. And they did lock that one in. The crowd cheering for the Fizz, I think. It's not the Zach cheer. I'm pretty sure that's for Fizz.
I think we're safe in thinking that is a cheer for Fizz coming down. Zach going to be picked up as well. Again, another champion used against Gaming Gear for Zoro in the top lane. But this Fizz, we've seen throughout the season that Nukeduck is definitely good with Fizz. He's got Tabs there to teach him, who was famed obviously for his Fizz over in Europe when he actually played mid lane before. So strong, scary lineup from Lemondogs.
Yeah, Tabs, he's still actually confident in his ability to play mid lane as well. He said that he could play mid lane right now in the LCS, and he would be fine, even though he's already switched over to AD. So they've got a lot of mid lane players over on that Lemondogs team. But I think that, you know, it's really Zoro that shoves up his lane, and he's the one who does the roaming. So it'll be interesting how they make use of this Fizz sort of in the mid game. You know, once he gets the Lich Bane, though, then he'll be looking for those roaming assassinations. Meanwhile, OMG, Cool first picking that Ahri. There's not a lot of counters to Ahri. I mean, Fizz is pretty good against him, against her, but he is so confident in that he's going to be looking to roam very early. As soon as he's level 6, the other lanes are going to have to watch out, because Cool combos with Loveland for very early roaming kills superbly well.
Final pick coming out there for OMG was the AD carry, Tristana. Let's have some thoughts on that one, Kobe.
Yeah, the Tristana, that's definitely kind of fallen off a little bit here. There's a couple reasons. Because she passively pushes her lane because of the explosive shot that you level up early anyway. And then also, with the nerfs to Blade of the Ruined King, it means that she does have to wait really till that late game. She's got a nice, very early power spike. As soon as she hits 6, it's a good burst. But then the mid game is kind of weak for her, and then she'll really shine at the late game.
So let's have a look then what you guys at home have been thinking about this one. According to lolesports.com, 70% of you think that OMG will keep their perfect record intact. And it's also between the analysts, very, very split. Two of you, Jack and Crepo, going for Lemondogs. Monty and Doublelift going for OMG. So this one up in the air, but the fans, they've not been wrong too often in this one, we have to say, going for OMG.
Yeah, 70% is actually quite a lot. I'm pretty glad the analysts were split 2 and 2 because this game really will be close. It's kind of a classic matchup here. OMG, everyone knows they like the early aggression. They didn't bring out the Jungle York. They usually sin, so it's probably going to be a similar story to what we've seen from them already. And Lemondogs prefer a slower early game so they don't get behind, and then they methodically finish out the mid and late games by just taking the objectives that are clear and slowly pushing up.
So we're going to get into game then. An important one here in Group A. The unbeaten OMG taking on Europe's second place. And honestly, the shining light team from the summer split, we have to say, leading all the way from week 6 in that one. So let's get into this one. We've said level 1 going to be very important. Lemondogs tried something funky against SKT T1. We all know that OMG are not scared of getting their hands dirty at level 1.
Yeah, and we talked about how Lemondogs have scouted OMG the past day, but OMG also saw that level 1. So Lemondogs are not going to pull the same trick twice. Much more defensive this time, and they only drop 1 ward. They use the rest of their champions as body wards here, just sitting in the bushes, making sure that OMG don't pull anything tricky. And it's actually a very defensive start for both teams. OMG might be doing a late invade on the blue to take this one away very early from Dexter.
So we see they're checking that brush up in the top side. They will be moving down towards that blue buff, which there's no vision there right now from Lemondogs. They've sat quite happily down on their red buff. So this could be a very interesting start. And by the looks of things, could see an early steal. They've got those deep wards down, so they're happy at this point, OMG, with the vision that they've got.
Lemondogs did not see that late invade either from OMG. So this ward, this lane ward here, that's going to see the duo lane for Lemondogs go up top, will tip off OMG. Currently, they have Kennen already up there. And it doesn't look like they are going to switch it either. He has started Doran's Blade, though. And Kennen with Doran's Blade start, it's a little bit rough in the 2 versus 1 situation, as we've already seen earlier in this tournament. And now he's going to recall, as soon as he gets that info, they are pulling the switch.
Yeah, switch going to come straight down. Big Pomelo and San headed up there. That's Zyra. Tristana lane. We see Dexter. He's kicking things off with his red buff, as is Lovelin over the other side for OMG. And we'll see if, with the vision that they've got down early, whether they'll be trying to steal things away. But the stage we're at the tournament, the fact that OMG are so good at level 1 and are 2-0 in the group, looks like we're just going to see a pretty standard start coming out.
Yeah, they definitely did get their money's worth with that ward, though, because we've already seen how bad it is for a Kennen Doran Blade start. He got 1 pot, and both of their side lanes are getting back very late to the lane. San takes so much harass. Good job by Tabs. They actually have the experience advantage here, too. So as soon as they hit level 2, they can put even more pressure.
Dangerous start here for OMG and San. Meanwhile, Nuke Duck in the middle, taking a lot of damage here from Cool. And we'll see how that Fizz handle things at level 4, where he could get started. Dexter roaming up top.
I love this from Dexter. They're going to take advantage of the early harass that they got in on San. Elise is amazing at turret dives. She does have Flash and Repel available for this. There's only 150 HP on San right now. He still has his barrier, though, so this could be a well-played bait.
Well, let's see. The recall going to be started there for San. Is that the bait? Are they looking to bait them in here underneath that tower and see if they can lock them down? This could be very, very scary for Lemondogs if they get involved. San holding far enough back as to not take any poke out of Sona and Corki.
They have to be careful because the longer they wait, the more likely it is that Lovelin will be heading up top. And if they try and pull off a 3 versus 2 tower dive on OMG and fail, then it would be the complete same story that OMG's already had. Even though they're the ones not going aggressive, they're not the ones initiating the tower dive. If Lovelin's able to counter this, Okay, they just show. A lot of build up there for not much action.
Well, San did manage to get himself back. You can see in the player cam down there on the left, Mithy just having a few words after that one, realizing that they couldn't quite get things together as they would have maybe hoped. But they should be able to get a bit of damage down onto this turret. Lovelin actually coming from the side. He's going to land the Q. Tabs going to Valkyrie away, but Lovelin will follow him. He has to flash away from that one. Realize he'd gone a little too deep.
Okay, flash from the jungler for exhaust off the support is a pretty decent trade. And they also chunk down Tabs, so he's going to have to recall right now. They also did get a good try ward, but now it's Dexter. He has the opportunity to steal away this big Wraith camp and get a little experience back. Since he spent so much time camping that top lane, he's a little bit behind Lovelin right now.
He's going to be able to steal that one away. Where's he going to go back to? They put a ward down in that top tri-bush, and honestly, there's been no answer to that one coming out of OMG.
Dexter spending a lot of time here up top. I think it will pay off. They did not ward behind them. San still does have both of his summers, though.
This could be very, very interesting as Corki and Sona get back into lane. The ping's coming down. They're not 100% sure where that Lee Sin is at this point, and I think that's what's slowing them.
Oh, they have vision of this, so Dexter's going to have to back off. Not able to make anything happen from so much time spent in this side of the jungle. Now he's in trouble.
Well, going in there on towards Lovelin, who's going to chase him through from this one. Repel goes in, but he's coming straight back down on top of him. Charm will be flashed away from there by Dexter. Nukeduck came across. Nice cocoon landing there, max range onto Lovelin as Nukeduck going to go in aggressive here onto Cool, who's not really got much mana, but in the end, no kills.
Now there could be kills up top, though. More action.
San going very low, but again, they've not quite got the damage to finish this one off. Big Pomelo is going to be chasing here on towards Mithy, though. And Mithy right now does have a flash available. There is a grasping roots landing in, but San not close enough. Lovelin came up to help, but they've seen that.
So now, both junglers without flashes after that last exchange. The big thing is that Ahri, without flash, pre-6, you can actually pull off a gank. Okay, now she's 6. Tough break.
Timing on that one. There is the grassing roots coming out once again. There is that mid lane. Cool and Nukeduck both up at level 6 at this point. And we'll see if any action goes down there. Meanwhile, Lovelin has snuck himself into the brush in top.
And we don't have Dexter returning top either, so he's spent enough time up here. He doesn't feel like he got anything out of that time, and he wants to catch back up by farming his jungle. Whereas Lovelin has not given up on the situation up top. We see this a lot in the Chinese LPL season. The junglers will repeatedly gank the same lane over and over again. But as Lemondogs are freezing right now, there's not much that you can pull off with a Lee Sin.
And we've talked about this early game for OMG, these 3 men dives that they've done so seamlessly well in their other games. We're 7 minutes into this one, and Lemondogs have managed to hold all those attempts away.
It is a little bit of an interesting twist from OMG going with Tristana here too. They do have a stronger late game than they usually do. They've got Ahri, who's an amazing assassin, one of the most highly prized assassins in the game right now, to go pick people off. And then they also have a lot of mid-line control for their team fighting situations. If they have a Slicing Maelstrom from Kennen plus the Stranglethorns from Zyra, it's a huge amount of area control among the first dragon fight that will come out. So they actually have a very well-rounded team composition right now, and the early game is really just up to the plays that Lovelin can or can't make. So far, Dexter's been done a good job at going even with Lovelin.
And he will pick up his red buff once again. We'll see if he, with that, takes himself into a lane. This mid lane been very quiet in terms of the junglers. They've not really visited there whatsoever. Something that surprised me because Dexter, we've seen in the past, has spent a lot of time helping out Nukeduck. Here he comes, the cocoon though, not going to land. Cool, of course, has his ultimate available. Going to be hard to lock down.
Yeah, that was sort of a half-hearted gank right there. You didn't really expect to burn anything. Cool has his Spirit Rush available, so he could have even burned that if he had to. But really the story from all the early action was the CS lead that Tabs has been able to accrue over San. And that is also partially due... Okay, so that was the ticking damage there. It's unfortunate. Dexter. Oh, here we go, aggressive up top.
Diving onto Mithy, exhaust is put down onto him. There's a ward. Mithy gonna fall. It's first blood coming in, but will they be able to make it too? Right now, Tabs, he's gonna stick around because Dexter's coming in. It's Tabs that gets the kill back. First blood to OMG, but an instant reply from Lemondogs.
And that was a good job of Tabs pulling in the ADN support. After he had already lost his support, they were still able to answer with a kill at least. So it wasn't as bad as it looked. I was about to talk about the CS lead that he has gotten over San though, and it was because they switched those lanes. So San and Big Pamo were a little bit late to lane, and that's why they got chunked down so early from the power cord of Sona and the phosphorus bomb of Corki.
So Nukeduck, you'll notice no blue buff after that was taken by Dexter. A little bit unfortunate, not the end of the world for this one though.
Yeah, there's a few things that you have to be wary of when you're a mid laner and you're trying to get that blue buff from your jungler. It's the red buff burn. Also, there's that mastery in defense where the minion or the monsters will do damage to themselves when they hit your jungler, and then you also have to worry about the elite spiders.
And obviously, Dexter didn't worry about any of them well enough. Able to pick that one up. We'll just say he wanted to do that. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt from this side of things. Cool, though, on the other side, does have that blue buff gifted to him by Lovelin. Also has a nice CS lead there in that mid lane.
And because Fizz is melee, he often gets behind in CS fairly early. Being behind only 11 right now at 10 minutes is actually very well done by Nukeduck. I think that's a very acceptable CS disadvantage for a Fizz versus Ahri matchup.
Wow, Pink Ward's coming down there, and Lemondogs instantly getting themselves in position from that one. Dexter is around that area as well. Zoro has actually come down from this top lane, and this is where things get dangerous. We mentioned earlier Zoro not scared to leave that top lane to get involved in mid.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a sort of classic Zoro move, where he's got Pink Ward in that tri-bush, shove up the lane, then rotate down to try and make something happen mid. Cool right now is just so mobile, though. They weren't able to take advantage of these triple pink wards that Lemondogs have placed up in the top side.
So earlier on, obviously Zach and Kennen were facing off down in this bottom lane. They've now switched since then, but Zoro doing a good job still of holding out on that one. Just 5 CS behind at this point. Got that Cowl in there as well, working himself up. And we'll see how that one goes. Double Doran's Blade blasting one now in there as well for Go-Going's Kennen.
Yeah, the Zach-Kennen matchup is, just kind of a farming matchup right now because Zach has gone Doran Shield to start, reducing the auto attacks, which is Kennen's early harass. And then with the Cowl, it gets also the magic resist and regen for the magic damage that Kennen puts out at later stages.
So Nuke there taking a bit more damage. Lovely, and actually inside of the tri-bush right now, this could be extremely dangerous on top of the wall.
Opportunity for a counter gank here. Okay, this is going to be a 3-on-3. I'm getting a little excited. There they go.
Cocoon landed onto him. They're going to all dive onto him. Flash away from Lovelin, but can he escape this one? He gets the W off towards San, stays alive, but he's low now, and Dragon is there.
Yeah, that's still definitely a win for Lemondogs. Chunking out the jungler that low means that now Dexter has free roam of the map. He was seen by this pink ward going up mid, and Cool is not afraid.
There's Chum the Waters coming down. Can they lock him up? Cocoon will land in onto him. Cool in trouble. Has to use the ultimate to dash back towards his turret. Stays alive.
So Dexter, so far, chunking down Lovelin, then chunking down mid lane. He's got some good harass off, but he hasn't really been able to convert anything.
Wow, dive in there. Crescendo coming back, but it won't be enough to save Mithy. There's the jump and the Valkyrie away from Tabs at exactly the same time. Tabs survives. No one there to follow up like that last one, though.
So that's the post level 6 Tristana that I was talking about, the burst that he has with the rocket jump, explosive shot, and buster shot. It's a very good combo for killing supports.
So, we were talking about how Dragon was opened up by Lemondogs earlier with that damage. Now it's OMG with that kill that are in position and have got it down to below half HP. Dexter is hanging around. He wants to go for the steal. Ooh. That won't happen, though. It's Lovelin that will smite that one away, and Lemondogs back off.
This duo lane for OMG is doing a lot of work for them right now. Even with that early CS disadvantage, they've been able to make plays on their own. And this one was able to be converted into a dragon. This is one of the reasons that OMG were at the top of the LPL, the Chinese scene. They often will fight and then go straight for objectives just like that. Very well done.
See Nukeduck able to pretty much dodge everything that Cool's throwing at him there. That CS lead has slightly increased for him. We can see that Nukeduck wants to make sure he's got vision around that area. Doesn't quite have Chum the Waters off cooldown, so wants to be very, very safe on that front. Loveland not being able to get involved in any of the 2 kills right now. For an OMG game, this is actually really, really low in terms of kills.
I'm definitely surprised that it's actually the bottom lane for OMG that's picking up the slack in the early game that Loveland hasn't been able to convert. But again, you have to applaud them. And now he got it this time, so that's why everybody's laughing.
It did. Dexter actually backed away completely from that one. He's like, no, don't do that again, Dexter. That wouldn't be very nice of you. Nukeduck able to pick up his first blue buff of the game here, 14.5 minutes down. Let's have a look at the overall picture. It's around about a 2,000 gold lead at this point for OMG.
And again, even though OMG is ahead, Nukeduck in the mid lane is doing very well. We talked about his style being just staying in mid lane mostly, and until he can accrue that big power spike. He's doing a good job on Fizz, staying relatively close with Ahri, which is difficult to do. And once he's able to combine this Sheen and Blasting Wand up into that Lich Bane, then he'll start to look for the plays that he can create on other members of OMG.
Let's have a look down the AD carries here as well while we're at it. 2 out of the 3 components, main components of that Trinity Force done for Tabs as Corki. On the other side, we can see that the workings for Tristana there with that Vamp Scepter for a Bloodthirster, but also looking like it will be that Infinity Edge first.
Pretty classic there for Tristana. She really does thrive in the end game with that attack speed she gets from her rapid fire ability. So going Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster, into Phantom Dancer is a very classic build. Blade of the Ruined King also fairly popular, but like I said, with the range nerf and the cooldown nerf to the active, some people are definitely thinking twice about it on her now even.
Sand just freezing out that lane here. They've got a single ward down, to be honest, in the river there. Obviously being very careful about Dexter, because in his previous Elise games, the fact that he's got off to such strong starts has been what's helped Lemondogs go forward in the game. This time around, that's not quite worked out for him the way they'd have wished.
Well, I think, yeah, both of the junglers have matched up very well here. Nukeduck just throwing off the blue buff ultimate there. It's because he does have that cooldown reduction, so he's not worried about just using that on Ahri very quickly. They trade ultimate actives right there, and they'll be back up at very similar times.
Actually, Loveland is coming around here. They're pinged right on top of him. That's the ward that Nukeduck put down a little bit earlier on when he came back into that lane. Tabs and Mythic also been very careful in the bottom side as well. They saw that Big Pomelo had just gone out there toward. Look at this. OMG actually moving up through the side of the Lemondogs jungle.
Really big fans of contesting the blue buffs over and over. Wow, he runs into the wall. Lee Sin couldn't quite get over there. But what I really want to point out is definitely some miscommunication here from OMG. They've built 2 of these Abyssal Scepters on each of their solo laners. Ahri, if she wanted an item for herself, if they were going to be split up. Well, Nukeduck does get dove here by Loveland.
Yeah, kicking him, or trying to kick him back towards Cool there. Didn't quite work out, but either way, it's freed them up for their second turret takedown of the game here in that mid lane. And you can see that while it's not a high kill game, they're starting to really build up that gold lead with that dragon, with those couple of turrets going down.
And the roam is going to continue here from Loveland. They've comboed going after he took his turret. He's double roaming with the jungler now. They've all set their sights towards this bottom lane, and Lemondogs have to be aware of this one.
But can they defend it? That's the problem. They've got 4 versus 3 down here, and you can see that they're just not comfortable with sticking around for that one. OMG going to pick up the 3rd and final outer turret left there that was standing for the Lemondogs.
All right, since they aren't going to fight over this, we have a little bit of time to go back over those dual Abyssal Scepters that were bought. If, Going and Cool were like, okay, we're going to be split up, so we're going to both want these auras, then a solo item for Ahri would be the Deathfire Grasp if he was going to rush something, if they wanted 100% pure. I think that was definitely miscommunication on their parts. They both got the same aura here, and that is a little bit of hope for Lemondogs because some of that gold lead is spent in maybe not most optimal way for OMG. Meanwhile, we've hit that Lich Bane, and we've also hit the Trinity Force for Lemondogs. So even though they're behind right now, they have fairly good items for the next dragon that pops up. 30 seconds on the next dragon will be very telling for the mid game. If Lemondogs decide to go for this one and OMG contest, it's going to be a very, very dirty fight.
Well, Zoro has come away from that top lane now. We can see that Cool in middle is going to be pushed a little bit here by Nukeduck, but Lemondogs trying to hold this position in here on the Dragon. They've got pink wards down. They've got all 5 men on this bottom side. Now Kennen is nowhere near. He's starting to come down. Tristana coming from base as well. Lemondogs are going to get a lot of damage, if not take it, before OMG can get there.
Only thing Lemondogs have to worry about here is Cool picking one person off and assassinating them. They did have Going roam down, so now Lemondogs are actually forced to try and get behind their turret before OMG can actually start getting damage on it. They're a few steps behind right now.
Well, let's see. 4 men on the top of it. Will be a 5th as Big Pomelo comes around, and not sure that Lemondogs can stop this happening. That turret being shredded down right now. Will fall, but here comes Zoro from the side. Where are they going? They've gone on towards Go, and they're going to dive right on him. He gets nuked down. There's a 4-man crescendo at the back as well. Cool and Big Pomelo both going low as Tap Valkyrie's in. He picks up another one. Here comes Zoro once again. Lovelin actually diving to the back line. He's going to fall, and right now 4 men are down. Only San left alive here for OMG. Can they carry on and keep up with him? No, they can't. They let him go. Well, that's 3 men left alive to push that outer turret in mid.
Very good initiate there from Lemondogs just at the end of the turret, so they were able to get the damage down before OMG were able to react. We saw Going get bursted completely down by Nukeduck, getting chunked out on the side here. All right, yeah, so let's look. A beautiful Cocoon plus the initiate from Zoro, and Going gets blasted by Nukeduck. This is the Abyssal Scepter rather than the Hourglass for him. And at this point, that big one missing was huge, actually, for OMG. And that's the reason that they were actually to answer right here. San in the back was still at full life, so he was comfortable rocket jumping in. One of the few situations we have the Tristana going for those very late rocket jumps into a full team. But he was confident enough, especially since there was no more mana left on Nukeduck, that he could clean that one up.
So that leaves us at 5-4 in kills. 4-0 in turrets, though, for OMG. Something that Lemondogs will be certainly thinking about changing. It's close to a 4,000 gold lead as well for the Chinese side at this point.
And I think really doubling up on those Abyssal Scepters right there. If Going either had an Hourglass or Cool. Oh, no Hourglass still. He's going down.
Yeah, they're going to bounce onto him here with Zac as well. It's Tabs that will finish off that one. And I was talking about towers and how they want to go for them. Meanwhile, Nukeduck here in the mid lane. He's in all kinds of trouble. He's a dead man. Cool will pick that one off. But they trade that for a killing top plus that tower.
Dual assassinates right here for both teams. But it's Lemondogs who got the turret down. So at least they got their first turret taken. That's some global gold for them. This is really where pretty much all the deficit is coming from for Lemondogs right now, is in turret money. OMG took this opportunity to get full ward control of the lizard side jungle of Lemondogs, though, and that's a very scary thing when you have an Ahri and when you have a Lee Sin.
So let's have a look down the items once again. AD carries now. We mentioned that Triforce earlier, finished 4 tabs. He's now added that last Whisper into that one. Other side for Tristana, 3-0-1 we should mention as well right now for San. And a goal between them is still in favor of San down there. Only a couple of CS in the lead, but 3-0-1 and those extra global objectives that OMG have been able to pick up. He's already got that Infinity Edge done as well.
Yeah, it's all that tower money is still keeping OMG ahead. But if Lemondogs can keep this one solid out for a little bit longer, they are going to look for picks with their Fizz. It's just that OMG are doing the exact same thing with their Ahri. Mithy doing a very good job with that Oracles, clearing out their lizard side jungle. Nukeduck finds his pick.
There is Chum the Waters coming in. San had already jumped away, and look at the damage there coming out from Nukeduck's Fizz. He will pick up another kill for himself, but right now, Cool going in, Mithy going low, busts down the crescendo onto 3 of them. We're going to have Zoro diving in. There is going, popping his ultimate. Tab falling low. He will be picked up in the end. They switch around to Lovelin, and now Tab's finally getting in onto the fight. He'll get another one back. It will end 2 for 2.
So, I was talking about both assassins getting picks. They both got their picks right there. Nukeduck got his solo onto San, but then Cool had a very good charm under the turret onto Mithy, completely taking him out. He did get Crescendo off, which almost saved it for them. And another trade here for both teams. This is a very close game. Even though OMG have the lead, the outer turrets are looking a little bit weak for them. So Lemondogs can actually close up that gold lead fairly quickly with just one team fight. One successful team fight. It's a better choice of words.
I got you. Lovely. Sorry, Gogoin is close to finishing off that Zhonya's Hourglass there as well, which is certainly going to be helping things out as things go forward. That DFG we saw from Cool last time in that fight, how dangerous it is at this point. Other side, Zhonya's is now added in to that Lich Bane for Nukeduck, and well, we all know what a Fizz can do at this stage of
That is I think that is the scariest point for a Fizz, because Lich Bane, yes, that's a crucial damage spike for him. He gets a huge amount of power from adding another AP ratio to his already very strong kit. But now, with the Hourglass, he has the ability to buy himself time for those cooldowns to get another rotation of abilities off, and he becomes an extremely potent assassin right now. Same thing, though, for Cool. He has the 2 items that make Ahri devastating right now. He finally has the Deathfire Grass. He will be able to kill Mithy all by himself next time.
Well, let's see right now a bit of a dance around, because that dragon, as you see in the top left, is coming up in around about 20 seconds time. Pink Ward's put down a Oracle Elixir for Big Pomelo right now. They've got the positional advantage, but Lemondogs, we've seen anything from them before. They're not going to let that go.
And OMG are ready to fight for this one. They have the Hourglass now on Gogoing. Like we said, the Deathfire Grass is ready to go. This is definitely going to be a brawl between all 10 members.
There is Zoro getting himself in the corner. They've cleared out the vision that Lovelin put down. Will he decide to jump over onto the OMG team?
This is all about the area control from the 2 AoE support ultimates that are going to go down. If Mithy can land a good crescendo first, then Lemondogs can get the jump on this fight.
Zoro starting to charge up. The dragon has gone down, but look at the damage coming onto Zoro already. And he can jump away from the backside of that dragon pit, but we see Lemondogs going south. OMG going straight towards that mid lane.
This is, again, the same thing we saw at the last dragon. Lemondogs grab it, but OMG get the positional advantage, pushing down the lane first. Last time, they got a turret, even though Lemondogs won the team fight. This time, Lemondogs are actually in a small corridor, which is very bad for them. Zyra would be huge. They can't walk down that small corridor.
Turret damage already coming in here from OMG. Not quite half health taken away, but certainly a good chunk there. Here comes Mithy from the side. Flash Crescendo comes in. Chum the Waters goes down onto Gogoing. There's a Stranglethorns as Dexter has to flash away, but Tabs is right on top of them. Nukeduck on top of them there with that Fizz. He will use the Zhonya's, but he's miles away from the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away. There is the Elastic Slingshot in. Let's Bounce comes down. Lovelin's going to have to try and escape this one. Flash over the wall from Tabs. That's a double kill for him, and somehow they turn that around there, and it will end with a 2-0.
Again, Gogoing right here. Gogoing gets chunked out early. He has to burn his Flash and his Zhonya's before he even can get the damage from his Melch. That was just huge for them. Lemondogs doing a great job here. Always targeting Gogoing. The beautiful Flash Crescendo I talked about. The ultimate's coming from there. He had to use his Zhonya's everything. Now he's going to pop it late. Nukeduck does a great job kiting the damage from this ultimate. And we talked about the Hourglass allowing him to get another rotation off. He gets it here to survive. Zoro is not afraid to go back in because he's got to sell the vision. And right here, Lovelin actually with his Safeguard second active smites the Golem for the extra small HP that you get from Spell Vamp, but that's not going to save you from a full health Corki.
Now Corki able to finish that one off, and look at that gold. It's come back to just 200 the difference, 10-7. 2 turrets still behind are the Lemondogs right now, but these fights slowly but surely working in their favor. They're now starting to take control of OMG's jungle.
Yeah, that last fight was a huge confidence booster for Lemondogs. Can't emphasize enough their focus on Gogoing, getting him to burn the Flash and the Hourglass before slicing Maelstrom, effectively negating that huge area control that they wanted with that pick. It's completely deciding these team fights.
Nukeduck is sat waiting by that top lane. The lure of a juicy wave of minions coming around. He's thinking someone's going to get drawn into that, and he wouldn't be too far away. But Lovelin coming in. Is he going to go for a 2v1? I doubt it. And he decides, I'm going to get it away from this one. Let's not stick around. Back straight off.
OMG, though, they're still slightly ahead in gold, and they still, in their back pockets, have this late-game Tristana. Already Infinity Edge plus Phantom Dancer completed. So if they are able to not have Gogoing chunked out very early, they still have a really strong chance in the team fights because they can control the mid grounds, and Tristana will be able to put out a lot of damage free firing from the back line.
Lemondogs taking down, finally, that third and final outer turret of the game. So, we're a little bit more even on that front. Still the gold sits at 300 to 400 as it starts to tick around. Actually, that'll change things there with a big, massive wave of creeps. And now, awards start to go down towards Baron. Tense time here in this game, almost 30 minutes in.
Getting really tense right now. It's all about the first few steps of those team fights. Again, they're waiting for flashes here for Lemondogs. The two reasons that they did so well was the flash crescendo from Nithy, huge initiate, and then Nukeduck was only slippery enough to get out of that with his life because he also had his flash. So that was the only reason he could kite this whole OMG team. And they're just spreading out, grabbing CS until they get those very important summoners back up.
So everyone headed home right now. A Void Staff was completed for Cool, and a lot of pink walls being picked up here by OMG. So they want to try and assert some dominance when it comes to that Vision Wall, which right now they're certainly not doing a bad job of, but the fact they've lost that outer turret now and Lemondogs have shown they're willing to get into the OMG jungle to start that Vision Wall going means that they're going to have to put down more pinks to try and clear out.
Nithy's got an Oracles, but he has to be so careful with it. At any point, if Cool gets a Spirit Rush into Charm on him, he will die because with that Deathfire Grasp and the Void Staff you just pointed out, he can easily burst down the support in one single rotation.
So, we heard earlier on, 10 minutes was the time that Lemondogs have to really survive to get things going in this game. They've made it to 30. And honestly, from the summer split, the experience that we have is that Lemondogs, they're not a flashy team. They like to play these longer games. They get the job done.
They are getting the job done so far. I think that people have been underestimating the Chinese team in the mid and late game. Their team fights are usually very clean. I think that if they make a couple small adjustments to their team fight and their positioning, that they can still easily win that team fight. And that's why Lemondogs are still very wary. They need to get those very crisp flash crescendos to start things off.
Right now, only 400 gold separates these two, and both of them setting up in middle. Again, as I mentioned, the wards being cleared out with those Oracle Elixirs, with the pink wards that have been put down from both sides of the map. For now, it's OMG who force Lemondogs back, and this little dance, it could go on for a while, but it's going to get explosive at some point.
Yeah, they're trading. They're taking turns trading with the ward killing around Baron. Lemondogs are taking advantage of this lapse by grabbing the global gold from Dragon, but since OMG are the ones in control of Baron right now, it is a little bit risky. This is actually a very confident play here from Lemondogs, and it does get them 1,000 global gold.
Zoro just face-checked a little bit there, took some damage, but doesn't really matter. He's seen the rest of the team, and Lemondogs actually pushing up here on towards the turret. Nukeduck dives in onto the backline. He is miles away, will actually flash away a little bit. Here is Go-Going moving around the side as well. He's got 3 of them trapped in. There is a crescendo. Cool going to be locked down, but can he get the charm onto Dexter? Yes, he can. It's Sam that finishes off as Nukeduck tried to get Loveland there at the back, but now he's running for his life. The rest of Lemondogs have already backed away to River, and it's Nukeduck that's going to be chased down from this one, managing to avoid a little bit of that damage, but how far can you really get against this Tristana? We'll see once his rocket jump comes up. There we go, straight in on towards Nukeduck, uses that Zhonya's. Can he get down the charm? A little bit too early, but there's the explosion. Sam takes down Nukeduck.
Nukeduck there, very aggressive initiate with the Fizz going so deep. I think they were overconfident with the way the last 2 team fights went. They thought they could even tower dive. That is not the case here against OMG. Like we said, Go-Going got off his slicing maelstrom that time, and it was devastating. That might even end up costing them this Baron. Only 2 members of Lemondogs in position here.
Baron going down. We just saw the stats there for average game time so far in Worlds, and OMG's games up until now have been that little bit longer. So there is the Baron taking down. Yeah. Great pickup for OMG.
Yeah, that was definitely Lemondogs getting a little overconfident. Nukeduck, he was happy with how he was able to 100% San up in that top lane by himself, but that was definitely an over-aggressive move, and they paid the price with a huge, huge deficit now. Baron buff means even more than the gold that they've got.
So what are Lemon Dogs going to do from this one? We saw them being overly aggressive when they were feeling confident. Now their opponents have that Baron buff on, so surely a little bit quiet at times incoming here for the Lemon Dogs. Not wanting to throw any potential away that they've got from this one. It is still very close, but that Tristana really going to start to become a problem, as we saw in that last fight.
Oh yeah, she's very, very strong at this point. She hit? Yes, that is level 18 Tristana, so she has the maximum range. And with Go going now being successful with the Slicing Maelstroms, it buys her that time to get her DPS out. I think that another thing that contributed to Lemon Dog's overconfidence there was that the early double up of the Abyssal Scepters that were bought by both solo laners of OMG. OMG kind of, they lost out on that early phase where we see them usually put a lot of aggression. With the 2 Abyssal Scepters, they didn't have enough to win the mid-game team fight where they usually get the first step.
I'm wondering what they're going to put into effect here with that Baron. You know, most teams that will pick it up at that stage will say, okay, now it's time to push some towers down to start those team fights off. But up until now, OMG, they've kind of sat back here and just pushed those waves out. So Lemon Dogs, they're not really losing too much when it comes to that immediate power that Baron gave them.
And Lemon Dogs are actually happy for a stall right now. You know, they're waiting for not only the Baron buff to drop off, but also, again, those flashes that they have to have in order to make the first move. They have to be the ones with the initiates here. They have to be the ones landing those crescendos and bursting down people like Going before they get off their key spells. This tower only has 1 more hit, though.
There we go, finished off. Obviously, OMG did do a little bit of damage to that one earlier on, but that is at least something they've picked up here with that Baron buff. It leaves the inhibitor completely open now for the taking, but you can see they're pretty wary of actually going into the base at this point, not wanting to throw things away. Dragon coming up in just under 2 minutes time as well. But right now it's a bit of a skirmish, a back and forth on the steps of the base.
Yeah. I was also talking about San either going Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, or Infinity Phantom Dancer. He's got both right now. So not only does he have all that damage coming from the backline, but he also has Sustain. So after he rocket jumps away or Buster shots you away, he can lifesteal back up off of your tanks and get back to full life.
So inhibitor focus down to less than half. OMG tread very, very carefully here. Just making a step closer to taking down the first inhibitor of this game. There we go. Sang going to home in onto it. They are going to be able to take that inhibitor. Nukeduck actually taking a lot of damage there and getting stunned up by Going. But OMG taking down the inhib. They're going to be happy and back away.
That's that 703 range that we always talk about late game Tristana being so strong. She can get those stray shots onto an objective like a tower or an inhibitor without even having your front line go in. Very, very safe take right there. And then now it's actually OMG, the ones that are playing the slow, methodical game, ending this one out, taking all of the outer objectives now, trying to add more gold onto this inhibitor lead that they've got.
Well, they're going to poke down the inner turret in this bottom lane right now. Zoro actually dives in, but he's down to less than half HP. There's a crescendo coming in. Mithy gets knocked up. Lovelin was caught there by Chum the Waters, but he only lost half of his health. Going finally taken down. Right now, only 1 man down for OMG. That could change here quickly as Big Pomelo goes low. Lovelin is still low. San going very far forward in this one, but still they stand. Look at his health here, San. He's regenerating up so quickly.
Yeah. The Bloodthirster right there definitely paying off. He's still back to full life, and 4 members means they can go for this one. They take down the turret, and they continue to press in.
Keep going on to this one. San not worried at this point, thanks to that lifesteal that he's going to be able to get back by that next minion wave coming down. He sets about the tower. Lovelin trying to get those coconuts onto Lemon Dogs to see if he can get in. Nukeduck was having a sniff as well, but that Tristana going to outrange him by a mile, and he knows that he just can't get close enough to even think about going in.
It's also scary because he already has Cowl there, San on Tristana, and once that turns into the Banshee's Veil, you won't even be able to catch him off guard and pick him off. If Nukeduck goes for his combo, he can't, either the Chum the Waters or his initial damage burst in are going to be negated. It's a good job by OMG. They're showing up all their weaknesses here. and it looks like they have a very solid hold on this end game.
So Baron buff has now worn off and will be spawning again in 1.5 minutes time. The Dragon is available for the taking as well, which the later we go down this one, the gold that it offers obviously not going to be the biggest thing around, but certainly something that OMG will quite happily deny to the Lemon Dogs. Right now though, it's probably going to be all about regaining control of this Baron area again.
And again, Lemon Dogs have to be extremely careful right now. If they don't get the first step, then they're going to pay for it. We've seen 2 Slicing Maelstroms be successful and 2 very huge, crucial team fights for OMG, grabbing them this huge lead. Now that their base is wide open as well, it's very dangerous then for them to extend up to that Baron pit to try and keep their vision alive.
Crescendo is up for Mythic. He's so far this game done well with getting the initiation from it, but without the flash available to him, it becomes all that much harder. Right now, Nukeduck here waiting in the tri-bush. Lovely and puts a ward straight on top of his head. And just to add insult to injury, we'll clear out the wards from earlier on with that Oracle Elixir that he's got running.
Now dual death caps bought by both solo laners of OMG as well. So the power spike up here for all this dual AP means that they are going to have pretty much all the control that they need in a team fight. And it's going to be OMG making a huge mistake if they actually lose this one.
Well, the ping's going down. Zoro on the front, just narrowly avoiding the charm. Taking some poke back, but he is going to move in and try and get OMG out of position from this one. And interestingly enough, Lemon Dog's able to go through there and grab that Baron area control.
Now, Zach is a very, very chancy initiator because the other team can see that shadow. And if he misses his elastic slingshot, he can get chunked out before the team fight even starts, just like last time.
And there we go. He's already down to less than half. He's going to let bouncers go into the back. Great crescendo from Mitney, but will he be able to survive? No, he won't. Cool now on a rampage as he shuts him down. Flashes in as well. They're going to keep up with the kills. Tabs is going to fall. That's a double kill here for Cool. Dexter's walking away on the backside. Tabs is being chased down by Lovelin right now. This is going to be a close fight. The Q misses. Nukeduck going to take him out. Brilliant stuff from Nukeduck, but now Dexter is being chased as well by San on this bottom side of the river. Is he going to be able to escape? No, he's not going to be able to. Nukeduck even managing another one. Finished off in the end, though, by the plants.
All right, yeah, so Zach is inherently a chancy initiator, very risky, because if you do miss that elastic slingshot and your team is not immediately following up, you get bursted down before the team fight even starts. And now OMG, with those death timers, they're running on Nexus.
They're looking.
Oh, inhibitor respawn.
Oh, wow. That's always a bit of a pain. But OMG, you know, they've got these big death timers coming in. They are going to start taking down those Nexus turrets. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemon Dogs in Group A.
Congratulations to OMG. They look very, very strong.
We have to give credit here to the Lemon Dogs as well. You know, this game was incredibly, incredibly close for the longest of times. This wasn't, you know, level 1 masses of fights. It was a much slower game, to be honest. But OMG showing that they can perform in a fast game or a slow game. It doesn't matter to them. They know how to do this.
I think that is the biggest takeaway from this one. Going up against Lemon Dogs, who are known for the slow late game and the strong late game, they were able to accrue the early tower lead. And even though they started dual Abyssal Scepters, once they got the team fight to go their way, with the Kennen not being bursted down first, they won pretty much everything after that.
It's a real question now. Who can beat OMG? You know, coming into this one, we knew how strong we were. We were a little bit fooled almost, I think, to say that OMG weren't in the quarterfinals. Let's be honest, because they had dominated LPL throughout Season 3. They lost to Royal Club, obviously, in the qualifier finals, and they came into the group stage. But that almost tricked us into thinking that they're maybe not going to be as strong as they are. And we've seen already they've beaten the top teams in the group.
We also have to remember still, this game was so close.
Yeah.
Just a few moves at the very beginning of team fights basically decided that game.
So let's get over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on OMG's brilliant win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And there is quite a bit to talk about. We're all pretty much huddled around each other for this entire match, back and forth, yes or no, you guys disagreeing and agreeing. So let's start it right away. And the only spot to start is picks and bans. So Crepo, hit us with that knowledge.
It was really interesting pick and ban phase. Like immediately we could see Ahri was left open and not first pick. That indicates like two things. They don't care about the Ahri, or like either it's lack of respect or it's preparation. And this time it was preparation. We could really see Ahri open means Fizz. So on the last rotation they would pick Fizz. Then it comes to the point, what are you going to first pick? Elise. But to my knowledge, I'm not 100% sure here. I asked Money, he wasn't 100% either. Do they play a lot of Elise? OMG, we don't know. But it really felt like Lemondogs could have actually first picked Kennen there. Zach was... I didn't see it. Then in the middle of the game I started seeing, but then due to item choices it wasn't as effective. We'll get to that later. So they went out to Elise, picked up the Fizz as a counter to Ahri, and actually we went really well to the point where he lost his blue buff to the jungler. But yeah, I think that the game went into its final fold, or when it did initially, went really well for Lemondogs when they forced the lane swap and OMG had to react.
Right at the start of the game, even though you said they got a little bit lucky because OMG was so tunneled on getting that 2v2 lane.
Yeah, good point.
And Doublelift can talk about the lane matchup, like why they would have wanted that beforehand. But because they got to the lane so late, it put basically Zach at an early survivability against Kennen, which shouldn't really be the case either, and allowed Corki to push to the lane early on for Lemondogs, which is why it seemed like they should have had control of that game, and it created a slow opening.
And that's just why I wanted to illustrate the Chinese bottom lanes. Like, this guy San, he doesn't care about Corki. He doesn't have to play it. He can just play Tristana. It's a comfortable skill matchup for him, and he'll outscale Corki. As you saw this game, his item choice was really interesting to say the least because he didn't have a Lasso Spirit, even with 5-item Tristana. But it doesn't matter because Tristana is just a monster late game, and he managed to, even with the bad start, make it to the mid-late game as Trist.
It wasn't just a lane swap, though, for me. Taking a look at Loveland's early jungle path, I mean, we were talking about how the warding effectively gave them a free blue steal that would have been unknown to the Lemondogs.
Really
and instead he started red, blue, Wraiths, and then tried to gank that mid lane. And it wasn't the same kind of pathing efficiency like we saw against SK Telecom.
Then at the same time, it would have, if he would have changed his path, he would have probably ended up ganking top lane, which due to the lane swap was initially behind. You saw Dexter waiting there for a minute. So actually, Loveland not playing the ideal path went in OMG's favor because Dexter was camping that top lane rush for over like a minute.
He was hoping for a counter gank.
He was hoping for a counter gank, and it didn't came. And actually, that put OMG slightly ahead. Although you have to at the same time admit that Lemondogs were really lucky because they went for a super safe start because their level 1 was inferior. And
right, but Dexter wouldn't have been able to be up there if he hadn't gotten his own blue and then went top either. So if they had taken blue to red,
completely agree.
So I think it just changed everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I feel like that game was so much a Lemondogs style of game and a Lemondogs game to win because the laning phase being slow is exactly what they wanted. But then Mithy kept getting hit by the roots from Zyra in lane. It turned that bottom lane around. There was the very unlucky blue buff that Nukeduck wasn't able to get on Fizz, and those two things combined swung so much momentum back for
that
OMG.
Influenced the Dragon. The first Dragon OMG got so much because, I mean, you can always go into hypotheticals, but an Ahri with blue buff pushing down a Fizz means Fizz will farm almost the same on their tower because Nukeduck is such a mechanically strong player, but he will always be the second one to farm.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors that changed that game was the top laners. Zach's poor item choice with Sork Shoes just let him get CC'd as the game went on, but Kennen also played really, I would say, shaky. He got caught a lot. Going was like always in front, getting caught, had to flash out. And at one point he hourglassed and then he ultied after his hourglass was done, hitting nobody. So he had a really rocky start to the game, but you can fix that problem as the game goes on. You can play better, but you can never go back on a bad item choice. And I feel like if Zach went Mercs, yeah, you can sell it, but you
should have sold
you
it.
lose a lot of money.
After 2 fights with those Sword Shoes, he should have sold it.
Yeah, he was doing nothing.
Especially because, we saw those Sork Shoes come in, and to put this in context, it's because of those tenacity nerfs on Zach's ultimate. So it looked like Zora wasn't comfortable on playing on the new Zach, perhaps, that he hadn't really gotten in there and tested it. I think
do you think he was tested it because he was up against something that caught your eye as well as the double early Abyssal Scepter build coming out from OMG? So he's kind of thinking he needs to be able to impact for his team as well?
Well, it did give them a lot of that magic resistance. We were all talking about this as well against, the Corki missiles, and we had the Elise as well. So a lot of AP damage coming out of the team. However, I think it was okay on the Kennen because the Kennen's going to get hit by all of that stuff. I still think that even though Fizz is very strong and you may want to itemize MR, I still really like the DFG first because Cool is a playmaker. He's the core of OMG, and I think he should have more confidence in himself, really, to be able to skirt the outside of that AoE.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I just wanted to point out, like, Lemondog's team comp works only when Zach is really disruptive, and
He
it's
needs to
just
land that ulti.
yeah, he needs
few
to get
times, right.
in there, right? Like they have Fizz, they have Elise, they have these champions that need to get in with the disruption of Zach, and he was just stopped in his tracks every team fight.
If he lands a perfect light bounce though, then Magic Pen boots are better. But then he needs to land spot on 3 people and then avoid getting stunned. Although we have to like look if we saw Lemondogs actually came back. Like so they won early.
It was such a crazy
They got
game.
behind. Then Nukedog started like the Nukedog show pretty much.
Yep.
Up until the point where he dived mid past the tower. And I think that was because he did not see Tristana building Spectre's Cowl. Because otherwise he would have probably blown up Tristana. His team would have dove in with him, not cared about fighting on a tower. But I think that Spectre's Cowl right there, combined with Nukedog's slight bit of arrogance, which actually gives him so many kills on the other hand, definitely turned that game around.
Well, there's also, after that, I feel like Going's just split-second aggression before the rest of the team could come in as well.
he zoned them out. He pushed
zoning
them
him
out
out with
really
his
well.
ult, and Cool was there with the follow-up charm also. So I think it was a good reaction as well from OMG.
Yeah, I think really surprisingly, the item choices from OMG had a fairly large impact on the victory for the game, because I know we actually had a pretty lengthy discussion about the double Abyssal Scepter and which one
I still
was
don't
better.
like it. I don't
Pretty
still-
lengthy.
Do you like it?
See, I like the double Abyssal Scepter from them.
I like Double Abyssal. I just prefer DFG before Abyssal.
Well, here's why I like the double Abyssal Scepter here, and I think it's one of the reasons that Nukeduck tunneled so hard on Tristana in the end, because as soon as they rush the Abyssal on the mid lane Ahri, it's because he respects Nukeduck, right? And so many, not many people give him, you can counter this in a second, but like, when he has...
That phase.
Yeah, when he has the ability to go in and assassinate really only one person cleanly, he tunneled on him over and over again in these team fights, and eventually tunneled on Tristana, which was honestly obviously a mistake going in. And I think that's the mistake that cost him the game.
I just feel even regardless, if they wouldn't have the Abyssal, he would still opt to go for Tristana. Because Fizz just makes AD carries disappear, and his team could deal with Ahri a little better compared to how he could deal with Tristana, I imagine.
All right. Double the final thoughts there. Look like you had something to say.
I hate the double Abyssal Scepter because I like to min-max, and I think if Ahri wanted MR to respect Nukeduck, he should have won Athenes. The 20% CDR actually makes up for the lack of M-Pen that you get.
It's obviously not just to respect Nukeduck. It's because it works for everything in their game. Like, there is more magic damage in that Lemondog's composition than we see out of almost any team composition in this entire World Championships, because Corki, when you look at your damage dealt after the game, he's pretty much half, maybe more magic damage, especially when a Kennon's in team fights kind of zoning him back. Elise's all magic damage as well. Like, everything is about that Negatron cloak he gets to build into an item. That's the only reason I like it.
All right, guys.
Still a good game, though.
Oh my,
very good.
I always thought Lemondogs
This was a
gonna
world-class
win that
game, in
one.
my
Yeah,
opinion.
very close.
Well, they're doing it in the right place on the right stage. And with that, let's check out the Group A standings hot off the rift. OMG on top at 3-0. SKT T1 at 1-1 with TSM right behind them at 1-1 as well. Lemondogs 1-2 with Gaming Gear looking to pick up their win. 0-2 right now. All right, and guys, it's that time of the show where you guess who is going to win the next game, and the viewers as well. But they've been guessing better. And last time, Crepo, Jat, Crepo, you said you were trying to catch up here. You're supposed to guess the winning team.
I would have imagined by the winning team, or the team that was in my head going to win to build the proper boots, but nah,
Ooh.
that's hard. That's too hard. They played so well. I can't even diss them.
Their team fighting was extremely solid that game.
Yeah, that
was.
I
that
like
game was
it.
just so good.
I
We're
mean,
already
for
still
the
talking
people,
about it.
for the people that didn't know that, like we were all standing here like shouting at this little amount.
All right, so our next match features Korea's SKT1 looking to bounce back from their loss against OMG as they take on the wild card Gaming Gear. So, Crepo, we're going to start this one off with you.
Well, whatever team I choose ends up losing. So to spite Monte Cristo, I'm going to go with SKTT1.
Oh, trying to put the bad juju on SKT.
Yep, SKTT1 all the way for me. Not much to say here. Korean team versus the wildcard team. I got to go with them.
Okay, Monty?
SK Telecom, T1, of course. I'm a little bit nervous about Crepo's sabotage, though.
Change your vote, dude. Change your vote.
It actually makes me wish that the KT Bullets were here, because we know they're immune to curse. So,
Yeah, I don't think we need to go too in-depth on this SK Telecom for the reasons why they're the far favorites in this game. Gaming Gear, as well, has struggled heavily in the first day. I still feel like SK Telecom is the strongest Korean team in the World Championship, so I think it's a fairly clear choice to think SK Telecom is going to come out on top.
All right, we'll see what it is. Crepo changing his pick up this one. Doesn't want to lose anymore. It's not really the category that he wants to be in. So with this game coming in, how do you guys feel that's going to fare for them? What do you think is really going to be on the plate with the picks that we've seen coming out from SKT?
I feel like SKT, they might. I don't think they're going to pull out anything new for this game, just because they don't have to do anything new. They can just do what they've always done: standard picks, standard whatever, and just beat Gaming Gear fair and square.
I'm actually interested to see if Gaming Gear is just going all out and just tunnel on this like early 3v1 dive, because I think that's their only shot, disrupting SKT1 early.
It's kind of unfortunate though, because when I watched them at the International Wildcard Tournament, they were the team that was very passive in lanes and then was able to win team fights. That is a hard strategy to pull off right now, and I don't think they can just switch into a 3v1 hyper-aggressive style. That's not the way they play.
SK Telecom's a playmaking team, and if you're going to beat them, you have to outplay them in the laning phase. So
if you're playing up against a team with incredible solo laners, how do you defend that? Are you forced to press yourself into the 2v1? How does that work for a bottom lane when you know solo lanes are going to be a factor for your team to stop?
I would definitely say Gaming Gear's best shot is to do something unorthodox, whether it's like different lanes, different picks, things that SKT1 wouldn't understand just playing in Korea, practicing in Korea. Maybe like some sort of not cheesy bot lane, but like strange double bruiser bot lane, or just something nobody's ever seen before.
So
yeah, Jarvan Leona.
Even though the game didn't matter in the International Wildcard Tournament because it was the end of their group stage and they're already moving in, they did win a game with a Tryndamere top lane and a Quinn AD carry, and they just tried to split push the whole map. Yeah. Sure, I mean, we are all very in agreement that SK Telecom is the favorites here, but we're just talking what could they do.
I don't think they have to make the level 1 play. They have to really win level 1. If they're not ahead in the first 7 minutes, I don't see them coming back.
Yeah, you know the mentality when you have nothing to lose and everyone expects you, or expects the other team to win, is, you know, when you have nothing to lose, you just do everything. You just do the craziest stuff, and that's what I want to see, actually, when you're the underdog, or when any team is the underdog in a match.
Like sending Nunu mid and counter jungle CLGU?
Exactly,
Maybe with Promote?
Promote? That's not even in the game anymore, dude. Gaming Gear's bringing it back. Banner of Command.
I'm waiting for the Banner of Command.
It's broken, dude. I've been saying forever, Banner of Command is OP. Whoever's watching this broadcast, if you're in Worlds, buy Banner of Command.
Is it kind of like Promote and Janna type of thing in a different lane?
It doesn't matter, dude. Just buy it on your mid. It doesn't matter who gets it.
All right. Well, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if Gaming Gear can make these guys regret their picks when they take on Faker and SKT1. Plus, OMG's mid laner Cool will join us to talk about their perfect start to Worlds. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 Championship will be right back. Stick around.
As you can see, our awesome crowd, and they're giving out some swag right now. Well, it's always fun to throw something in the crowd. So happy.
welcome back to group stages, ladies and gentlemen, of the Season 3 World Championships, coming to you live from Los Angeles. SK Telecom will be facing off against Gaming Gear shortly, of course, and that's going to be the next match. But first off, I'd like to welcome OMG's mid laner, Cool, to the interview lounge. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here, and it's you've been great to watch you guys playing. To start with, I want to talk about the matchup you just had, Ahri versus Fizz, up against Nukeduck. How do you feel it went? Because it seemed to start really going in the favor of Nukeduck, but you pulled it back so well.
就是他想问一下，今天的比赛里，你是用阿狸对的小鱼人，然后你觉得他们两个对线的情况是怎么样的？因为在一开始的时候，我们是很明显是落后的。
那个小鱼人对阿里的就感觉就是首先阿里是一个长手英雄嘛，然后菲兹就短手，然后英雄上面我觉得阿里要小占优势吧，然后我是利用就是那个阿里一点一点就是这样慢慢的就积累上来的优势吧，就也不是突然就有的，就
Because of the pick of the champion, he thinks that Fizz is like a melee assassin, but Ali is a long-range like a champion, so he has a little advantage in the lane phase. And by building up this little advantage, by accumulating them, he's gaining a lot of advantages. So that's why he thinks it's good.
Now the game started unusually slow for OMG. Obviously, the lane switch almost backfired, and San fell so far behind Tabs at the start. Was the team under pressure from the very beginning from Lemondogs?
就是你们一开始是换线了，然后换线了之后呢，好像情况也不是特别好。然后你是怎么看待刚开始的时候游戏的情况的？
因为我是中单，所以首先换线就是我们队一般都是上下去交流，然后我中单的话呢也没有顾到上下路的一个情况，然后我打完了才知道就是可能前面没有想象中那么好吧，大概就是这样。
Because he's focusing on his own lane, he doesn't really pay much attention to other two lanes, so he didn't really think they are falling much behind of other to Lemondogs, but he thinks they played very well in the mid phase or the late phase, so it's pretty good.
Okay, yesterday you guys faced off against SKT T1. Obviously it was a big matchup against Faker in the mid lane, worldwide known. How do you feel you stood up against Faker and against the rest of the mid laners in the world, I guess, that are in this competition?
因为你已经打了好几场比赛了，你也跟其他的很多中单打过比赛，然后你觉得跟包括在 Faker 在内的其他一些中单，你觉得跟他们对线啊各种感受是怎样的？
我就最近打了3场比赛，我觉得不管是哪一个队的，就是那个中单的话，我真的觉得都很厉害，没有就是看那个英雄的克制吧，然后我觉得。每个队伍的中单在训练赛比赛都有用过，所以我觉得都很厉害。
Because he has played 3 matches with 3 different teams. He thinks all of their mid laners are pretty good. They're very good players, and he learned a lot from each of them. And
但我觉得 Faker 还是比较更厉害一点。Faker.
Yeah, but he thinks Faker is kind of the best of them.
Yeah, I think the rest of the world also agrees with you. Thank you very much, Cool, for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament. So, while all of us here in Los Angeles had a great time bringing you the World Championship Games, Monty, Crepo, and Doublelift, well, they've also learned a few things along the way.
Well, Riot asked me to come out and be on the analyst desk.
Riot graciously invited me to become an analyst at the analyst desk.
I really love doing anything from analysis and eventually, hopefully, one day color casting.
I'm happy to be here and breaking down some of the games, having a little fun after the matches.
At first, I was super stiff and kind of nervous to be on camera. Never done anything like this before, you know?
Our personalities really mixed. We have a little bit of everything.
Crepo tends to be more reserved, Doublelift tends to be more outspoken, and so I think they balance each other in that way pretty well.
Doublelift and Monty are getting really good into the hate-love relationship, being coach-player. NA Korea, hype train fanboy.
Monty has to tone down his enormous ego when he's on camera. Like, it's big. Like, you don't understand. This is like 5 CLG members combined. Like, triple that, that's Monty's ego.
I wish that Doublelift knew as much about League of Legends when he plays the game as he does on this broadcast. One of the things that I was very excited about is as a caster, I have to be a lot more neutral. But here, I can really unleash.
Yeah, when I said something insulting to Korean player Dandy, Monty burned me and said...
So, Peter, you didn't make it to Worlds, so you're practicing your stand-up career now?
Oh. And I was like, ooh, like I just... It hurt, it stung a little bit.
It's pretty interesting being at the other side of the mic right now, or at the other side of the camera. As a player, you used to be like pampered. You're luxury. You walk in, you set up, people help you, they bring you something to drink. But now you walk in, you're part of production. You get there early, you leave there late. You have these meetings. If you screw up, people will shout in your ear.
Oh yeah, at the first I was like, wow, there's like GLaDOS in my ear. She's like telling me all this crazy stuff, like you know, you're up or T minus whatever until you start speaking. And so I'm just sitting there, I'm basically just listening to instructions and getting ready to speak. It's pretty different, and I didn't know it was so complicated how much goes on behind the scenes.
The best thing about doing analysis work or anything at the desk is that I don't even have to think too much. People ask like, do you clear your mind right during you start? I'm like, no, I just sit at the desk and I just talk.
I try to avoid the word trash because it's kind of like an immature thing to just constantly throw out there. Like, it's a trademark, but I don't want to be like, that's trash, that's trash, that's trash, because people will just think I'm a dumb little kid, which I kind of am. But at the same time, I don't want to propagate that kind of message.
You know, a lot of people know Doublelift for his one-liners, but his knowledge of lane matchups in bot lane and his ability to express them is something I think everybody's appreciating now.
I think an analyst's job is to not only bring entertainment, but like teach the viewers something or talk about something that makes the viewers think.
I enjoy it a lot. It doesn't feel like work to me at all, so I'd love to explore this option more in the future.
Oh my god, yeah. As soon as I'm done being a pro gamer, I want to be a shoutcaster or like do this desk thing, being an analyst or whatever it is, a host.
Of course it feels good. It's great to get support from the fans. And I'm glad that everybody's enjoying it as much as we are.
I kind of miss being over on the analyst desk. It's definitely fun with all the little jokes going back and forth. Everybody's friends, though. I do want to respond a little bit to the analysis that they did, though, because they were split on my criticisms of the Abyssal Scepters. I just want to say, I think that rushing as the first item in both your solo lanes could be a little bit inefficient if Kennen had Hourglass, or if Ahri had the other source of magic resist, like Athene's. And anyway.
There we go. A little bit more analysis coming through on this side as well. So it's time for our second match of the day, guys. It's Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus the international wildcard champions, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU.
Seems like all the pressure is on SKT1 to perform well in this match. They came into the tournament as favorites to win this group, but OMG pressured everywhere, and he pressured everywhere that Faker wasn't, I guess, because Faker held on to his tower, and that's how OMG came up with their win. SKT is really all about Faker so far at Worlds. He's been great. He's been involved in 25 of SKT's 26 kills. Stone cold.
Yeah, stone cold and a lot of fans, and no surprise, he's incredible to watch. And today, that incredibly tough task of shutting down Faker falls to Gaming Gear's Mazarine and Alanir.
Yeah, if we do look back to Gamescom, the synergy between Mazarine and Alanir was really the reason they were able to get past the wildcard favorites, which was Pain, and get to the spot that they're in now. So if they want to get past SKT, they're going to need to rely heavily on that combo again. I think Alanir ganking side lanes and Mazarine roaming, coming up with some game-changing mid-game plays is really the secret here for Gaming Gear.
Well, everyone says that they want to go up against Faker and prove themselves, and now they've got the chance here, the guys from Gaming Gear. So let's have a look at the starting lineup, starting with SK Telecom T1. On the blue side, they are Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane, Piglet AD carry, and Pumandu the support.
And on the red side, it's Gaming Gear EU. NBS is up top, Alanir is in the jungle, Mazarine is mid, Deadly Brother on AD, and Inspiro on support.
I just want to remind people here who have maybe overlooked Gaming Gear and not really seen where they've come from, because to get into that international wildcard finals at Gamescom just, well, less than a month ago, I guess, by now, they actually played through the CIS and Baltics qualifier that had hundreds of teams in. I think a 256 team bracket that they actually got through to get to Moscow in the first place, win there, and then get to Gamescom. So, these guys, despite having, let's be honest, a rough start in Group A so far, they can pull off upsets if you don't watch out.
Yeah, they've fought a long ways to get here.
So let's get into Champions Select and see what's going to go down on this one. Coming quickly here as we see SKT banning out Orianna, Thresh, and Renekton, 3 champions that Gaming Gear really have been relying on.
Yeah, the one thing they did let through is the Sona, which Gaming Gear put a very high priority on. They did take away, in exchange for letting them have the Sona, they've taken away that Renekton for the top lane from NBS, though. Now...
There's a lot of cheering from the crowd here as we switch through the likes of Alistar, Tryndamere, Brand. Let's not forget, Gaming Gear have played Tryndamere in the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, but here they've played pretty much the same things. It's been Jarvan, Renekton, and Thresh as their core 3, and then a Trinity Force AD and an Assassin mid for Mazarin so far. So Gaming Gear already changing it up. Because the Renekton was banned out, they pulled in the Aatrox. I finally get to cast an Aatrox game, but I think it will be a top lane Aatrox, which is a little bit less exciting because I love jungle.
We saw a little smile from Faker there as he trolled the crowd with that brand hanging in there, but that was switched out in the end to the Ezreal. Mordekaiser, that's not going to happen. We should talk about SKT. Zyra, Shen, Ezreal picked up for them.
Okay, so they have the disengage there from Zyra. Very, very popular support nowadays. Sona still being left up for Gaming Gear. I think they'll lock that in as their last support. But with the Shen as well, they do have that global pressure that's going to come from the top lane.
So, other side, Gragas, a big pick for Mazarin, and probably his second champion to really go to after Orianna, which of course was banned out here by SKT1, and that Sona, as you said, probably 100% likelihood of that getting locked in here at this stage. Pretty familiar lineup for Gaming Gear.
Yeah, let's talk about this Gragas on Mazarin, because this is actually a very big pick for them. Orianna's been banned out the whole time. He had a lot of game-changing plays on Orianna, but Gragas was his second favorite champion at Gamescom. He got a Baron steal that basically won them the game. He's got picks in the late game. He's very, very accurate with that usually risky ultimate from Gragas. If you miss the Gragas ultimate, we've already seen teams, some of the Korean teams, like Ozone, if you miss that combo, then Gragas is a very, very weak mid laner. But Mazarin usually on point with those, and that's where a lot of Gaming Gear's success comes from.
Right now, SKT T1 got to be picking up the Fizz here for Faker in the mid, and a Vi. Teemo, I'm not going there.
I'm excited for a Faker Fizz, because Fizz is a flashy champion. You can pull off some very spectacular moves, and Faker is definitely the man that you want to put that champion in front of.
So cycling through the likes of Victor in there as well.
This guy, the crowd is even more excited than me for these interesting picks.
In the end, though, this Zac probably a likely choice for NBS. I'm quite surprised that Jarvan has not even been touched here, because Gaming Gear, they've played 2 games, both of them with Jarvan in the jungle. SK Telecom have also had Jarvan in their game against OMG.
That's why I was expecting a top lane Aatrox here, because I was assuming that they would just lock in that Jarvan, but you're right, Gaming Gear making a lot more changes than we initially thought. And Corki is definitely an upgrade for them as far as Trinity Force ADs go. Shucks.
And there is the Jarvan, just as we thought from that one. So that will round out Gaming Gear's team, and I think a very strong team overall here, and very comfortable picks for them generally across the board.
So again, they have that same mid-game AoE damage that comes from the bottom lane. Corki, with all the missiles and Sona's Flash Crescendo ability, gives them a nice control over the mid line, where the game-changing plays, really, like we said, are going to come from that Mazarin, the long-range Gragas ultimates. They're going to hope to split up this SKT team. Meanwhile, SKT on the other side, they're looking for the Vi Fizz combo. That means somebody's dead right there.
Yeah, and, well, for Gaming Gear, they've got to try and avoid that one, but usually when you see Vi coming, it's kind of too late. You need to predict where Vi's coming. That's the real key point to that one. So it's two very strong teams here on very different stages of their whole tournament, I'd say. Obviously, SKT T1 not having the best start to things. They're losing out there to OMG. On the other side for Gaming Gear, they're rock bottom right now. And hopefully this day off that they had yesterday, they've really managed to group and talk about things and get over what I think were a lot of nerves as well for them.
They don't seem too down, though. It seems like they're in good spirits right now. And the other thing that goes in with that, but it's going to be devastating when they get to the back line.
Well, then, let's have a look then at you guys and what you've been thinking about this one. Something tells me it's not going to be too close. LoLesports.com says 93% of you believe in SKT to win this one. All the analysts said SKT as well. I guess I'm going to have to go with Gaming Gear just to be the possibly one person in the world, along with the other 7 that are right.
All right, guys, write that one down. Joe is for Gaming Gear here. Let's keep track of his scores.
That doesn't count onto the caster's total. I will just throw that out there right now. So let's get into game then. It is SK Telecom T1 versus Gaming Gear. An incredible matchup. We're hoping SKT, they could be angry coming into today's play after that ropey game against OMG, though.
And Gaming Gear, they have had very, sporadic spots of brilliance. In the mid-game, they've had some team fights where they win when they're already down by like 10k gold, yet they still come out ahead in one of those later game team fights. So they do have the ability to even win after they're already behind. So if they can get off to a good start, then maybe you and that 7% of the fans could show everybody that they've put all their eggs in this SKT basket erroneously.
I got you 7%. We're good for this one. Right now, Gaming Gear are down on the bottom side of SKT's jungle. SKT were up in the top side of Gaming Gear's jungle. See that those wards closely identical on both sides of the map. One difference, however, is that Gaming Gear already had a ward there by Red and spotted them moving around.
So they will have knowledge, but you're right. Those are the sort of classic dual red side invades. I mean, SKT1 are the ones that have the lane ward, so they'll see Aatrox going up top. And Aatrox as the top laner, the reason that Wicked really likes him so much, because you can make use of that passive very early, go for a turret dive and a flashy kill early, and then once you have your ultimate, popping that with the extra attack speed you get from charging up Bloodwell means he's a beast at taking down turrets if ever left alone.
So there's a red buff taken from Alanir, and a very quick one at that, using his smite here to get that one away, actually leaving up part of the camp as well. So Bengi's going to come around and have to reset that one a little bit later on.
And because of that Tribush ward, they saw the exit of Alanir out of the jungle, so Bengi's not wasting much time here. He's not going to even go check his red, knows that it was stolen away, and he will answer here with the Gaming Gear red.
So look at that statistic there for Mazarine. 100% win rate with Gragas from that wildcard tournament. We'll see if that can continue today. Certainly, I think a different caliber of opponents that he's going up against. It's Faker in the middle, after all.
Faker's definitely a different caliber. Maybe be in his own league even. I don't know how many people can stack up against him. He will be going up against Reginald later in the day, so he has not faced all of the international mids.
We'll see about that one. I'm sure Reggie's really excited about that one as well.
He actually is really excited. He's not super confident, but he's very excited.
Excited, at least. So we saw there a bit of counter jungling going on. And I say a bit, I mean really a lot, actually.
Yeah.
We've got the entire time Bengi on the top side of the Gaming Gear jungle. Alanir's down on the bottom side, and he's actually moving down now to that bottom side of this bottom lane. So we'll see if he can actually get in here. They've spotted him, though, from that Tribush ward.
Ooh, good flash there from MBS. Gets out of the Vault Breaker range from Bengi. And there was no, late flash there from Bengi. You can actually Vault Breaker flash and still land it, but you have to instantly react. It's very, very difficult to do. Now Aatrox with no flash will have to worry. He does not have wards up top either. And with Alanir not backing yet, he's not going to be able to supply wards for Aatrox.
So this mid lane then, Mazarine on Gragas versus Faker on Fizz, and Mazarine got a slight CS lead, got actually a level lead there. We saw him hitting level 4 that little bit earlier than what Faker's done, and Mazarine generally being good with this one, but Alanir right now is down in this bottom lane, hammering away on towards Piglet. They switch around. Deadly Brother going very, very low from this one. Piglet forced to flash away. Deadly Brother has managed to walk, but now they turn around. They're going in on towards Alanir. Are they going to be able to get across?
Flash.
Here is Bengi moving across. They've got a ward for Vision on towards Alanir. Right now, it looks like they might be able to get back to the turret. There's the grasping roots on Inspiro, and he does get back to safety.
That exchange right there just reminded me that Piglet actually, he's running Ignite with the Ezreal. So he's definitely looking to Arcane Shift forward into the fights for cleanup, as opposed to backward. But Deadly Brother was the one, the ADK right there, overextending a little bit. Almost cost him his life. But nobody goes down. SKT1 are able to shove the wave into a turret, which is going to allow some CS to be lost right there for Gaming Gear.
So Bengi on his way, and he's like, look at that. Camp all up. Bad times. So, they will clear that one out. This top lane, despite that early pressure from Bengi, MBS, no flash, but Aatrox generally going to be that little bit safer with the ability to jump away, get his slows down, and have that passive for use if needs be.
Yeah, Bengi having to clear out those small lizards from the lizard camp means that he knows Alanir doesn't have the timer on his red. So I don't think that there will be a repeat invade from Alanir on the second respawn of that red. But Bengi's going to be aware of that, so they can actually take advantage of around the 7-minute mark. We've seen a lot of these Korean teams go for secondary invades on the buff spawns.
So Alanir just had a bit of a visit towards mid. Faker actually recalling from there, and he's going to come back into lane with double Doran's rings. Got himself some wards as well, so should be able to set things up for Bengi to actually get in there and have an impact.
Yeah, and like you said, we're coming up on that 7-minute mark. So with Faker timing his recall already at 6 minutes, he's going to be ready with that power spike of the dual Doran's rings, but he's also bought Pink Ward and Green Ward. Coming to clear out so much vision from that mid lane. You can see even Bengi as well as Ezreal doing their part, buying these Pink Wards. They are going to spam vision in this bottom side, which is very dangerous for Gaming Gear.
We saw a man do there, and Piglet taking a bit of a blast from Inspiro. Right now, Bengi is waiting inside of the tri-bush. They're going to spot him. They've spotted him there coming around. Right, and then they just back away. He uses his pink ward there so they can clear out that vision in that bottom lane. It's going to leave Gaming Gear now a little bit more conscious as to where they are positioned in that lane.
Interesting. So Bengi going bottom with the gank. He's able to tell that Gaming Gear have a ward in that side bush because they started moving back only when Bengi got into vision of that river ward. He drops his pink up there to clear that one, and it allows Piglet to use his pink ward to clear side bush. So now Piglet and Pumandu have side bush control as well, which is very important for Zyra with the skill shot CC.
Well, the funny thing is he put his pink ward down on that top side bush, but there's a pink on the bottom side as well. They're kind of missing each other on that one. There's Bengi's statistics right now for Vi. 100% win rate. Certainly the kind of win rate that you don't mess around with. Esmandu putting down more damage. He's around about half HP himself, so they need to be careful not to go too far.
Up top, they've timed the flash here from MBS. It's about to run out. So Bengi's making moves up there, but they've already been able to fill in a ward, easily bypassed by Vi with the dash that she has. And NBS, he's got another 20 seconds left on his flash. He won't have it for the gank.
There is the taunt coming in. Where's MBS going? He's actually headed around the other side. Will pop his ultimate here. Jumps over towards that tri-bush. Already taking a good chunk of damage. Going through that turret. Is Faker going to come up to this one? You can see that Mazarine started to work his way down. And MBS, where's he going to go from here?
He could have gotten out if they had a mid ward for vision. But since Faker went to farm the Wraith camp, he thought Faker was coming to cut him off. And he burns his flash again. Yeah, he wanted to burn his flash to try and not give up first blood and suicide the turrets right there, but he ends up doing both.
Mazarine there going to throw down the barrel, but Shen going to come into this one. Lands a taunt. Mazarine is a dead man. Faker picks that one up. Meanwhile, Inspiro goes down in the bottom lane. Mandu is low. Piglet's going to chase in here on towards Deadly Brother, who will have to Valkyrie back away towards that turret. And, well, when it rains, it pours here. As Alanir now being troubled underneath the turret of his own. Faker tanking that one up. That'll switch off. It's going to go down. Alanir picks one up there, but that's kills everywhere for SKT.
That was devastating for Gaming Gear all over the map. Aatrox dead, First Blood. Aatrox passive down as well. Bengi's not done.
That's Deadly Brother, and he's going to go down for this one. Did manage to pick up Mandu in the process of that one, but still, it's another one spread across the board. Look at the kills here. 2 for Bengi, 2 for Faker, and a single one there on Piglet as well.
They have been able to trade there. Faker, because he used the damage coming down portion of his playful trickster, the trickster part, he got tower aggro and died. As well right there, Deadly Brother was able to answer, but even more important than the kills is all the CS that they pushed up and all the CS that Deadly Brother is going to lose by being dead.
So MBS, no passive at this point in the game. No flash either that was used as he tried to escape a little bit earlier on, which leaves him very, very vulnerable in this top lane. We already saw Impact there giving him a good bit of damage back after the taunt comes in. So things start to slow down somewhat. Let's have a look down the items between the AD carries. Almost a mirror image between the two, headed both up towards that Trinity Force.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Both of these are the Trinity Force AD carries. I guess Kog'Maw's in there as well if you're Genja or if you're Imp. Yeah, if you're Imp looking at Genja. Double Lift is not sold on those yet still, though.
So, across the map, we see already boots some ability in there for Bengi. That's going to make him a little bit more dangerous as he runs quicker around the map. Picking up an Oracle here 10 minutes into the game.
Wow, that's a very, very ballsy pickup. A little bit less so with the changes to Oracles because it does persist through death now. I guess that just shows confidence that they want to be able to clear out and continue to have pressure on each lane.
Oh, Deadly Brother trying to put down Piglet here as we are going to see Stranglethorns coming in. There's a crescendo, but here comes Bengi from the side. They've not seen him. This could cost them. Deadly Brother surely going to be finished off. Bengi picks up another one. This will be a 2-for-1 in the end.
Right.
Pumandu did go down, but a 2-for-1 and 2 more kills for Bengi.
Okay, what it was Bengi was the one getting all the last hits. I forgot he was the one getting all the last hits. So the way that you exert your pressure as a jungler, if you're the one who gets all the last hits from your ganks, is that you get the mobility plus vision control of the Oracle's mobility boots combination, and that allows the first kills that your team gets to effectively pressure all lanes because your opponents don't know where the jungler is, so every single lane has to play careful or they go down just like that.
That's going to allow a Dragon pickup here for SKT. We also saw the move from Impact there, going between the inner and outer turrets in that top lane and stealing away that entire wave of minions. Faker actually did start to come down, by the way, to that bottom lane to see if he could get involved in a few more kills. In the end, though, it's Bengi who's soaking the wall up. Oh, yeah. MBS and Impact here and have a bit of a fight with each other. Actually, Alanir is coming around the side as well. Impact pretty tanky already with that Sunfire Cape in there. He's not actually seen Alanir coming down, so this could be deadly as Jarvan does come around there. Impact down to below half HP. He's going to try and stand United away, and he is going to get away. Wow, brilliant from Impact. Straight to base. Nice recall.
He's got a good shield down there, ready to buy. It is going to give them the tower pushing power that we talked about for Aatrox, and that combined with Jarvan will be enough for Gaming Gear to claim the first turret of the game.
First turret of the game for Gaming Gear there. Exactly, or not quite exactly 3,000 gold behind, but certainly close enough from that one. Bengi here going to get things kicked off on the blue buff. We'll see Faker come around and collect that one for himself. On the other side, Gaming Gear's blue buff is available for the taking as well for Mazari.
Yeah, Bengi actually doing a very good job of showing why it's a good thing to let your junglers have the kills, because they can visit all of the lanes and pressure the entire map because of the early roaming advantage that they have. And I also like that he's building into that spirit of the ancient golem on Vi, because it will give him some HP to make him a bit more tanky and tenacity for him to allow him to get out. But cooldown reduction is really the best way to scale a jungle Vi as they contest for this blue here. There's enough pinks on Gaming Gear, though, that they are able to chase off SKT. Anyway, cooldown reduction is amazing for Vi because proccing her denting blows is the way you get so much damage.
Oh. Not great from Piglet, the aim on that one, but that turret going down very, very low there and will be finished off here along with that one as well. Piglet just trying to run as much of those minions down low as he can to prevent Deadly Brother getting the farm. Blue buff actually is still up there, so in the end they decided not to fully challenge for that one unless they left the camp up somewhat. No, it is still there, so SKT going to come around. Gaming Gear looking like they're not quite so happy with giving it away though.
Sona's definitely committing to this one. She's cutting off Bengi.
They're all coming around from this one. Bengi down to half. There's a strangle. Crescendo moved away from Mazarin's barrel. Will push Bengi away from danger. Mandu will die. And now Piglet is the one that's going to be in trouble. He's looking to get over the wall. Arcane Shift will do that. Inspiro goes down. Piglet actually sniping him off there with a Q. And I don't think they're done from this one. Bengi has come back into the fight. Deadly Brother going to get initiated onto. And that is another kill coming in. Actually did manage to finish off by. And now Faker is very, very low. It's still going though. He dives back in. Mazarin takes him down. Piglet flash away from Mazarin. Can he finish off Jarvan? Where's the slide? Oh, it doesn't matter. He'll finish it off there anyway. And wow, a turnaround, a 3 for 2 there in the end. Actually, it was a 4 for 2 really because Mandu died right at the very start.
This is a great foothold here for Gaming Gear. All started from Inspiro going around behind them. Even though he missed the crescendo and Mazarin's ultimate knocked away Vi, because of the positioning of Faker, not rotating down, they had the early champion advantage here. We do get the... Okay, let's go back to the game because Alanir almost died. But yeah, they had the early champion advantage with one extra champion there. So even though the ultimate's not the hugest effect for Gaming Gear, they were able to focus their damage, take down Zyra very early, and come out ahead in that.
The fact that they're keeping up here in kills shows that Gaming Gear not ready to roll over and give up on this one by any stretch of the imagination. We've got the Dragon coming back up here in 1 minute and 40 seconds time as well. A distinct lack of wards, pink wards in particular, down there on that side, which sure will change here in a few as we see that both Alanir and Deadly Brother do have those pinks, and Inspiro as well, as you maybe expect at this stage from the support. So they're certainly going to be able to get those pinks in position. Whether they're willing to fight there or not is a different matter.
It looks like they're definitely not going to give up this vision battle, and it shows because that's how, you know, they got that one little advantage in the last blue buff fight. The thing that's really scary here, though, is that SKT have hit the Lich Bane and Trinity Force spike at the exact same time here. So the Fizzin and the Ezreal are extremely scary right now. And they also have Shen stand united. So whatever move SKT want to make on the map, it's going to be Gaming Gear having to play a little bit defensively and trying to answer this SKT aggression.
Well, that Dragon now less than a minute away. MBS, is he going to come down for this one? You can certainly expect that a 5-man presence is what Gaming Gear are going to be planning for in this one. There's a couple of wards there put down in middle just to keep vision up for SKT. They're actually going to lose their tower here in this mid lane. That's going to put Gaming Gear back in the lead when it comes to towers, and they're not done. They're still pushing.
They're getting very deep here. If SKT collapse, they have the advantage in this team fight. Deadly Brother still has 12,000 gold sitting on him. His Trinity Force has not been completed.
Oh, they've held up Inspiro there. And the grasping roots. Bengi moving forward. Shen can get involved as we see Ezreal come around this bottom side again. Gaming Gear actually headed down towards the Dragon position now, so they're going to set things up. Double pink ward, not ideal, but they're going to have that vision nonetheless. They start it off.
They're burning it down very quickly here. SKT have my ulti. There we go.
Bengi going to go in. They've gone for Deadly Brother. There's a crescendo coming back. Strangle Thorns knocked 2 of them up. Inspiro, Alanir, they're both dead in this one. There comes the barrel from Gragas very late in the fight, but look at Faker. He's gone low. Bengi picks up the Dragon right in the middle of everything. This fight a little bit split. Double kill coming down in the end from Impact. Mazarin, the only one to walk away from it, with the Dragon going on to SKT. That's a lot of gold right there.
I think Gaming Gear should have taken their exit when they got away from their mid push. Now Mazarin's still pushed up here, and it is still dangerous. Even though Vi and Shen ultis are down, he's got to be careful.
Piglet taking a blast from Mazarine as well there in the end. Didn't fall, so that's all good from SKT's side of things. Look at the kill spread as well again after that one. 2-0-4 now on Impact Shen. 4-1-5 for Bengi. 2 kills in the mid for Faker. And a 5-1-4 Ezreal here for Piglet. That is scary. Here's a fight again.
All right, so because SKT had collapsed earlier, Gaming Gear try and get Dragon and chew this one off. There's a good double taunt after Shen comes in. It was a beautiful, as well, ultimate there from Zyra, knocking them up and controlling them. But the Dragon still low means that even after all the kills that SKT got, they also got that Dragon gold. So it was just an all-around win for SKT. And like I said, I think Gaming Gear bit off way too much because they had shoved down mid with very little resistance from SKT. They were fooled into thinking that they had the teamfight advantage and they could go for a Dragon before basing for Deadly Brothers Trinity Force. Meanwhile, the already completed Trinity Force and Lich Bane on SKT, too much damage output.
Scary. MBS there we saw taking so much damage from this Shen. Spirit Visage plus that Sunfire Cape in there for him right now as Faker pushes out that bottom lane as well. Top turret can't be contested either here for Gaming Gear. Two-man team able to pick that one up, and it looks like with those wards down, they're going to start to close in towards this mid lane.
With the amount of gold that SKT got from that last team fight around Dragon and the Dragon. Oh no, Mazarine's going for it.
Yeah, Chum the wards goes down, but
good flash.
Yeah, gets
really
himself back towards safety there with that body slam plus the flash coming in. Faker though, you'll be happy with that. Your flash has gone down. They can keep pushing, and next time around, you're not getting away.
Very, very dangerous now as Faker's already heading towards that hourglass for the extra rotation that he can get off. SKT1 right now, since they have control of the entire map, all I have to do is ward up the insides of the jungle here from Gaming Gear and CS all the lanes until they get the cooldowns back for another one of those decisive team fights.
Look at Impact there over the top. In fact, forget that. It's Bengi coming around the side. Piglet was on the top as well. But this top lane, as I was mentioning, Impact so very strong with this Shen at this stage. Done brilliantly with his taunts. Stan United's all been in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, Faker, he's not even hidden himself in this bottom lane. He literally stood there and waited for Mazarine to start backing away. Goes in, he's now on the top side of the tower with the minions about to be taken down. And look at this, he's going to put the damage in onto Mazarine. There is Shen coming around. Didn't really need him in the end. Impact and Faker again teaming up for the kill. They're going to do a lot of damage to this turret. They might even stick around if Impact tanks it up for the kill.
Yeah, Fizz is great at getting down poke damage even as a melee under a turret because he has so much mobility. Another engage here from SKT1 on the other side of the map.
Alania sliding in from this one, puts a Cataclysm down. Will it be enough to save MBS though? He's trying to run away. Alania, is he going to pay his price for it? There's a crescendo from the side. They focus onto Deadly Brother. He will Valkyrie back to the tower. Piglet goes low. He's exhausted, but Bengi dives in. Also very low here. Inspiro takes a big hit, but in the end, no kills. But look at the bottom lane. They're pushing. They're on the inhib.
That was 3 versus 4 up top, and SKT1 able to chase off Gaming Gear, allowing Faker plus Impact to take down the inhibitor turret. Their base has already been breached.
Base is breached. There we saw Inspiro, or didn't see really Inspiro going down, but I'm sure it wasn't that entertaining anyway. Bengi just getting straight in there. That's a 5-1-5 buy. Look at this though. Deadly Brother goes straight in over the top with a Valkyrie, trying to chase down Piglet, who's already very slippy. There's a bomb landing. Mazarine is coming in there as well, but Ezreal, being Ezreal, will be able to escape.
Aatrox with his passive down is very vulnerable, and his dash is gone.
Yeah, 3 men on top of him right now. Chances of survival, 0. Faker gets that one. That's his 4th of the game right now, and one by one, they're falling here, and Faker's not done. He's looking for more. Actually, he'll back away and recall. Oh, in fact, the entire team of SKT are going to recall. They've got plenty of cash to spend right now.
This is going to be a very difficult defend for Gaming Gear. Because that inhibitor turret is already down, SKT1, they don't even need Stand United available. If they wanted to, they could just walk down that bottom lane and force the fight at inhibitor. They can also clear out vision on any area of the map that they want right now and force Gaming Gear to come to them.
It's an 11,000 gold lead that SKT are currently sitting on. Those wards that were put down by Gaming Gear are going to be just as quickly taken away from around the Baron pit. And SKT, they don't even need to risk Baron, but in the same token, they can fight Gaming Gear if they come anyway. This should be a win-win scenario for them.
It is actually very dangerous for Gaming Gear to get next to this Baron wall, because Faker can jump right over.
And there we go. Faker dives in. Deadly Brother. He's going to fall. Inspiro getting hit by the True Shot Barrage. Will have to back away. I see Alania is still in there trying to take down Mandu. But honestly, it's just a matter of time there as he gets knocked up. He gets taunted and finished off in the end by Piglet, who's now back on the killing spree at 6-1-5. SKT, they're going to go straight back into the Baron pit. This should be theirs.
Yeah, when you get this far ahead, you have the money to clear out the vision around Baron to force your enemies to come to you, and then you also have the items to back up the picks when they come to the edge of the Baron pit. Vi, Fizz, Ezreal, Shen, all can get right over there, and Zyra can throw her snare over the side, which is what she needs to get down. So very, very tough place for Gaming Gear to be in. At least Gaming Gear is able to answer with the Constellation Dragon.
An added bonus, or a little bonus, I guess we could say, not really added, just a bolt on to what happened a little bit earlier on. SKT, well, that gold lead is 12,000, 12,500 even at this stage of the game. We see that that's actually the first dragon of this game for Gaming Gear. We'll see if they can do anything to stay in this one. Right now, though, they're going to be on the defensive. SKT T1, they've got Baron on, they've got a massive lead in both gold and obviously then translated into the items. This is a dangerous time for Gaming Gear.
And they've got a massive lead with a team that has a guaranteed engage. They've got Vi backed up by Shen and Fizz the Assassin. Like I said, very good at poking under turrets even though he's melee.
Wow, that's Alan here. Two-shot barrage comes across there. And just that combo almost taking him down. Faker moved in as well. Suddenly Dancer's back, and all that time has managed to pick themselves a turret. Faker actually uses Zhonya's there, but Mazarin didn't explode the barrel till the Zhonya's actually came out, and he took the damage for it anyway. Never mind, Faker goes back. Rest of SKT still hanging around there. Shen still pushing this bottom lane out. There's not a lot left in this game for Gaming Gear. And they continue to push as well there on the steps, and there's so much on the back foot here, and SKT, honestly, they're going to have to make a big mistake. Probably even more than one mistake at this stage.
Everyone always talks about, you know, the huge spikes that Fizz gets when he gets his Lich Bane, but it only gets scarier from there, because like I said, that adds another AP ratio onto his kit, which means the later the game gets, the more scary he gets. He can chunk people down even under turrets at this point and get out unscathed. It's so dangerous for Gaming Gear to even get close to him.
And there we see it. Alania almost hundreds as it, well, is taken down in the end.
It wasn't on screen, but that was basically what I was talking about.
All the rest of them going into this one, though. We see Inspiro going solo. He'll be finished off by Impact. The rest of them, they're underneath the two Nexus turrets right now. Impact not caring about that whatsoever. SKT have taken down two men. They may look to get their second inhibitor from this one. They probably will get it with this as well.
Shen United here is going to protect Faker, but they won't actually re-engage on Mazarin. This is going to be two inhibitors down, though. SKT with a massive lead.
Massive lead. And I'm not sure if Gaming Gear can even think about going for the fight again. Taunt comes down onto Deadly Brother, and with that regen that they're grabbing from that Baron buff right now, they're leaving the base with only Faker remotely low from that last engagement.
They're going to rotate over to the top here. They feel like
doing
they
it
want
by
to
the
clear
book.
out every single lane. Faker's going to go spend his... Oh, it's only 900 gold there. No. So they're actually not going to get a whole bunch by him basing. He goes back for Home Guards. Was that the upgrade he just purchased?
Yes. Home Guards picked up there. Which
they don't actually need that at this point.
Not particularly, but he's full health now at least when he comes back into the action. You can see that all those pink wards down and wards giving him complete vision control over Gaming Gear's base with that Baron still running on them. Not too much time left on it though. Gaming Gear have slowly but surely lost a big portion of that base. Only the one turret still left in that top lane.
Faker isn't with the rest of the team right now, and Gaming Gear are kind of at that point where they're like a caged animal. They know they don't have much hope left, so they'll make a reckless move right now, and they will go for this Bengi Piglet duo that's standing up by the turret. It's one of the only moves that they really have left, is hoping for a Mazarin ulti, someone by themselves into turret, and capitalizing very quickly. Other than that, it's really SKT just pushing in for the win.
Well, at this stage, that Byron buff has now run out. Deadly Brother trying his best to spam his abilities and get them away from those Nexus turrets. The final final inhibited turret will be focused and finished off. There is Impact going in. Stranglethorns knocked 2 of them up. They're not going to escape from that one. Now they go on towards Mazarine. He heads back off towards the fountain, and MBS becomes the focus. But they're going to go in towards these Nexus turrets. The first one going to go down. Alanir goes straight in there. They pick 1 kill up, but they're probably going to pay the price of the rest of them for this one. NBS using his passive there to stay alive for a little longer. Mazarine, though, the only man left alive. They're diving him here right underneath the fountain. There's a last second Zhonyan from Faker. He does go. No, he doesn't die in the end. Just about survives. SKT finished off the Nexus and the game. Brilliant performance. They picked themselves back up.
Yeah, that was a very clean little initiate there by Mandu at the end. But SKT really, after the mid-game team fight there, where Gaming Gear basically forced the issue themselves. After SKT1 got that lead, they never let it go.
Yeah, not making too much hard work of it, I think, and you see that shake of hands between these two teams. Very respectful, sportsman-like behavior as you would have come to expect at this stage of things. And Gaming Gear, that's another loss for them. Mazarine still got a smile on his face at this point of things, and we talked about this yesterday, that for the likes of Gaming Gear and Maneski, who don't have really any major stage experience, even if they were to come here and end up losing every game, the experience is something that they can use moving forward to when you look towards Season 4 even.
Yeah, these guys do have a really good attitude about it, and they are increasing incrementally in skill level. They're getting off some very good mid-game team fights against these world-class teams, so this is literally the best practice that you can ever have in League of Legends.
Well, another big win there for SKT T1. We're going to head over to Riv and the crew for a breakdown of that dominating win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it's actually one of the games that we kind of thought would go the way it did, coming out of coming out of picks and bans for their champions. It was really something different actually coming in for Faker that we noticed, is that Fizz pickup.
Yeah, and this is really a testament to SK Telecom's versatility here, because actually that's the first time Faker's ever played Fizz in a professional match, and that is his 19th different champion in 51 professional games, so that gives you some idea of the scope of his champion pool. And it's also only the 3rd game that Piglet has ever played on Ezreal, so they're trying to mix it up here, trying to get some different strategies in, and I think that's a good sign.
It really surprises me that he would pick something new and show it against Gaming Gear that like other teams in the group are going to pick up on, oh, he plays Fizz. But at the same time, I think he might just be flaunting his huge champion pool, being like, I'm Faker, I play everything, and I'm good at everything.
I just think it's the opposite. If you have a chance, if you get into a game where you're top favorite to win and you have a little bit of leeway, let's face it, they're outclassing the other
I'd
team.
agree with
with
that.
all respect to Gaming Gear, you cannot like discredit that SKT1 is like a giant compared to them. And this gives you a little bit of leeway to try new champions, still at a world-class level in front of the crowd, like the same setting, just to introduce something new.
But not only that, I think it's actually good to use it because at this point you're saying, hey, look what Faker can play, and you may not have thought it's a threat before. That's another ban that Faker can absorb right now, and I think it goes further in the mind games that way.
Yeah, specifically with the Ahri Fizz play we've been seeing so much of, and people trying to pick Fizz against Ahri, even though it hasn't been scaring people off the counter pick as well, it could just be another thing that adds to Faker's repertoire.
And just one more thing about that game, with these picks, with the definitive win that was found, it was a slow start there for SKT. They kind of put their hard hats on before really going full force.
I think at the beginning we still saw SK Telecom being a little shaky in that game. They were over-aggressive at times, but really when it came to that Dragon fight, you could see how well, Kobe was talking about the power spike that they got with Trinity Force and Lichbane. They knew it was a great time to fight. And not only that, but their team fighting was virtually immaculate. When they came in with the Assault and Battery, it chained perfectly into Vault Breaker, then into Shenton, then into Zyra. And so that chain CC, that's what we expect from SK Telecom, and that's what allowed them to take the Dragon and 4 kills, and Gaming Gear got absolutely nothing in return.
All right, so with that game, now let's take a look at the Group A standings. With their win, SKT has taken control of second place, at least for now, while Gaming Gear is looking for their first win here at Worlds, still 0-3. So all week long, we've been talking about what kind of impact Faker can have on a game. And now we want to know your answers to our Twitter question earlier. We asked you, which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group A and why? And here's what you had to say. JLOH14 says, I think Loveland is making the most impact on Group A. His aggressive early ganks allow OMG to gain a lead and snowball from there.
Ironically, though, his not so aggressive ganks made him also get a lead in the Lemondogs game because he completely dodged Dexter camping out. I actually met up with Dexter during this game, and he's like, yeah, I will camp top lane for like a minute. But where was he? And yeah, we explained to him he was mid, so Loveland, like, next level reads.
All right. Mnemonic C or Mnemonic G says, Dyrus is the most impactful player in Group A. If TSM has a rough time, he's going to be the one to keep their heads in the game. How do you guys feel about that?
I think Dyrus is a very consistent player, but I wouldn't say that he is the most impactful. He's not a big playmaker. He's more of just like a rock that will always do well, always like carry out his job. I feel like Dyrus is really strong, probably one of the best top laners in his group. But to say he's most impactful is, you know, a little questionable.
All right. Bossa Nova, sweet name. I think Dexter will have the biggest impact. If he can get Nuke Duck and Tabs rolling, they're unstoppable. And I think we already saw a little bit of this.
Yeah, I mean, he was unfortunately not able to get Dexter and Nuke Duck rolling. And we were talking about the Lemondogs loss. Like, they've kind of had 2 losses to spend here, and they have to run the table from here on out. And Dexter, he can't get, I guess, red like they were in that past game, because even though they first picked Elise,
I doubt
because
he was red, though.
You said it was a next level read, Crepo.
Yeah, okay. Damn it, I got put on the spot there.
Yeah, but if it's an Elise that you're first picking, he needs to have a larger game impact than he did in that last game, because they gave up Kennen for that, which was very valuable.
All right, our next winner and answer, Nick CSGRV says, Faker is making the biggest impact so far. Even when SKT loses, he is still bringing a completely new level of play, and that was just reflected on his face.
Yeah, he's the ace of that team, but don't count Piglet out. Even though Piglet really didn't get rolling on day one, he did have a higher KDA than Faker over the course of the season in Korea. So keep an eye on him as well, because he can carry very hard, and his team fight positioning is frequently excellent.
I'm just hoping that, even though it was about Faker, Piglet needs to play his core champions again. He needs to be playing Caitlyn and Vayne. We've had this problem effectively with Ozone, where we saw Imp, the Vayne Caitlyn player, trying to change off to Corki and Ezreal in this really short time frame, and it hasn't worked out so well for him.
Well, there was a Kate ban last game, and I know these guys were talking about going Vayne into Corki as not being an ideal matchup. So I think that's probably why one of the reasons why we saw that shift.
All right, so with those 5 answers locked in, our social media experts actually found one last one straggling along. And this one is from Scumbag Crepo. He says, I think Impact will have the biggest impact in top lane. Get it? Really?
Yeah. Well, I had to try.
I don't get it.
No one don't get it? I'll explain to you later, Peter. I just really wanted to win something. I mean, after losing all those predictions, I just wanted to try and win, and I felt like I really had that one.
Is it winning when you just call into production and say, guys, I made a tweet?
No, that's losing.
We'll make sure
that never happened yet. I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll make sure you get a seat in the front of the crowd, and somebody will throw you a Ziggs bomb later.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. So congratulations to everyone and the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those are some impactful tweets. And yes, I know impactful is not a real word.
So please keep hitting us up with any grammar mistakes Riv may or may not make with your picks for the players who will make the biggest impact in Group A. We're at LL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
All right, guys, it's time for the Fearsome Foursome here at the desk to lock in their picks for Game 3. The Team Solo Mid versus Lemondogs. We already heard the cheer from the crowd as Team Solo Mid walked out on stage. Gentlemen, Crepo, take it away.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was expecting something else there. I'm going with Lemondogs here. As much as I'd like to see TSM bring back a game.
Ooh, you got a boo.
I'm getting booed.
It's going to be a lot of that.
It's not my day, is it? I keep losing prediction. The crowd's booing me. But at least I got my tweet on the screen.
It's a small victory for you, dude. TSM knocked my team out of Worlds, so I'm going to go ahead and say Lemondogs. Boo.
Oh.
Boo, dude.
Love for the Lemondogs so far. Mani?
I'm going with Lemondogs, too. I think they looked really strong against OMG. They're getting better and better as the tournament... I hear the crowd. Double lift, Scumbag Crepo Monte Cristo, DSM, DSM. Nice chant, guys. Nice chant.
Thank you.
That was quick.
That was
I feel like you planned that beforehand. But really, I have to go with Lemon Dogs as well. I still feel like they could have won that matchup against OMG, and just based on the results we've seen in this group so far, and honestly watching TSM throughout the entire split, I don't feel like they're on the level of play right now of Lemon Dogs is. They can come together briefly for small stretches of time, and then it seems like they fall back off again. And if they had a miracle against Lemon Dogs here and just kind of came back together to beat them quickly, the odds aren't with them, and that's why I'm going with Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, and in all seriousness, Lemon Dogs is performing really well. I mean, even in their losses, you can see they're not like, it's not a stomp. They're playing really well.
They had the game.
Yeah,
at one point they had the game.
Lemon Dogs is really good at controlling the pace of the game with their like kind of assassin-y team comps. I feel like they'll have an easy time against TSM just because it's unorthodox for NA to pick something like that, and also Nukeduck versus Reggie is going to be, I feel, really hard for Reggie because Nukeduck is just so good.
We actually noticed that I saw when I was walking around that a few of the TSM guys weren't really even watching the games that their teams they were going to play against. What is it for you guys to know that you have a few games and you're going to be playing against the same teams? Are you in your seats watching that game happen? Crepo Double?
It all depends on like what your personality is, because you can't. Even though you say like, oh, they weren't really watching it.
Right.
Maybe that's just them getting their head clear. Because I mean, expecting for World Finals, your research is probably done before the day you're actually playing.
For sure.
You can always pick up some last-minute tendencies, but they probably want to clear their head, stay like away from the games, and then when they go up on a stage, they're nice and clean to start.
At the same time, though, it's really important to see how somebody's playing that day, because tendencies will roll over from game to game, day to day. Sometimes you can change a habit from a week to a week. If you're looking at Lemon Dogs in the playoffs or something like that, if you see what they do today, it's really a good indicator of what they're going to do against you. So I don't see any reason for them not to watch Lemon Dogs.
And as a coach, too, of CLG, I would encourage my players to watch the games before the matches.
Thanks, Coach Monty.
Should have done it a little more, though.
Ooh.
So should I have.
There you go. At least being humble about it. So to each his own in the preparation of a game. Right now, we have to take a short break, but when we return, Reginald and team Solo Mid take to the Rift for their first game of the day when they battle Nukeduck and the Lemon Dogs. Plus, SKT's world-class mid laner Faker will join us to talk about their 2-1 start to the tournament. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. Team Solo Mid and the Lemon Dogs are getting ready for the next match. But right now, I'm happy to be joined by SK Telecom T1's amazing mid laner, Faker. First off, congratulations on that victory against Gaming Gear. You picked Fizz for the first time. Tell us how the game went from your perspective.
일단 게이밍 기어와의 경기에서 승리를 하신 것에 대해서 축하를 드리고요. 게이밍 기어와의 경기에 대한 감상평을 잠깐 해주세요.
이번에 게이밍 기어 팀이 좀 정보가 많이 알려진 바가 없어요, 한국에서. 그래서 되게 좀 어려울 것 같다고 생각을 했어요. 그래서 좀 많이 준비를 했던 것 같아요.
Gaming Gear wasn't that well known in Korea, so we had to prepare a lot, and I'm glad about the result.
All right, now, of course, in this tournament, you're regarded as one of the best mid laners in the world. Can you share a little bit about what were your impressions of the ones you've played against in this tournament and maybe seen playing in the other group as well?
지금 그 미드 라이너 중에서 최강이라고 평가를 받고 있는데 이번 토너먼트에서 같이 경기를 해본 그 상대 선수들 중에 기억에 남는 선수가 있었나요?
이번에 저번에 OMG랑 경기할 때 쿨 선수가 되게 좀 잘했던 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 압박을 많이 받았는데 요즘 저만한 미드 라이너는 없는 것 같아요.
During the game against OMG, the opposing mid liner Cool was pretty good, and he gave me solid pressure. But I think I'm still the best.
All right. Nice statement there. Talking about being the best, coming into this tournament, SKT T1 was regarded as one of the favorites for taking the entire thing. Now, the Korean teams in general haven't been dominating as much yet. Why do you think that is?
이번 월챔에 그 SKT T1이 거의 가장 강력한 우승 후보라는 평가를 받고 이 토너먼트가 시작이 됐는데 현재까지는 아직까지 그렇게 강력한 모습을 보여주지 못하고 있습니다. 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각을 하고 계신지요?
이번에 정말 저희가 좀 정말 준비를 안 했거든요. 이게 말이 안 되는 소리인데 정말 저희가 이게 완전 미쳤던 것 같아요. 그래서 이번에 OMG 전을 진 이후로 좀 연습을 많이 해서 우리 SKT가 좀 이전에 보여줬던 경기력보다 훨씬 더 나은 경기력을 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
I know this is a ridiculous thing to say, but we weren't really prepared, and I know it was crazy, but the game against OMG was a wake-up call for us, and we're gonna, do our best to prepare and show you guys a better performance.
All right, well, thank you very much for that insight. Congratulations on your victory and good luck in the upcoming matches. And as for us, we're going to send it over to Kobe and Joe for our third game of the day. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and I know the crowd is excited for our next match, so let's get to it. It's time for our third game of the day as North America's Team Solo Mid takes on Europe's Lemon Dogs. And for TSM, Worlds hasn't really started out as planned, especially for Reginald.
I mean, Reginald did admit in his interview on Sunday that it was in part his fault. He took responsibility for his team's less than spectacular day one. He admitted his fizz was not the shiz, and he promised that he'd step things up today.
Well, with just a couple of shaky games, TSM is still sitting at 1-1 in the group, well within striking distance of the top two spots, while their opponents in this match, the Lemon Dogs, fell back in the standings after dropping their first game today.
Oh yeah, but Lemon Dogs came real close to handing OMG their first loss here at Worlds. At one point, they were in control of the game, but OMG took advantage of a dive by Nukeduck that went a little bit too deep and blew them up from there. That dive aside, though, Nukeduck had a very solid game on Fizz. At one point, he was able to blow up Kennen before Kennen was able to pop off his ultimate, and then he kited the whole team of OMG, escaping with his life.
And for the Lemon Dogs, they were actually fans of Team Solo Mid before they became opponents today, but that doesn't mean that Mithy and the Dogs will crib their game against Reggie and the Reality Stars.
I've been watching TSM play for a long time, since I even started the league, so it's very fun to play them.
They're like the first team pretty much with CLG back then in the days, and I always wanted to meet them and play against them and see how we do.
Yeah, when you see the crowd and you see their fan popularity, I think it's going to be really difficult, but we have to be professional when we play and we have to look beside that.
They're the second biggest threat out of everyone in our group stage.
They might actually be the strongest European team, but unfortunately they drew group with us, so it's going to be slightly harder for them to get out.
So let's see which Lemon Dogs comes out, the good ones or the sour ones. To beat TSM, we have to watch every game crib and analyze their personalities.
Wow, the burn from Mithy there right at the very end. Let's get into it, because I know everyone here is pretty much just dying to watch this game. So let's have a look at the two teams. Starting out in the blue side with TSM. They are, of course, Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald the mid laner, Wild Turtle the AD carry, and Xpecial the support.
And in the red side, it's Lemon Dogs. Up top is Zoro, in the jungle is Dexter, the mid is Nukeduck, AD is Tabs, and support is Mithy.
Well, hearing the reactions from the crowd here, we do have one Lemon Dogs fan sat somewhere back here. Might have a couple of friends with him as well, but it's pretty clear that TSM are the fan favorites here. And I'm wondering how that's going to really play into their game, and maybe into Lemon Dogs' game as well, because I don't think this crowd's going to be so loud if it's Lemon Dogs picking up those kills.
That guy is definitely going to
Well, he is, yeah, that's for sure.
He makes up for 10 solo mid fans. But yeah, I mean, Team Solo Mid, we're going to get into the game right now, but they've been practicing against a lot of these international teams here. They've been scrimming pretty much anyone they can get their hands on. So they actually feel a lot more confident now than they did even a couple weeks ago.
Well, let's have a look. We are in Champ Select, and the first ban's already coming down. Kennen going to be taken away from Zoro. They've removed the Zyra as well from Mithy, who has already played Zyra, of course, in World so far. The other side, Sona taking away the Rumble as well.
So respect to Dyrus right there, banning out the Rumble. That is something that's very telling of TSM. You know, they like to have those mid-game dragon fights, and that's actually a big part of it for them. So Reggie, banning out the Fizz, he doesn't want to play it. He doesn't want anyone else to play it either.
Well, I think that's fair enough after what we've seen from Nukeduck in that last game and in the games before. Corki taking away. Zed right now is left up. Now, Reginald played the Zed in the first game that they had. Nukeduck is also a Zed player. TSM are going to have to decide whether they want to first pick it now.
So Zed and Ari are up. Orianna as well. There's a lot for the mid players to go after here. And they actually don't even have to first pick one of those mids because there's so many high priority ones that are left up.
So what are TSM going to go for?
Zed, though.
Zed, first pick in there. Reginald, of course, did play it in their first game of the tournament against Gaming Gear. Finished 6-3-10 on that one. On the other side, though, Shen, Elise, two big champions for the Lemon Dogs, straight in there.
It's going to allow Dexter that early pressure. Last time he spent a lot of time up top in the bush and didn't get a successful gank off, though. So if Odd One can take advantage of misspent time by Dexter, then Solo Mid can get going very early, and that's when they are the most scary, if they get the early advantage.
One thing that we've pointed out is the fact that Reginald needs to do well here, and Dexter previously in the Summon Split has spent a lot of time babysitting mid lane, and that could be a danger here for Reginald if that's the weakness that Lemon Dogs are pointing out.
Yeah, the EU teams are always very mid-centric, and they have their junglers visit mid a lot. In North America, though, TSM is the team that plays that same style. They always have Odd One in mid with Reginald to back him up.
Well, this time around, the Thresh and Caitlyn is a duo lane for Wild Turtle and Xpecial. Actually, the first time that we're going to see something other than Corki coming out for Wild Turtle. On the other side, Ari picked up for Nukeduck. What are Lemon Dogs going to finish off? Simon, doubt it.
The Caitlyn also, it's worth noting that was Wild Turtle's Pentakill champion in the North American LCS. So even though he hasn't done it recently, with all the Corki hype that's been going on, it's definitely a very strong champion for him.
So what are we going to see out of TSM for their final picks? Vladimir, something that Dyrus has spent a lot of time playing actually on his stream, if you've been keeping notes of that, which of course I think most of you here in the audience have, judging by the fan reactions to that one, and the Vi coming out as well for the Odd One.
Vladimir is perfect for Dyrus style too. He likes to stay up there by himself, just farm away. Since he's not going to be on Shen, he isn't going to have to worry about communication with the rest of his team and staying united in. It's basically going to be him shoving the lane as a solo split pusher with a lot of spell vamp to keep him sustaining in that lane, and then joining team fights much later. Meanwhile, the other combination that TSM are running here, the Zed plus Vi, is a very potent combo that can lock down even that Ahri in mid lane here for Nukeduck.
Well, the finisher there was that Vayne that was picked up there at the end, and Tabs, of course, played a lot of that in the Summer Split and done really, really well with it. So while the team's loading into game, let's take a look at who you, the viewers, have been thinking are going to win this matchup. And I can tell you now, it's a close one. According to LoLesports.com, 64% of you think that the guys in the back are all wrong and Team Solo Mid are going to take down the Lemondogs.
So we do have a lot of TSM fans here.
Yeah.
We're going to have to watch out for the early tower pushing as well from TSM, because anytime you do have that Caitlyn, even if they go up against something like Shen, who would normally taunt AD carries under the turret, Caitlyn can use her range, and Wild Turtle is quick enough to sidestep back and avoid that extra damage.
So a big game here, I think, for both teams, you know, coming in off the back of what have been some close games, but, you know, not close enough in the end of it. The obviously losses coming down from them, and I think this is really going to separate and give a much-needed boost of confidence to whoever wins this match.
Yeah, at this point, really both of these teams are looking up at OMG and SKT, and they're fighting very, very hard to try and steal away one of those spots. So this game in particular is crucial for both these teams.
So here we go then, in-game TSM versus Lemondogs. A crucial matchup for both sides. What are we going to be seeing at level 1? Lemondogs right now headed all the way down their bottom lane. TSM a little bit more spread out.
Maybe an N-rated special here. Early level 1 rush to the bottom lane for Lemondogs. Odd1 does not get there in time.
Oh, this is bad news. He's going to get taunted. He's going to get charmed. Odd1 is a dead man. First blood Lemondogs. Zoro0 picks it up.
That is the importance of buying your items extremely quickly. Those few extra steps that Lemondogs got down there. Odd1 had to walk all the way across the river, and he just barely did not make it into that bush in time. Because both Shen and Elise leveled up their crowd control abilities, an easy first blood there for Lemondogs. I guess the N-rated special does pay off. First blood.
And it wasn't even that special. That's the thing. It was no 5-man flashing over the wall. It was get down to that bottom brush as fast as we possibly can.
That was a sprint.
Yeah, the Odd1 just saunters on in, gets himself locked up with taunts and charms galore. And that will be first blood drawn for Lemondogs.
And because Shen has grabbed that cloth armor on top of the Doran's Blade, probably looking for the 2-versus-1 lane here for Lemondogs. Extra armor wouldn't do too much for him up against Vladimir.
Well, we see that Xpecial and Wild Turtle are actually on this top side of the map, so they'll be going up there. Zoro0 will join them as well. So it's going to be a red buff start here for Dexter, exactly what he did in that last game against OMG, where he started on the bottom side when they were blue. On the other side of the map, though, it will be a blue buff start for the Odd1.
So even after he goes down first, he did not blow his flash, so at least Odd1 still has his summer spell available, and he can have an early game impact. The Vault Breaker flashes are still very scary early. Even if he does not have his ultimate, he can get off one very potent gank.
We also saw that 3 out of the 5 players, or 4 remaining players obviously with that kill, managed to pick up assists as well, and that's given a couple of the potions here and there added into the tally for everyone. This bottom lane, Thresh Caitlyn for Wild Turtle and Xpecial up against the Vayne Lulu for Tabs and Mithy.
So if they all get assists, then it actually spreads the assist gold really thin over the 5 of them, and they don't get a substantial lead to any of the other lanes. It's pretty much just Shen, who was put into a 1-versus-1 here, as Caitlyn and Thresh rotate all the way down here to the bottom lane.
So things getting started there up on that top side. Zoro0 and Dyrus going to be going at it. We'll see if Dexter tries to get in there and capitalize on that Vladimir's bits of weakness. I mean, running the Ghost Ignite there up in the top lane. We've seen a lot of Vladimir's, specifically in Europe, I'd say as well, going full utility summoners with a Flash and a Ghost.
Yeah, you know, Europe and Korea, a lot of people that run the split pushing Vladimir opting for Flash as well. But Dyrus, with the extra kill potential, of Ignite early. It'll be interesting to see if he does have to pay for his lack of flash when the ganks do come around, because Shen and Elise is a very potent combo as well. Shen can set up ganks really, really well, because since he's already getting into melee range to farm minions, you don't get tipped off by his movements, and then Elise can follow very easily with a cocoon.
Oh, this is dangerous for the Odd One. He's actually walked over the top of a ward right now. Elise is coming around from this one. Shen's going to come down the top. Odd One could be in trouble from this one. They've seen his position. He's going to have to Vault Maker through. There's the taunt, though. They stop him. Cocoon lands as well. He flashes over the top, but they're going to keep chasing. Dyrus coming down from the top lane. Lots of damage to the Odd One. One more hit will do it. Dexter picks up the kill. And again, Odd One going down, paying it again for it.
Oh, Odd One, first and second blood. You're right, the ward right there, tipping off Lemondogs. And because he didn't do this very, very quick, short Vault Breaker over the Baron Pit right there, a very nice flash taunt there from Zorazeo, catching him. Really early lead for Lemondogs, which is very bad.
Very bad for TSM this. Dexter actually pretty much between the turrets in that TSM mid lane. He'll just repel over on towards those wraiths, which he'll take for free with the Odd One going down a little bit earlier on. So this mid lane, we've not seen too much of it, but Reginald versus Nukeduck, Ahri versus Zed.
Yeah, this is classic matchup of the two most popular assassins in the league right now. And with Reginald starting off with the Doran Shield, he wasn't really looking for that kill potential that we see when Zed will start with the red elixir, and he's looking just to stay in there with the farm, which he's done a good job at.
Currently level on that front as well. Neither of them really backing off up until now. But we do have the Odd One actually waiting in that mid lane here. Nukeduck not hit level 6 just yet. He's got his flash available, but look, he's turned around and done a lot of damage here on towards Reginald. There's the orb landing as well. And Reggie gonna have to back away with Dexter coming in from the side. There'll be no kills coming in from that one immediately, but Nukeduck just showing how confident he is, not even blowing his flash.
Genius plan there by the Odd One. He gets Reggie to go all in and lose the trade so that he now gets mid lane farm. So Odd One now can catch up. He's going to get some solo lane experience.
That's exactly what he'd planned from that
yeah,
one.
so it was Odd One coming in with the gank, but Nuka got the better of the trade there. So it was actually very bad for Team Solo Mid. And some more Wraith Camp abuse from Dexter.
This top lane, Dyrus has already hit level 6. Zorazeo just a little bit behind him on that front, but once that Stand United comes in, and there it is, they'll be able to get involved. This bottom lane, not really seen any action, apart from obviously that first blood, which was down there anyway.
Yeah, the duo lanes, not too much action here. But since there is a Thresh in this lane, Tabs and Mithy always have to be careful about the backwards lanterns. Now that Zorazeo's got his Stand United, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to answer any sort of aggression, though.
So they stay pretty much under their turret from that one, very much aware of the danger that Thresh poses to them. Mid lane, both champions now at level 6. So Deathmark and the Spirit Rush available for Reginald and Nukeduck. We'll see how that one all develops. Quite a few wards down there to alert of early presences of the Odd One or Dexter coming in. I've been surprised that this this top lane has been relatively free from any kind of action, despite, you know, the only thing really happening was Zorazeo coming down. But look at this, 7.5 minutes in pink ward on Dragon. They're going for it.
Yeah, well, this is because Dyrus can't join the fight or interrupt Zorazeo. So Lemondogs know they have the extra advantage. Team Solo Mid know that they have this too, though, so they won't even go contest. They don't waste any time, though, at least, going down to Dragon, so they at least shove in the mid lane and rotate up top.
Oh, this is going to be a 3 versus 1 here. Zorazeo. It's going to be bad times for him. Odd One going to come in. There's the ultimate coming out of Dyrus. Draws instantly that tower aggro as there is a taunt coming down. Dyrus now getting in there. Look how low he's gone from that one. The Ignite actually ticking. He's going to heal from it. The Odd One is going to go low as well, but they managed to pick up the kill. It was a little messy, but they got it nonetheless. But meanwhile, Dexter and Nukeduck pushing mid.
Definitely pretty messy there. Dyrus started off very early and still had tower aggro when he went back in to get taunted. Almost enough with the Ignite, but not quite. They do get the first turret, but you're right, Nukeduck here, as well as Dexter, trying their best to answer at mid.
These Wraiths pretty much belong to Dexter at this stage. I think that's the 3rd time, maybe even 4 by now, that he's managed to pull them away. And steal all that golden experience for himself. He's, funnily enough, behind on levels, though, to the Odd One at this stage. Odd One hitting 6 already. And that's the farm. I mean, Dexter has been in these lanes a lot more.
And with Odd One 6, that was really key to that gank being pulled off, too. If he was not 6 up there, with how close it turned out already, definitely would have been bad for them. But the kill going to Reginald means he can pick up his Cutlass. So now he has an active damage that he can apply to that death mark once he applies it. The slow also going to help him out with his second assassination.
Ward's down there. Oh, by Dyrus. And he's actually going to be moving in there. So we saw the ping coming down for Nukeduck. So they had that idea that Dyrus had come down from this top lane. He's currently roughly 20 CS ahead from that one. There's the stats for Reginald. 80% win ratio in the North American LCS Summer Split with that Zed.
And again, returning to the Zed and Ahri matchup, it's very, very interesting once they both are 6. Because Nukeduck can predict where Reggie will appear, since the Shadow goes down first. And if he's quick enough to Spirit Rush back and then land the Charm, the 1 versus 1 matchup will go all his way. Whereas if Reggie's able to mind game him, then Zed gets the 100% kill.
Kind of surprised here of how this game has developed. Think about it. 2-0, very early first blood. Lemondogs in the lead on pretty much all fronts. They've lost the tower, though. They're only a couple of 100 gold ahead from this one, so they've not really been able to capitalize on those initial 2 kills.
And right now, the moves they're making don't look like they are going to do it soon here. Dexter does get the cocoon, though, into taunt.
Let's see what Dyrus can do. There is a taunt coming down the pool. Ward's down there from Dyrus. He loses half of his health, but he's not going down.
He's low enough, though, that they can pressure this turret. And with mid already taking a lot of extra harass, Lemondogs are looking to answer that global gold pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that could be the thing that swings it back well and truly over towards Lemondogs. There's a taunt coming down and towards Dyrus. He's going to put his ultimate down. That's not going to be enough. Now they pressure Nukeduck. He flashes away from this one. Stan United coming down. There is a death mark. Nukeduck goes down. Reginald picks up the kill. Zoro trying to finish up the Odd One as he will get the kill with that taunt, but Reginald should have to flash away. Shadows used nicely here by Reginald. Well, does he have enough damage? Oh, he misses. Flashes in there. Can he get the finisher? Yes, he does. Little bit sloppy, but he got the kills. Oh, Mithy down in the bottom lane. Wild growth onto himself. Look at Tabs. Exhausted here from the side. Did a lot of damage and they're not done yet. They're going to keep going with this one. Wild Turtle losing out a lot. There's a flash away. Piltover actually did a lot of damage to Mithy at the back and a crazy 30 seconds.
Yeah, the net right there, the 90 caliber net did miss Tabs, so they're able to both disengage after that. The mid fight there, where Odd One and Reginald stayed on Nukeduck and continued to focus. They didn't hesitate when the Stan United shield came in, and that was the key to them coming out with the extra kill right there. When Shen Stan United appears, a lot of teams will instantly back off, but since they both focused him down, they were able to kill him before Zoro arrived, and so that turned into another 2 versus 1 situation.
Dyrus doing exactly as we expected him there in that top lane as well. Just farming. About to hit triple digits at this stage. Up at 99. He's actually moving in once again for a ward down by that red buff. So this is something that TSM have actually done really well of. After the fact that Odd One did get caught out because of the ward before, they've managed to keep vision control of that top side of the Lemondogs jungle.
And Dyrus is getting to that very scary Vladimir split pushing role right now because he's completed that Spectral Wraith item, which gives him so much spell vamp. And it makes it very, very hard to push out of lane. Even without the flash, he's been doing very well at his job.
Sticking around, and Zoro knowing that he's probably going to take more damage at this point than he can put down. Now with Dyrus up at level 10. Wild Turtle trying to farm himself into more of a lead here against Tabs. He's got currently a 10 CS lead. Got that BF sword in there with a pickaxe as well. Going to be finishing off those Berserker Greaves on his next trip home. And that turret is only hanging on by a thread in his bottom lane.
The next minute or two is pretty much going to be determined by the roaming of the jungles and of the mid assassins. Whichever one can get the jump on the other is going to have a big, big lead coming in. They need to take advantage of the window, or Team Seoul Mid needs to take advantage of the window between Shen Stand United coming back up.
Oh, and there's the assault and battery going through. Nukeduck here in so much trouble underneath the tower. Reginald picks up the kill. That will bring them level on the kills and ahead in gold, and that's perfect timing for the Dragon.
Well, there it is. Team Solo Mid are the ones who get the jump on the jungler solo mid assassin combo there, and it's perfect timing for the Dragon to come back up. Stand United will be available in the next 2 seconds here, but that would leave the Vladimir continually shoving up that top lane.
Yeah, and look at this. It's Dyrus going all in on towards Zoro. He's going to pick up the kill, survives the turret hits as well, and that means that Shen can't get involved. The Dragon already long done, and TSM stringing
Elise is
it
coming
together.
down. He sees him through the ward, though.
Oh, Dexter. Can he get around to that one?
Ghost is already out.
Ghost is gone. He's got nothing to speed himself up, but can Dexter get over? He's going to have the minions here to repel to in just a second. It's going to be about whether Dyrus can dodge this Cocoon. Dexter is chasing in. Cocoon pretty much a mile away. Dyrus is going to walk off.
Elise does gain 10 movement speed in that spider flash. So he was crawling to get back up, but Dyrus able to get the kill and escape. He's just showing us why he picked Ignite instead of Flash right there. Definitely the difference. Able to take down Zoro.
Reginald is still holding on to this tower. It went very, very low earlier on as TSM had that 3-man dive onto the top lane, but he's still holding it. That one denying that gold to the Lemon Dogs, who up until now are still to pick up a single turret in this game. TSM only one ahead after all, but that bottom turret at least is very low.
That's been very good dragon control from TSM. They just completely ignored the first dragon because they knew they had no answer for Shen. But for the second dragon, Dyrus timed his aggression, went right in as Zoro's looking down there. And it also caused the rotation from Dexter, so there was no answer from Lemon Dog.
And there is Dyrus up at the top lane once again, coming back with a needlessly large rod. And those minion waves do not last very long at this stage of things, so that's probably the similar thing for Zoro, who finally got that Spirit Visage in there, so he should be feeling a little bit safer than he was before. As Dexter just helping out Nukeduck get himself that blue buff as well. So as things calm down, TSM have themselves a 2,000 gold lead at this stage of the game.
Lemon Dogs do have a Vayne that's been powering up here, though. Again, in the mid lane! It's that Regiod one combo.
Yeah, going straight in towards Nukeduck. There's Assault and Battery, and you can't get away from that one. Reginald, unstoppable now at 5-0-0 on the Zed.
Everybody in North America is used to Odd One being right behind Reggie all the time. Looks like Lemon Dogs weren't quite ready for that one, even with this mid-centric game. They're the ones to take down this first turret.
Wow, Dexter diving straight in there on top of him. Lost about half of his health. There's Dyrus in the top lane as well. He's, I think, got taunted underneath the turret there. That was the problem why he took that bit of a hit, but he can heal himself all the way back up, and he continues to pressure that turret. Meanwhile, Tabs going in here on towards X-Special. Stand United gonna come in, but the box causing them some real problems. They can't keep up.
The box definitely going to cost them right there. Shen Stand United is blown, and the rest of TSM rotating down bottom to answer this even.
Yeah, the odd one did start to come down in the top lane. Vladimir continuing to push that one through. The turret went very low, but not quite finishing it off as Nukeduck was able to come around to keep it alive.
That Stand United also means that Nukeduck has to rotate to deal with Dyrus, but Nukeduck has not been building to deal with a split-pushing Vladimir. He's gone with the early arm guard because he was laying against Zed. So he's not the ideal person from Lemon Dogs to go answer this Dyrus split push, and they actually don't even want him to meet.
So Reggie, who we pointed out as a key component of this TSM side, and he said it himself yesterday that he was feeling nervous that, or the day before yesterday I should say, he was feeling nervous that he didn't play well, that yes, he does need to play better, and he certainly turned up here today on Zed 5-0-0. Honestly, Nukeduck has been pretty much a non-threat at this stage. Yes, he's kept up in the farm, but other than that, he's not had really an impact.
And you got to give credit to Odd One. Even after feeding the first 2 kills, his repeat visits to mid lane just show how good Vi is at getting those mid lane picks. That's why she was so popular in Europe, because so much of it revolves around those early mid-game dual kills.
And there is Dyrus once again, just visiting to obliterate that top lane. He's now 50 CS ahead of Zoro0. Lemondogs here have 3 men waiting on that bottom side. The odd one pinks up the dragon, which will be coming up in 1.5 minutes, and then should be able to visit that bottom lane as well, either for the counter gank or to get in. Is Dyrus and Zoro0 getting into a bit of an altercation once again, but Dyrus taking a big chunk back will laugh in Zoro0's face, and that turret only a couple of auto attacks away from being taken.
Now down at the bottom lane, Elise is setting up a counter gank here because they know that TSM want this turret, and they're trying to use this low health turret as bait for TSM to get TSM to overextend in it and then pull up a counter gank, but they have the exact same idea as Odd Ones also come down bottom.
So one thing that Dyrus had done well there, keeping vision in the jungle. This time though, Nukeduck has taken a different path. He puts the ward down, will ulti on towards Nukeduck. Look at that damage. Pull comes in from Dyrus. He sidesteps. Oh wow, even finishing off the kill there in the end to Nukeduck. Zoro0 going to chase him down, gets that kill back. In the meantime, bottom lane and turret taken there by TSM.
That means that there's no presence middle for Lemondogs because they had the rotation up, plus they don't have anything bottom because Shen had to burn his Stand United to try and protect Nukeduck, but because of building for Zed, Nukeduck did get killed by Dyrus. All the magic damage, there was no mitigation for it.
Yeah, killed being the understatement there. He got absolutely destroyed. Dragon is up. TSM have full control of this one. Dexter going to be zoned out of that area by Reginald, who's just sat there in the brush waiting for some easy spider killing. That won't happen for him though. Dexter walks off, but Dragon goes over to TSM. As you see there, they've taken 2 out of the 3 Dragons so far. And this is a team that this is the TSM that their fans have been really hoping for throughout this tournament. They look really, really good today.
I think the mid picks are actually very crucial for TSM, and letting them get Reginald on a more comfortable champion really did cost Lemondogs. Seems like even with the early kills there, they weren't able to capitalize on anything. Oh. This is dangerous.
Oh, Mithy, there's the death mark going down. He'll wild growth himself, actually flash away there. And Mithy survives just about. Walking in there with that Oracle, that could have been a lot more dangerous previously, but now that Oracle goes through death. Reginald here, let's forget about that one. Odd One's coming in. Dexter now the one in trouble. He flashes away. He's burning from the Ignite, and Reggie picks up another kill. And there are 4 men now from TSM in the enemy jungle. They're going to steal away the Red Bull.
TSM plays usually start with Reginald. He was the one to get this off the ground, and Odd One coming back in again for another combo kill. Dyrus finally does get credit for that turret kill as well.
He's spent so long in that top lane, as you say, just on an island up there, and a bit of a tropical, lovely weather island, I have to say, because he's really not had any problems, despite the 3 men coming in there to finish him off earlier on. It's been pretty much plain sailing for him, and look at the gold here as well. It's increasing every single minute that we look at it. TSM doing everything right at this stage.
Odd One definitely showing he's very, very proficient on that Vi as well.
Yeah, this is Odd One who died at level 1 face checking into the brush at the bottom of the river, and then again in the jungle. That, a lot of players at that stage would just think, we're done from this one. Red buff was actually picked up there by Lemondogs, not quite stealing it away.
Yeah, Lemondogs right now. I think they'll be looking at tabs for the big plays because Nukeduck has gone for that hourglass since he's been taking so much damage from Reginald. Wants to be able to Zanya's that death mark, which means that he has not built either the Deathfire Grasp or the Abyssal Scepter, and it's going to be Tab's dueling potential with the Blade of the Ruined King on Vayne that gets Lemondogs back into this if they are able to have anything get them back into this.
Look at the pressure as well here from TSM. Top side of the Lemondogs jungle, and quite frankly dominating it. You've got full vision control there. Lemondogs keep having a bit of a sneak in and then coming back out. It's Mithy that's currently holding onto that Oracle. They use their wards to carve out a path of their own just to make sure that no one's waiting. But there is someone waiting. Odd One going to ulti in. Nukeduck uses Zhonya's. Will he be able to escape? There is Zoro0 coming down. A big fight going on as Reginald dives into the back. Picks up 1 kill. Can they get more? Yes, Zoro0's down. Mithy won't escape. Now they chase down Dexter as well. He'll be locked up. Finished off by a double kill there from Reginald. And that is 4 kills. Maybe even a 5th here. Tab's very low. They'll leave him alone. They may as well just turn around and have Baron.
That's why vision control is so important when you're facing Vi. TSM did a great job of controlling the Lemondog's jungle, and they're the ones able to make the move inside Lemondog's jungle, get the pick, and after that, this is the reason why Zed is such a highly prized assassin. You saw right there, area of effect damage from that assassin. When Reggie went in with his ultimate, the Shadow Slash hit the entire Lemondog's team, and Dyrus comboing on top of that adds so much area effect.
And I think in those messy team fights as well, that's where Zed really is hard to pin down, because he's just gone and you have to figure out where that death mark's coming down. And well, certainly mopping up from that one. 8-0-2 now is Reginald on that Zed. Meanwhile, Tab's trying to get a second turret here for Lemondogs with a big wave down on this bottom side, but he's going to have to be careful. Reginald's coming over, got that Blade of the Ruined King already in there.
Lemondogs do want to take advantage of Tab's ability to duel here. Nukeduck in the bush.
Yeah, Nukeduck waiting for that one. There's the pin against the wall. Reginald, you got baited, son.
Yeah, that's definitely the definition of bait. Very well played by Lemondogs right there. You can't say more than there's an Ahri in the bush.
Speaking of in the bush, Dyrus comes out from one. Zoro0 says, you know what? Don't think I can fight him. 2-level advantage he's got on me, plus that Baron buff. And Dyrus is not finished here. He's going to keep chasing. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, 3-man team from Lemondogs trying to get in on towards that inner turret. Dyrus is still chasing on that top side of the map, and in the end will finally give away. He also picked up a level as he was sprinting through there. But TSM, they've lost half of their health on this bottom turret. Kind of strange considering how much TSM have been dominating, and they've got Baron buff on that. Lemondogs just got in a situation to pin TSM on their own tower.
Yeah, even though TSM have lost Reginald and they're down one champion, they have a static Shiv, Caitlyn, who's great at clearing out waves, so they could easily defend a bottom turret, even 3 versus 4. And Lemondogs don't want Dyrus versus Zoro0 solo up in the top lane, because Dyrus will slowly get the advantage in that matchup. So even with the pick off there from Lemondogs, they aren't able to get a substantial lead back.
If I look down the CS totals at this point, so just one-sided across everywhere on the map from this one. We do have that Dragon coming up now with just 7 seconds to go, and this is TSM's. I don't think that was such a hard call to make. Lemondogs nowhere near it. They've got no vision whatsoever down on this bottom side. The Oracle is clearing everything out. Between Reginald and Wild Turtle, they make very quick work of this Dragon, and now they can move straight on towards their next turret on the map on this bottom lane.
Yeah, I think at this point, TSM, they only have to worry about those small baits and the bush ganks and the picks that are going to come from Lemondogs. At this point, and you see someone solo pushing like that, you have to guess that there's probably some sort of trap set up for you if you're TSM or Reginald. But him going headlong into that bush didn't actually hurt them that much. And they're still able to shove down here with Baron buff. They have a little bit longer left on that Baron buff.
Zoro0 actually pushing this top lane out. Does have Stan United, of course, so he can get straight back in when things are needed. And he probably will have to here, because it's a 5v4 on that inhibitor turret right now. He needs to come back. The hook flying through. There's a hook. The Cocoon coming on towards X Special, but they dive in towards that backline. Tab's going low. Dyrus will ulti in there as well. That's going to really break them down low. Dyrus actually will pull as he picks up the kill on Tab. Mithy real low at the back. Ace in the hole comes through. He won't get the kill, but Reginald will finish that one off. That's 2 men down, and an inhibitor will follow.
Great CC chain there from TSM, and Dyrus at this point adding on the death cap, able to add so much area effect damage. They also come out with the building destruction there. Just a giant win for them, and they just have to watch, like we said before, the picks from Lemondog at this point in the game.
Well, funnily enough, it was the Lemondogs who managed to land the Cocoon there and thought, okay, we can actually do something here.
The hook, though, there
Yeah,
from Xpecial
the hook
starting it off.
is really going to be dangerous. So, let's see what comes out here as they head off home. Obviously, Wild Turtle now with that Infinity Edge, Shiv, Last Whisper, and himself that Vamp Scepter added in as well. For Reginald, Last Whisper as well as that Blade of the Ruin King, Brutalizer, Hex Drinker. Look at Dyrus, Death Cap, and the Zhonya's in there as well. Like, yeah, that's a very, very scary Vladimir, and we expected this to happen, that he's just going to sit there in this top lane and farm and farm and farm and farm, and there's been no real answer to that one. We've seen, I think, one time where they tried to shut him down, and Nukeduck got destroyed himself.
It is a little bit surprising that they haven't tried to punish Dyrus for taking Ignite instead of Flash, but that does go back to the style that I was talking about. Nukeduck likes to control his lane more early in mid game instead of roaming a lot very early. He likes to get his power spike and then transition into being a split pusher. But since Odd One kept repeat ganking mid, they got him behind early. There's another bush gank. This is what TSM had to watch out for.
Ulti down there for Dyrus. There's the Zhonya's going to be used from Dyrus as well. Tabs has gone low. There's a Lanson. Brilliantly done. Wild Turtle taking down the mid turret. Tabs is going to be dead from this one. Dyrus comes back around. Here is Dexter being focused. The Odd One on top of him as Wild Turtle going to chip slowly but surely away on the Spider, who probably only needs 2 more hits. Piltover missing. Odd One finishes off, and now Reggie going in towards Minty. And it's Wild Turtle that finishes off that kill with the ace in the hole. This is going to be another inhibitor, possibly the game for TSM.
Even Dyrus getting picked off there. The Zhonya's Hourglass completed in time buys him enough time to survive till the Thresh Lantern. Congratulations to TSM. They're running on Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Nexus turrets going down. Zoro Zero, the only man that can really do much about this one. Nukeduck actually fighting with Dyrus there on the bottom side. Reggie not quite landing in there, but they're going to finish the game. TSM get the victory against the Lemon Dogs, and that's going to give them a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups. You can see what it means to them as well.
That's a happy Reggie.
This entire crowd here completely behind them, and well, against Lemon Dogs, who, look at Europe, the summer split. These were the team to beat for the second half of it. They were so very consistent. One of the top favorites here coming out of Europe, of course, with Fnatic and Gambit. And TSM, I don't know where this TSM team's been for their last couple of games, but they need to make sure they turn up for the next days as well.
Definitely that scrimming against the international teams paid off. This is going to give them also a huge confidence boost. Going against Nukeduck, Nukeduck is a very, very good mid laner. And Reginald doing that well with all the repeats ganks from Odd One is going to boost his confidence a lot. We'll have to see if it translates later in the day when he goes up against the final boss, which is Faker.
If he can do a fraction of that against Faker, they're going to be doing really well. And in the interview that I did with Reggie on day one, where he very openly said to me, I need to step up my game. I did not perform to the best of my ability. I was nervous. I was even scared going into that game. This was a different Reginald completely today.
I mean, the Odd One getting so many successful ganks off on Nukeduck really was a huge part in that, and it's very hard to gank Faker is what I've noticed. A lot of people will come mid, even with Vi, and they still can't lock down Faker. So I don't know if they'll be able to have the same success.
Still a lot of work to be done for TSM here today, but that's coming up a little bit later on. We're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the analyst desk to talk about TSM's win and Reggie's godlike Zed.
Absolutely, guys, and thank you very much. Fantastic job on the broadcast, but it really was about Reginald in the mid lane. We've said it all weekend long, and TSM is known to play like this, and that if Reggie is kind of put out of the game, then so is Team Solo Mid. But we saw the exact opposite from the get-go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to start by talking about picks and bans in this game, which I think went very well for TSM. In this case, we have the Zed, Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi, Vlad comp. And when you see the Spectral Wraith coming out on Vlad, you know that's going to be a split-pushing Vlad. And with the composition as well, you know Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi are going to be forming a turret-pushing core, while Zed roams or split pushes and Vlad split pushes as well. So I first started getting worried when I wasn't sure whether Tabs was going to be able to solo split push on Vayne, and also the Lulu pick. Good in lane, but not optimal for split pushing. And if you're trying to counter the turret pressure from Caitlyn with Ari, Lulu, Elise,
Right.
when you need Shen and Vayne to split push, you're going to be sacrificing a lot of towers.
I don't necessarily agree that Lulu's that bad against a split push. I just think they picked Vayne maybe to stop the split push, but it's such a horrible matchup against Caitlyn. It's really, really poor. You saw it as well every time they went in. Like, they gave us especially Fresh, and he plays so well with it, because every time Vayne doubled in, he went into the box. Even if he gets a Shen ulti, they couldn't close that gap. Their composition pretty much centered around double protection on the two heavy carries, being Lulu and Shen Shield being able to protect Zed from blowing them up, but they weren't even playing Teamfight Zed. They were playing Split Push Zed. I think Lemondogs dropped the ball a little on that, and even with that composition, they could have played better, but it just didn't work.
At the same time, though, I feel like Tabs did surprisingly well in a counter matchup. Caitlyn is supposed to crush Vayne. I feel like going even in that lane, doing like normal, would be going like 20 to 25 CS down. Tabs never fell more than like 10 CS down from Wild Turtle.
Until they started fighting.
Yeah, and then they started fighting and things
no
went
reason.
downhill. But I feel like Tabs pulled his weight. I think the team calling or the play calling that game for lane rotations was a little bit off because they never used Vayne to her full extent. You don't put Vayne against Caitlyn because she can't split push against Caitlyn. You can put her against like a Zed or you can put her against a Vlad and she'll actually be able to put pressure on the map. And another thing was just the fact that TSM's team comp had no hard CC. They had Thresh, Caitlyn, Vi, Zed, and Vlad. That's not a team fighting team comp. That's a splitting team comp, right? So you don't want to lose laning phase. You want to play passive in laning phase as Lemondogs and just force them to 5v5 you because you'll out 5v5 them.
And that's just not what they were. That was a classic TSM snowball in a sense where they got a small lead and just started running away with it. And like retroactively, you can go back and talk about all the things Lemondogs did wrong in their team comp, and it seems right because they lost. But I mean, TSM's team comp wasn't that great either. It's just they executed it in the way, like one of the only ways it could work. Reggie Zed, he's the only one who's been allowed to play Zed. And because he got so many Vi ganks that Nukeduck was effectively walking into, it just snowballed them out.
It felt like a little lack of respect for the Zed pick, and especially like the way Vi ganked that over and over, it felt like, yeah, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on you.
Yeah, and then like 5 times.
Exactly.
I would say that the team comp wasn't multi-dimensional, but it was extremely good at what it was supposed to do, which is split push and create picks. But it is easily readable. But Lemondogs just didn't pick up on it. TSM executed it very well.
The only answer early game would have been putting the lanes 2v1. And I think we saw that in an indication that Shen actually got first blood, which was a good pick off by them, based by Cloth Armor. Found himself in the Vladimir lane and didn't counter swap. They should have sacrificed the CS there. Like sometimes it's really poor to swap at late minute or last second. Like we saw the early game when they put the 2v2 matchups and they got wrecked. But right this game, I think it was still the best choice to counter swap because Vladimir post 5 is gonna do really mean things to Shen.
Yeah, Darius dominated 0-0 in that matchup. It was just it was another runaway, and I think that could have also been remedied a little bit if we had seen the lane swap, even from that regard, because they just. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it made that first blood totally meaningless, effectively. So
with you guys kind of in agreement and disagreement that TSM's team was one they play a lot or the team that they want to snowball with, let's look a little to the future before we hit the standings here. Will a composition like that work against SKT in the final match of the day with them?
if you can outplay them in 1v1 situations, then yes, it will.
I mean, TSM played really well. I mean, we were analyzing like mistakes from one team and good plays on the other.
Yeah.
We can't really take it away. They played really, really well. I don't think teams will give Reginald Zed because he was really efficient on Zed and his other games weren't as performed as well. We don't know if that's the confidence he got like from this game will transition into other champions or not.
Right.
But I don't think we'll see Zed again.
I definitely feel like a team comp like that, if you don't get really far ahead in the early game in laning phase, it's not going to be effective as the game goes on. It doesn't scale well because you have no hard CC and your 5v5 is actually really weak. If Reggie does manage to go 5-0 against Faker, then yeah, of course they're going to win with a comp like that. But I don't think Faker would give Reginald Zed and not be able to play against it well.
And this was one of those TSM games where they just seemed to have everything go right for them. They had a couple of them against Vulcan in the North American regionals, and then they clearly did not have them against Cloud9. Things sometimes really just work for them, and whenever Reggie starts the game with a couple of those kills, you tend to get these things. I don't expect people to be giving him Zed anymore. He's been the only one that's been allowed to play
That's true.
because he honestly didn't play very well on Zed previously, so people kind of just we're disrespecting him in that way by giving him Zen.
Everybody has bad plays. Like if you give a player, for example, that plays a lot of Sona that sometimes misses some crescendos, who we're talking about, I don't know. He can still be really efficient on Sona the next game. Like same with Reggie, he has that clip on the internet where it's like, oh my god, Reggie played so bad. But if you watch this game, he really had an impact. He controlled his lane. He let Nukeduck push him in the tower. He's like, yeah, come push me. And then Vi shows up, kills him. Reggie starts roaming. It's just, you got to respect the champion.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from TSM. They played really well. I feel like we're really just like talking about how Lemondogs messed up. TSM played really well. It's just that I feel like that comp is very one-dimensional. Yeah, exactly. Like if you don't get really far ahead in the first 10 minutes of the game, you cannot contest dragons. You cannot contest. You're not going to be able to like even defend against the siege unless Caitlyn is in that lane. So.
All right.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. With that, we will take a look at the standings and keep those ideas in our minds for the last game of the day. So after Team Solo Mid's win, they are now tied with SKT for second place, which adds even more excitement to the matchup later today. Lemondogs, on the other hand, find themselves near the bottom of the standings at the halfway point of the group. And now that we've seen how the teams are stacked up, let's take a look at how the four of you are coming along so far in your competition. And that last pick didn't help too much. With their pick of TSM and TSM. The viewers have opened up a commanding lead over the gentlemen here at the desk.
Things are going a little
14-4 for them. Yeah. So, guys, it's now time for you to improve those records.
I need to start picking what Crepo doesn't pick. Just
well,
like
actually,
whatever he picks, I'm doing the opposite.
I have a confession to make. I actually saw Reggie earlier today. I made a little chat, and he promised me some TSM swag if I voted for Lemondogs, and yeah.
So you're using your powers for evil now.
I sold out, dude. I'm a corporate sellout.
All right, so it's time to improve your records. Try to catch the viewers now. So you guys are going to be voting on the next game. It's Gaming Gear EU versus OMG. Doublelift, what's on your mind for this matchup?
Definitely OMG. Just Gaming Gear hasn't had a strong showing, and until they, have one, I'm going to go for the other team.
Couldn't agree more. OMG. Same reasons as Doublelift there.
Oh, dear. There's two.
I really want to see a European team win, so I'm going for OMG.
Crepo. No, dude, I want to win this one.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're all in agreement here that it's going to be OMG.
So you guys either trying to dig a deeper hole or get up to the rankings faster?
We'll go all the way down.
I don't want to drop 2 games below them, because I'll feel really horrible.
So why so many OMG picks right off the bat?
Wait, you're already 2 games below
Well,
us.
I mean, the OMG picks are basically they're top of the group versus bottom of the group, especially even if we're just going off of recent results. It's the logical pick in this sense. They've been able to display so much early aggression. They even were able to play slow against Lemondogs. And it just, Gaming Gear, even with a little bit of unconventional things they did against SKT, they were overmatched in those games. And I feel like OMG should be able to do a similar thing.
All right, well, I think you guys might have the viewers vote on this one as well. So as you look to improve on your records and catch up in the standings, we're counting on the viewers. We're also counting on them to pretty much take you guys out of this one in the broadcast because they have been getting each one for themselves.
Yeah, so the viewers here can upgrade by going to bit.ly/worlds1 and answering a couple questions like what pros would you like to see on the analyst desk
that
at
are
future
better at
events?
predicting.
Maybe they could predict a little better than us. So good luck.
Maybe. It's going to be tough. You guys are doing a pretty good job. Up until today, it's going to be a roller coaster now.
It's
you
all
guys
my
getting
fault.
tired? You're going to blame it on that?
I'm blaming Crepo for everything that goes wrong from now on.
What can I do?
All right, so we've got to take a short break, warm the brains back up. But when we return, it's time for our 4th match of the day as the wild card Gaming Gear EU looks to shuffle up the standings with a win against OMG. Plus, Team Solo Mid's Dyrus will join us to talk about their win over Lemondogs. So stick around. The Season 3 League of Legends World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between Gaming Gear and OMG. But first, I'd like to welcome Team Solomid's Dyrus to the interview lounge. Dyrus, congratulations on that victory versus the Lemon Dogs. Tell me about that matchup, because you guys got behind. They got an early first blood, the Lemon Dogs. How you guys come back from that?
So the moment Odd One died, I immediately felt the need to carry really hard. So since my lane, I'm supposed to win really hard. I actually lost in a scrim with that matchup yesterday, so I played against Xpecial like 7 times, and I lost 6 out of 7 times. So the practice came in handy, and the hard work paid off.
It absolutely did. Tell us something about how you feel about this group right now and your performance so far and the chances of getting out of it.
Right now, we can't lose more than 1 game, and we already choked really hard on our second game. Me and Reggie threw pretty hard, but getting out of this phase is just a matter of playing solid, analyzing replays. One of the things that I'd like to state is I felt like I was a little bit behind in the top laner meta. So I watched the replay, I watched both top laners. I immediately understood everything, and I felt like I just jumped in the level of understanding.
Now, of course, later on you'll be going up against SK Telecom T1, another chance to go up against a Korean team and grasp a victory, and against Impact, as you were talking about, strong top laners. How do you feel going into that one?
I felt pretty good after watching the Gaming Gear game, seeing how they died 7 times, no offense. No offense to either teams, but I feel like they may be a little jet lag still, or maybe we're just overhyping. But either way, I'm going to go in with my strongest hero, strongest play, and we'll do our best as TSM to show that NA that we can actually get a win against a Korean team.
All right. Yes, as you said, they don't look unbeatable. Is that also the impression you get out of the Korean team in Group B, or your general impressions about that group?
I feel like without Halm, they've been a little handicapped because they don't have him. He's the main mental state of their group, and I feel like they're just not playing their best right now. It's very unfortunate, but when you come to Worlds, you gotta bring your best, and I feel like they could be much better. Also, this new patch, Dottie's champion pool got screwed over, and he wasn't able to prepare a new champion. So when I was watching yesterday, I felt really bad for him. But he's a very good player regardless. What other part of the question was there? I'm sorry.
Just generally about Group B, but if you just want to keep it to Ozone.
No offense. A lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I feel like Group B is at least 3 times easier than Group A.
Could you maybe elaborate? Because you just hit on Ozone, but is there any other team you target with that statement, or?
Everybody.
All right. Fighting words. Well, of course, you guys have a lot of confidence right now after that victory, and the entire team just gelling well, good team fights. How would you say that the atmosphere is in the team right now?
We're feeling pretty good right now, winning and morale. Morale is a huge thing. You can tell from our last game. The moment Odd One died, like everyone on the team instantly worked on morale and like looked for ways to win. And I'm not actually sure how we won that game in the end. I just was pretty much on an island. But one of the biggest things is just morale.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck in your matchup against SK Telecom T1 later on in the day. For now, let's send it over to Quickshot and Freak for some more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside David Freak Turley, and we have the pleasure of bringing you our 4th game of the day, the international wildcard, Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU versus China's OMG. And while these 2 teams' records make this match a real David and Goliath battle, remember that David did win.
Yeah, I did. I was awesome back then. Now, guys, even though Gaming Gear did lose their first game today, they actually played their best match of Worlds so far. And that was against SKT and Faker. Those are some good opponents. So if Gaming Gear can keep improving, you honestly never know what's going to happen. We've seen teams turn their fates around in the middle of this tournament already.
Yeah, the problem is that Mazarine and the Lithuanians face the only team that has beaten SKT so far at the Worlds. That is, of course, the undefeated OMG.
Yeah, OMG have been doing a very good job of winning other matches, but their just prior match against Lemon Dogs was actually really, really close. At one point, it looked like they might have lost that one. 16-13 is not an impressive scoreline against a team that's 1-3 in the groups. But, of course, OMG was able to keep their cool, and, of course, their mid laner was a big part of that one. He went 5-1-7 as Ahri. That's a champion you kind of want to remove from China's summer season MVP.
Yeah, he played it twice already, and both times has been very impressive with it. Guys, let's actually pull up those starting lineups for you. We want to get this match underway. And on the blue side, in this particular game, it is going to be, of course, Gaming Gear EU. NBS up there in the top lane, Alunier in the jungle, Mazarine in the mid, still full smiles across his face with Deadly Brother and Inspiro as your AD carry and support.
And of course, on the red side is OMG with Go going in the top lane, Loveland in the jungle, Cool in mid, Son and AD carry, and Big Pomelo on support. And something you talked about with those lineups was the smiles on Gaming Gear's faces. We actually just heard Dyrus talk about how important morale was for TSM. Even after giving up first blood, they all made sure that they were still focused and still happy and ready to play. And that is important. That's something we've seen both with the Group B underdog in Mineski, but also with Gaming Gear as well, where even if they're down early on, they have smiles on their faces, and they still put out a lot of effort in the matches.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you cannot discount in these games. We've already heard from Gaming Gear that they are here to learn, they're here to absorb as much as they can, and they have been progressively improving with each of their games. So let's see how they do now against the Chinese OMG. We are into picks and bans, and as it stands, there's some shared picks and bans, or pick champions. You know, the likes of Renekton, Aatrox, we know that both of these teams play them.
Yeah, and the top laners especially share a lot of similarities. Actually, they play a lot of those brawlers like Renekton in the top lane. The mid laners are actually very, very different. Whereas Cool's playing the assassins like Zed, Ahri, and Fizz, we've really only seen Mazarine really play Gragas and Orianna. Now, Orianna's a champion you might see from Cool, but you actually have a bit of a disparity here in styles, and that's where I'm really going to see some of these players start diverging their picks.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Mazarine can adapt his playstyle. He hasn't had the same level of impact here at the World Championships that he did have at Gamescom at the International Wildcard Tournament. And as it stands right now, both of these teams, they're really taking their time as far as picks and bans is concerned. Zed, Shentek, and Lee Sin once again targeted. They definitely want to get that one away from Loveland, who's already played it twice this tournament.
And I still want to see the jungle Yorick come out, because that is one of those champions that we see banned away from OMG a few times. Loveland plays the jungle Yorick, opens with the Doran's Blade, dives as heavy as he would with Lee Sin, just uses ghouls instead of kicks to get kills. But I want to see it come out. I do. I want to see the interesting stuff come out, the unconventional picks that we don't normally see too much of. And here's a good chance. There's only one ban left. Maybe they give it away.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide. Thresh has been taken away. Inspiro has played that twice already this tournament. Sona once. So we'll have to see where he defaults to. We have been seeing the likes of that Fiddlesticks as your support, but I do want to highlight that Corki is still up. Corki has only gone through one game without being picked or banned, and every other time it has actually been either played or taken off the field of battle.
And if I recall correctly, both these teams have both played that champion at this point in this tournament, so you know it's available in these teams' rosters. Now, still, it's actually more aggressive early game junglers being taken away by Gaming Gear. And this is actually, I like this idea actually. So instead of just banning out against Cool a whole bunch, which is a viable strategy, they're banning out the really good early game junglers, the ones that are very hard to play against from Loveland, saying, look, as long as Loveland can't make the plays as one of the best junglers in the world, we can survive the dives otherwise, we can survive the lanes otherwise, we'll get past that early game state, and then win in mid-game.
Well, we'll have to see if that plan works out for them, because as we've already highlighted, OMG's 3v1 tower dives have been some of the best that we've probably seen ever, actually. They've pulled off those 3.5 minute dives a couple of times already, and it's just so well executed and well structured. And as you were highlighting, Orianna has been locked in there for Mazarine.
So the Orianna is one of the two big comfort picks for Mazarine there. Again, that and Gragas. Yeah, it's not going to be a real one. I like the Jarvan pickup as well, because it is a bit of a steal away from Alunir. It's something he's been playing a lot of. The Renekton is also a steal right here, and Renekton Orianna actually is such a very scary combo to deal with. You've got another good champion for ball delivery. You can turn Renekton into an initiator. But of course, with the rest of the junglers not banned out, here's the Aatrox available. Again, NBS has been playing Aatrox before. He can initiate fights. There's a lot of good options here for Gaming Gear.
Also, if that Aatrox gets thrown into the jungle, it'll be the first time that we see Aluna actually playing a non-Jarvan the fourth jungler. So we'll have to see what they decide to run with as this goes on. Zyra has been already secured for Gaming Gear EU. So that versatility of that top lane and jungle pick, depending on where they want to put the Aatrox, leaving it for last.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up going here. This is actually smart because the thing is, they don't need to be super versatile with the top lane. They know Renekton's there. And again, just because NBS has played it before, I expect that to be Aatrox top, really at the end of it all. But what you're going to watch here is where else Cool wants to go with these picks, because he could have gone Ahri, he could have gone Fizz, wanted the Gragas in here actually to help knock back some of the front line, help disrupt team fights. And what I'm curious to see is what type of Gragas we see. Montecristo talks a lot about the sieging Gragas, who pokes people off of turrets. We saw actually when it was picked up against Fnatic by Ozone, it was to try to disengage the dive team.
Without having their AD carry locked in, I imagine that focus could change. If they pair that with the likes of a Caitlyn, it would aid them in that tower pressure. If they pair it with the likes of a Vayne or something like that, it could aid them in trying to find those picks and the kills. So maybe OMG leaving the overall strategy to this last and final pick once they've seen all of the Lithuanian champions locked in.
Well, the team composition for OMG actually works really well as a scrapping team. You've got Jarvan, who can initiate without waiting for his ultimate, compared to someone like Vi. He can keep looking for battles. Renekton's a really good jungle brawler as well. And that's actually, and then of course Gragas can again get around the walls, jump into fights a whole lot, and do a bunch of burst damage. So OMG looks like a team who just wants to scrap in the jungle a whole bunch and contest for objectives. And so an AD carry who can fight often is really good, more so than like a Sieger.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to confirm. The Gaming Gear composition has been rounded out now with that Vayne and that Zac. So Aatrox and Zac, we'll see where they decide to throw it. We have seen NBS running Aatrox in the top lane, so this could be a jungle Zac. And, you know, we always talk about that ball delivery system. You can throw it on Aatrox, you can throw it on Zac. Either of them will do well. Against a team like OMG, I also see that counter initiation and zone control of Zyra playing into their favor if they're able to time their abilities correctly. So I quite like what Gaming Gear have stuck together right now.
I do too. Zyra actually makes a lot of sense against a Jarvan Renekton combo. And remember that the Zyra was locked in after OMG showed both of those two champions. And so she says, yes, you guys can dive in, but I will knock you up, I will root you in place. And with this lineup that OMG shows, the Vayne is safe. If Deadly Brother plays a good laning phase and scales up, he will do very well in these team fights. There's not a lot of great assassination potential as long as Fiddlesticks doesn't catch him.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out for them. Kog'Maw has been locked in as the AD carry for OMG. So a vastly different composition for what we've been seeing as far as the bottom three lanes are concerned. This is the first time Gragas for Cool in this tournament, the first time Kog'Maw, and the fourth different AD carry for San. He has played Kate, Corki, Tristana, and now Kog'Maw, so he's really showing diversity in his champion pool.
It's interesting to me that he actually showed Kog'Maw as opposed to someone like Tristana, just because there's a lot of backline diving available, and Tristana's a little bit more selfish, can push back the Zac, but we'll see how the Kog goes. He'll do a good job killing tanks in the front line.
Definitely going to have to keep his control of that W locked down. Guys, before we get to this game, let's check out who you actually think is going to walk away with that W. According to LOLesports.com, 93% of you guys think that OMG will go to 4-0 and end the first half of the group stage with a perfect record.
And all the analysts said OMG as well. This is one of those games where everyone's on the same page, so we might all get it right or wrong, but the standings won't change.
There is a very big problem with all of the analysts agreeing on OMG. Crepo has picked them too.
Oh.
And traditionally, he has not been the most accurate. So we'll have to see how this one works out. The game is loading up. This is definitely going to be a difficult game as far as Gaming Gear are concerned. OMG have already taken down SKT, and SKT have beaten Gaming Gear. So if you use that logic, OMG should be able to pick this one up. But I imagine the real question is where these lanes going to set up. Vayne Zyra against a Cog Fiddle that's definitely duo lanes we don't see all that often anywhere, really.
If I remember properly what Doubleth was talking about, and now, mind you, this was when Gambit was playing the Sona Cog duo lane, he said that, yeah, Cog's going to do well against Vayne in lane. Now, he might have been referring more to the support picks right there, but in general, I do like Vayne is very short range. Fiddlesticks is it's easy for Fiddle to land a Terrify and screw with the Vayne and make his life really difficult. And Kog'Maw is really good at landing auto attacks onto opponents. And again, picking Vayne down and doing a lot of damage there. So if I understand it correctly, actually a pretty decent 2v2 for OMG.
Well, we'll see how they match up. You did see multiple members of OMG sneaking themselves towards this top half of the map, and Gaming Gear backing out just as they were approaching that brush. So a lot of members of both teams stacking up on this top half of the map. OMG definitely signaling intentions to invade here.
And this is the thing, is they also want some ward control just to get the lane matchups right as well. That's actually also very important. And that's actually a lot of what we tend to see with the ward patterns, is they watch where the duo lane goes, where the solo lane goes, also where the jungle pass goes. They can watch for dives. As we saw with when SKT fought OMG, not spotting the jungler in time, getting dived by Lovelit was a fatal mistake for the Koreans.
Well, OMG decided to back away. Everybody was clenching their teeth for a moment as that dark wind from Big Pomelo was bouncing across the members of Gaming Gear. There is some deep wards there, so OMG will at least know Alinya's path through the jungle. But this is the first time we're seeing him on this jungle Aatrox, and we didn't even talk about the fact that MBS actually has that top lane Zac. So slightly more traditional positions for these champions.
And there's actually a very small risk that Gambit, or not, I keep saying the GG and thinking it's Gambit Gaming, that Gaming Gear are going for, because they're starting the buff with their solo lane against what's basically 1v2 matchup. If OMG ran for an invade right away, they would actually have a 2v2 fight right there and force an early smite or win a battle. And we've seen that actually happen with the likes of Vulcan before, but Gaming Gear are unpunished for their choice of buff, and this actually allows a lot more safety for Lunar's second half of the jungle.
Well, we'll see how he decides to roll after securing those buffs. Loveland has picked himself up that red buff right now, and Gaming Gear do have their preferred setup of the 2v1 lane. Going with that Lifeguard Renekton up in the top lane. He's been zoned out of any experience or any CS right now, and that very long range of Zyra going to make his life a bit difficult in these opening couple of minutes.
And this is a good thing for Gaming Gear, because Zac does more with low gold than Renekton does with low gold. Zac can just pop his crowd control, knock people in the air, split into his passive, and more or less do his job. So if NBS gets starved and Going gets starved, it's a good thing for Gaming Gear.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out for them. NBS right now still 0 to Going 0 as well. A very slow start. Neither of these lanes really even trying to get any sort of harass down or poke on one another, and Deadly Brother just wants to get as much CS as possible.
And he's actually soaking up experience pretty well. The solo laner has actually already hit level 2 before the turret dive can even happen, even if a Lunar were looking for that. So that's actually a bit of a lead there for Going. Just in case the dive did happen, though none of these junglers are looking for the early aggression, both junglers actually looking to defend and extend this 2v1 phase.
At this point in time, Alina is moving towards this bottom lane to help defend NBS and maybe fend off any potential dive. However, Loveland up on the top lane is mimicking this position. So we're going to see that almost 2v2 defense of the tower and supportive jungling movements as opposed to the ganks or the kill positions that we've seen.
And one thing that's interesting about the fact that these guys went for defense was Lunar was set up to go top lane. He started at his red, went towards his blue, was on the top side of the map. Whereas Loveland started at the top side of the map and hit level 3 over at the bottom, but there were no wards inside of OMG's jungle. So Gaming Gear had no way of knowing if Loveland was waiting for a counter gank or completely on the wrong side of the map, so they weren't able to go for the 3v1 dive.
All right, now Alina at level 4 with 17 CS is practically double the amount of Loveland. Of course, that Jarvan has been trying to help defend this tower with a shorter range on Vayne. Makes it a little more unsafe if you're trying to get any DPS down onto that tower. And for the time being, Gaming Gear happy to be passively farming up.
Yeah, they are so far. Honestly, getting a Vayne with some free farm is going to be a pretty wonderful thing. Internet Explorer, unfortunately, League of Legends still doing fine though, so not a big deal.
Yeah, that is it. We have switched back over, and now we see Mazrin has been jumped on. Fool's already burnt that Ignite. Mazrin forced to fall backwards, but is sitting on 250 HP. He doesn't have any potions to use though, so may have to recall and get back. Great there from Going. He's going to use Renekton and shut down that ward the moment it's put down.
And I like the early recall from Loveland for the wards. It will allow him to exert a bunch of control over this mid game. With the pink ward, he can set up a gank path. With the green ward, he can set up defense as well for any one of the isolated lanes. For example, NBS wouldn't have to recall if Loveland warded for him.
Well, Loveland right now, with that blue buff still on, no longer has the red buff available to him. Currently level 4 against Deadly Brothers level 4. We see in the bottom lane, Alinea has now returned. He was sitting mid, was helping protect Mazarin for a little bit, and has now decided to come and slow down the bottom lane. This is arguably one of the slowest starts that we've seen from OMG. They haven't committed to any sort of fights, and they seem to be quite content farming. As we talk about that, that's a flash forward into a stun on Deadly Brother. The roots don't land. Exhaust is on going. 110 HP left as Deadly Brothers trying to get away. 2 seconds for Cole the Meek. He gets up, but the Dragon Lance manages to secure it. Inspro's going to walk out, and OMG, they managed to pick up first blood.
And I was actually about to say that when you see 2v2 lanes, once like level 4 hits, you'll sometimes see these guys go for a dive because they built a level lead. And so the dive worked very successfully there for OMG. The knock-up combo, the double stuns, you just chase the Vayne down. That was really well played by these guys.
A lot of summoner spells burned in that as well. Neither going nor Loveland having their flashes available, but you can definitely type worth it in caps once you secure that first blood, especially for the likes of Loveland's Jarvan, who still has not used those wards that you highlighted earlier and has now picked himself up some boots of mobility. So he'll be able to at least roam around the map and make even better use of that vision. It simply wasn't needed in that top lane.
So Loveland picking up the Spirit Stone. It's interesting because you're right. Kobe talked about First Blood giving you boots of mobility. He's actually, not gone for it. Gone for a little bit more jungle clear, interestingly. But yes, he can cash in with the pink ward. They can actually pull going. At 7 minutes, you probably could contest a dragon because you have the numbers lead in the bottom half of the map if they wanted to give up top lane pressure. That's a theoretical possibility for these guys. But it seems like they're more worried about keeping the lanes in good shape, maybe setting up a couple more ganks, and keeping turrets in good shape.
At this point in time, that blue buff will be coming up from Gaming Gear in the not-too-distant future, and we'll have to see if Loveland puts any concerted effort on that. As it stands, he's roaming towards this top lane, has just stepped right over a ward, does still get condemned into the wall, but not the wall Deadly Brother was planning.
Nah, so nothing really going to be found there. Like, Loveland's staying at the top side of the map. He can keep trying to contest that lane. And honestly, he could revisit Vayne. There's no summoner spells left aside from Inspiro's Flash over there. So the ability to dive still very much exists for these guys. OMG really could keep revisiting that lane, and it would probably work out for him.
Going has hit level 6. He's got a 10 CS advantage over NBS's Zac right now. And of course, if he's able to lock anybody down with his stun or the knock-up of Jarvan, his ultimate will allow him to shred through them. We see San and Big Pomelo now fending off some minions on this bottom wave. We see he's 63 CS to the 58 of Deadly Brothers. So mechanically, Gaming Gear are keeping mostly up as far as the CS is concerned.
You're doing a pretty good job. There's the attempted dive there on a Deadly Brother, but there's not enough follow-up damage available. And there's a lot of MIA pings coming out right now from Gaming Gear because they don't see Cool. Of course, Cool is just grabbing his blue buff, but that's what's now unlocked in this map. Organa not a great roamer, but Gragas is. And so OMG's got a better mid lane for fighting, but Elunir is already set up to dive this top.
Inspro's currently level 5. He's a couple minions away from that level 6. We'll have to see if the Stranglethorns is available for use in this fight. If he can get a good route down, maybe might be enough. That's a level 6 Alinir as well, so they have the recipe. They just need to land the CC in order to pick up kills here.
The lane's unfortunately not pushing. Look at how passively OMG are playing. They're actually not trying to re-dive. They haven't had eyes on Elunir in a very long time. And even though we know OMG loves to dive and fight all the time, they're checking their aggression when they know there's elements that are question marks here on the map.
Well, as long as those questions remain unanswered, OMG are not committing to anything they don't want to. Cool. Toying with positioning, making Mazarin scared, knocks him backwards. Body Slam is available, throws it down. Ignite is now ticking, it continues chasing. 200 HP and he forces Mazarin backwards, but not enough to pick up the kill. And Cool just really stomping authority on the lane. We do see there's an engagement up in the top lane. Cataclysm was used, Stranglethorns was available. They contempt going backwards, and Deadly Brother, the 100 HP, gets out cleanly. The Ignite not enough to securing him, but OMG winning every skirmish in every lane.
They traded the, basically they got rid of the exhaust, but here comes the spear onto Elunir.
Oh, look at that fear. Throws Elunir backwards. The silence comes up. Barrel continues to put damage down, but thanks to that command protect, Elunir manages to get out mostly cleanly. Flash was burned. Tower in the bottom lane has been picked up for OMG, and they may get top as well.
Elunir's been spending so much time trying to gank the mid lane and not succeeding, whereas Loveland's been helping his 1v2 top lane. That San and Big Pomelo just got damage in the turret slowly but surely until it fell over, whereas the top lane was never in danger. And now, because of the lopsided engagement, it's a bit of a lead here on the bottom side of the map for OMG.
And now with, of course, that Fiddlesticks Fear and the ability to tank up that dragon, Cool, San, and Big Pomelo secure this without the aid of Loveland's jungle Jarvan. That smite not even needed. Numbers advantage, they extend that gold lead to 3,000 gold within 30 seconds. And it's at this point that Gaming Gear need to stop, plug the hole in their ship, as it were, because OMG are pulling further and further ahead.
Yeah, they've got to really realign their gears here and just get working as one well-oiled machine. A little bit of damage goes onto that top turret, but as we just said, the fact that Loveland has kept this lane going really well for Renekton, kept the turret from taking damage, there's just no headway to be made here from Gaming Gear. The only turret that they could really pressure here is the mid lane when Cool goes to roam. But when Cool goes to roam, there's probably a kill that OMG will pick up for it.
Well, Loveland does not have his Cataclysm available, trying to get in range. Deadly Brother and Inspiro were backing away as Loveland was approaching, so they did see him coming from that Tribush ward, and you can see Sun now taking over defense of this top tower from Going. He's now going to try to fight against this other hypercarrier Vayne, and he's got a small item advantage right now with that Phage and Zeal, so we're going to see another Trinity Force Kog'Maw. This will be the third of Worlds, if I recall correctly.
It's definitely been the only build we've seen from Kog'Maw so far here. Even though Doublelift said it was weird and inefficient and he'd rather see Blade of the Ruin King come out from this champion, it seems that everyone else on the world stage seems to agree, and we'll see if it pays off here as well for San. Just 0-0-0 so far, but building the minion kill lead. But what's interesting to me is the pink ward that OMG put down in the top lane River Brush. It looks like they're trying to keep pressure on that side of the map, that their bottom lane is winning by its own. They've already killed the turret. Here's their next sort of focus that they're going to put effort on.
Well, we'll see if they manage to take the tower down and where they go from that. As it stands right now, going with a 73 CS advantage, a 13 CS advantage over his opponent MBS, is working towards that Sunfire Cape. And just going to become a tanky, beefy crocodile like only Renekton can. The numbers are still close, but the thing is, OMG just got more presence on the map. It seems that Gaming Gear, and Alanir in particular, he hasn't been a factor in the game as of yet. We haven't seen knockups from him. We haven't really seen him put any damage onto any of OMG's champions.
Exactly. He's been trying to gank the entire time, and none of it has succeeded. And here comes a dive.
Big Pomelo's going to throw down the Crowstorm. We finally see Alanir getting involved. Big Pomelo forced to flash away as the Stranglethorns throw San up into the air. He now backs away. Living Artillery is going to smack down in the faces of Gaming Gear. They continue to focus down as the tower is now dropped in the background. That's 3 quick kills as the passive of Zyra comes out. Throws down the true damage, but it is going to be a dead Zyra, and that's 3 plus a tower, and OMG just make it look easy, even with that Stranglethorn.
They use the low HP tower to really bait Gaming Gear into defending right there. They killed the turret during the engagement and just took the kills. There's so much crowd control available there, the silence, the tanky frontliners. That's just a fight you get to do when you're ahead.
Now Mazarin's in a little bit of trouble. You see Cool coming in from the background. Command attack going out, trying to clear the wave. He's feared, he's silenced, he is crushed by Loveland, who is now on a killing spree at 3-0-2. And OMG are now 5 kills ahead, 2 towers to 0. They've got a dragon, and it's accumulating to 6,000 gold right now.
And this looks like the OMG that is 3-0 in the group stage. This is the OMG that people are saying, you know what, they're topping the group and they're showing how strong they are. This fight's going to be interesting. I expect they're going to win this fight.
Going actually started that Dominus just to help finish off the red buff, and NBS basically jumped into the damage. Cool right now does not have that explosive cask available, and Alanir is just going to walk away saying, I don't really want to fight this Gragas right now.
Yeah, so OMG are just taking really everything from the map right now. 2 outer turrets already gone, 5-0 in kills. Everything is really going these guys' way. And this is, to me, now you kind of want to look at this and for all the other teams say, look, this is OMG. They have made every choice correctly. When you look at what the junglers did, Alanir trying to gank, never succeeding, whereas Loveland stayed top lane, actually got a kill for his team, kept his turret alive, whereas the OMG dual lane killed a turret. Decision-making's been good for OMG. All the die's been good for OMG. This is another one.
Oh, take a look at that. Bounces Deadly Brother backwards, condemns him into the wall. Cool got stunned up, and he decides to back away. You actually seen San and Big Pomelo. They did not follow in. They didn't chase that down. maybe cool biting off a little more than he can chew right now.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the most successful idea from him, but he has some cool direction in his build. His explosive cast actually most of the way back from cooldown. And Gragas runs around so fast, and the team is so well coordinated, he left mid, but Levlin took over the mid lane farm. So they didn't even miss anything for doing that. In fact, they burned Vayne's ultimate, and Gragas will be back first.
Well, Big Pamela now just hiding off to the side of this. OMG pushing all 3 lanes simultaneously, and we're seeing really controlled aggression from them. Knock up, oh, not landing this time around as Levlin's flag and drag, not throwing him towards Aluna. And he's going to use that Dark Flight to get out. Now, the cask is not up yet. There, Gragas' ultimate becomes available, and that's a flash from Aluna. He was afraid of the fear of Fiddle, and that's going to allow OMG to secure the last outer tower if they stick around in this mid lane.
They should be able to. They've actually pulled their AD carry into this lane. The fact that Son is not leaving means he's here for the push, and I don't see this getting turned around. You'll see some poke from Zyra, but that's a dead turret.
Yeah, nothing to really worry about. So tower number 3 falls. Cool has his ultimate available. He's actually going to throw a barrel and sidestep to the right. Let's see about the knockup. They catch Inspiro. He's locked in with Cataclysm. The ultimate comes down from Gragas and doesn't catch anybody from Gaming Gear. They are going to walk out, but they got the Stranglethorn. So Inspiro's massive CC not going to be available if a fight were to break out.
And if they want to go for this one with Dragon up in 3 seconds, OMG has full control. Everyone on the team for OMG on the bottom half of the map, it's fully theirs.
So going, throws down Dominus. He's trying to battle out Deadly Brother. In comes Big Pomelo from the side. Nobody's caught by those crows. Deadly Brother now recommits onto Big Pomelo. That massive 3-second fear into Drain. Fiddle is still alive. Fiddle gets out cleanly before Elenu comes in. Throws down the Massacre to secure the first kill of the game for Gaming Gear. Now he's running, and like only Elenu can. The Bloodwell comes out. He's stuck down in the passive, and OMG secure the 8th kill. They're going to take the bottom inner turret. If they want to tank it up, they're going to decide back, as MBS is going to be a tasty, juicy target. The double revives of Zac and Aatrox not going to be enough. OMG just in a commanding lead.
That was really interesting fight awareness by OMG because Zac was reviving under the turret. Levlin tried to deal some damage, was like, actually, the turret's doing too much. You guys can kill him later. Go dive the Aatrox. I'll just zone him out on the other side of the map. And they picked up the kill anyway, despite the Zac revive coming through. These guys are in complete control. So one thing you talked about a little while back was the Trinity Force Kog'Maw. And what I actually like about the Trinity Force Kog'Maw is 2 things. So one is you can re-trigger the double base damage Sheen proc with your ultimate very easily. But also, when you trigger your W, you get 700 plus range, and it counts as spell cast. So the very first thing you can do is be like, I hit you for 300 damage. And in a laning phase situation, you just get to poke Vayne. And they actually, once they got Trinity Force done, he went to go fight the Vayne matchup and said, I'm going to poke you for 300 damage every time this ability's up, plus my ultimate.
And you can't discount the mobility it gives you as well. Right now, Levlin with that Oracle's Elixir and finally getting the boost of mobility. I got boost of mobility into speed confused earlier. He is now roaming around this map. Cataclysm is up, as is his Flash. The Dragon is available for taking, and OMG with this immense 10,000 gold lead before 20 minutes, as well as the Ring of Vision on that bottom half of the map, could decide to go for it. We do see blue buff was secured by Deadly Brothers. Oh, it just respawned, actually. I'm being very silly. Levlin and going in to secure this one up. San actually gets that last hit with his Living Artillery.
I like that a lot, because now that Kog'Maw's level 11, the rank 2 Cog ultimate not only gets more range than rank 1, so he can use it more safely, but it deals a lot more damage as well, and he can actually poke GG off their turrets. There's no sustainer on that team. They can get some real headway now on this siege and get into the base by 20 minutes.
The 5th tower of the game has now fallen. Command attack being used just for vision here from Mazarin, trying to keep tabs on the Chinese players' movements. They now roll to the mid lane to secure their 6th tower of the game. This is turning into a PvE matchup as OMG are just completely controlling this map. Now, Crowstorm is available, and we've seen Big Pomelo not afraid to use that in fights, and Vayne wasn't even able to kill him in the previous one.
No, exactly. And this is really smart by OMG. They've already taken the 6 outer turrets down before 20 minutes because there's been no global gold coming in because the lanes are pressured so much. There's no items coming in, and here's the dive.
Oh, Crowstorm comes out. A very nice route is going to keep OMG backwards, but it's not going to be enough. San secures the first kill of the fight on Mazrin. Shockwave was not even used, and now Inspiro is going to need to find some inspirational music to save him. He gets dropped down. It's a second kill for San. He's now unstoppable at 5-0-4. A good condemn into the wall is going to force going to flash, but MBS didn't even get the knock-up in there. Let's Bounce comes out. And Gaming Gear are all over the place right now. They are just being split up, and OMG are having their way. The inhibitor turret is now being focused down, and a 5 versus 3 defense. There's no ultimates available here for the defending members of Gaming Gear, and it looks like they're going to back away. The tower will drop very, very soon, and OMG, they're going to decide to back away as Gaming Gear have respawned.
Yeah, that is the aggressive, take no prisoner style of the top teams in China. Look how little room to breathe they have given Gaming Gear. Nothing was held away from them. Okay, we'll protect our own turrets, but then, oh, we got the first turret. Oh, we got the first kill. We'll take everything now. OMG turned back for Dragon. That'll take them all of 15 seconds. But as they said, it was in 20 minutes 6 turrets were down. No items, no good items have come in for the Gaming Gear lineup, and OMG keeps diving and forcing the fights and constantly just knocking at the front door.
Gaming Gear now with a 5-man stack in this mid lane. They're trying to get onto this tower. The Shockwave comes out. It only manages to catch Cool. He's going to flash away from the roots, and Inspiro and the rest of their team still unable to secure that tower. 0 towers for Gaming Gear right now. Take a look at those gold values in the bottom of your screen. 3,000 difference between basically everybody. 80 carries, that's 4,000 right now. It's so difficult to do anything with that sort of item differential.
It's brutal. It's really, really, really brutal. Deadly Brother just now has finished Blade of the Ruin King, so he can finally be a little bit useful in fights. But when you're fighting a Renekton with Brutalizer and Sunfire Cape, he'll kill you.
Inspiro almost gets one-shotted there from Cool's Grog as Dominus is thrown down by Going. A flash forward from Loveland. He slam dunks the Cataclysm. Deadly Brother forced to flash out as NBS follows suit. The Blades of Torment is going to slow members of OMG in the background, and Going's Dominus is about to wear out. A very good Stranglethorn throws up OMG. Now Deadly Brother silenced up. He can't tumble. The first victim of the fight is Going as Gaming Gear double their kill score. We do see in the background NBS was dropped, and San is chasing. The mobility of that Trinity Force is so strong. He's out of mana though, so can't keep spamming those living artilleries, and this is going to allow OMG to secure the inhibitor.
Even a 1-for-1 is enough for these guys though. OMG will be able to get the first one, and there's a minion wave at the bottom turret as well.
So they're going to turn their focus down onto this tower. The Condemn actually pushes Cool to safety as the body slam gets him out of distance of that wall. So Inhibitor is now down at 22 minutes with a 10 kill advantage and a massive gold lead. OMG, it's up to them what they want to do. They can most likely clear the jungle, maybe go for Baron, and then try to force down the last towers. They've played a very controlled game so far.
Yeah, it's worth giving San a full mana bar, letting him take red buff. And they don't even need to go for Baron. Sure, they could choose to if they wanted. Nothing would stop them. They'd get it and have another easy way to push into the base. But basically, seeing OMG close out games is important to watch, because we've seen scorelines this different before and have them take another 10 minutes to close out. One thing that OMG does very well, I think, is efficiently close games, as long as they pick the right fights. Occasionally they pick wrong ones, but they're usually very good at winning quickly.
Yeah, when we think about Mineski in Group B, they have been in similar situations and really held on with the skin in their teeth at the last minute to fight out, dragging games out multiple minutes, picking up, defending turret aces in certain situations against the likes of Ozone. So Gaming Gear may have a similar situation on their hands. Right now, OMG have decided to go for that Baron, and it's dropping very quickly with the damage of Cogmore.
And they've got plenty of ward control. They will see GG coming in and can choose to disengage at a moment's notice.
Let's Bounce has just become available for MBS. Is he going to fling himself in? That's the question. He does, but the Baron's already down, and the rest of Gaming Gear say, sorry bro, we're out. They back away. NBS is going to be the first victim of this fight, and the rest of OMG trying to chase down Gaming Gear. A little bit of miscommunication there, I feel.
NBS didn't need to be the one to go in. He can't smite. You can't trust that you're going to outsmite one of the best junglers in the world when you don't even have the summoner spell yourself. At the very least, wait for a Lunar. But here's a 5v4 with Baron buff. This is surely OMG closing out the game.
20 seconds on the clock before MBS is available. Let's Bounce will not be there when he respawns. The tower's going to fall. OMG now onto the second inhibitor turret. There are super minions pouring down the middle lane. and OMG may decide to close this one out. Even in a 5v5 situation, it seems impossible to me that Gaming Gear could win a fight. The statistic difference is just too big. OMG going to play this one safe though and go down to the bottom lane. Deadly Brother just gets one-shotted there. A Shockwave pulls him backwards. The knockup not really landing there from Alinea. Now we see the barrel from Cool knocking everyone clean out safely. The barrier wears off and Deadly Brother falls suit. Now OMG are going to secure their third kill of the fight. Mazarin flashes onto the fountain and Sand pops down the barrier to survive the laser. They're onto the Nexus turrets and OMG are going to pick up a very, very clean victory.
16-3 in 25 minutes, not even giving up a single turret kill themselves. Very well executed victory by OMG. Good decisions from the beginning, and they move to 4-0 halfway through the group stage.
Very, very dominant performance from OMG. It was clear they had a game plan coming into this match. They didn't falter, they didn't panic in the game at all, and everything was just so crisp throughout the match.
Crisp is the perfect definition for what OMG did. Every decision they made was on point. If someone died, it was to start a fight and get more kills. If the jungler went somewhere, it paid off, whether it was a gank or a turret defense or a dive. All of them worked. That's the kind of gameplay you see from a team who is on point and are ready to play a world championship.
For Gaming Gear EU, if they look back on this game for VOD review and think about what they could have done, the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game before it really snowballed out of the way, if they had made some more plays, if they'd had ganks that had worked, they may have got themselves a bit more in it, but it just, it stayed so stable for so long, and then a couple towers and dragons, and it just escalated.
Exactly, and that's the trouble when you fight OMG. Like, think back to all their wins here. When they get an early game lead, they do not let up. And you cannot let OMG get their early game lead because they have the aggression dial turned to 11, and then they will close the game out and give you no room to breathe. That's the kind of gameplay that's made them top this group.
I do feel that this was their most controlled game. Yes. I do think that was 10.5 for this matchup.
Okay.
We'll see if it continues with the rest of their games. We're going to throw this one over to Riv and the rest of the analysts for a breakdown of OMG's incredibly powerful performance.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And I think everybody, the fans, the viewers here at the desk, tells us OMG by that play, they are still perfect coming into this group stage. So coming out of that, what are we thinking about OMG? Can they be stopped? They've shown us different things all the time. You know, Monty, I'll kick this off with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're still looking next to flawless. I'm impressed that they've managed to come here in a very different circumstance to their normal LPL with the jet lag and still perform so well.
I talked a bit with Tabe from Royal because they just arrived. And Tabe says that OMG practices by far the most out of any Chinese team that he's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, they were so dominant in the LPL seasons. We've talked about this many times before, but it's really kind of being reinforced right here because we knew that China was a very closed system of League of Legends, especially in the spring split when they were playing a lot of Hecarim, a lot of Malphite, and that actually made me question how strong they'd really be when they came here at Worlds. And at least in this group right now, it kind of seems like, well, that closed system was actually incredibly evolved, and they're actually very strong.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think many of us who pay attention to the Chinese scene have these questions. And that's what's so fun about Worlds, though, right, is that we get to see these different styles that have evolved over the course of the season go head-to-head and have these questions answered.
You know, guys, coming into this matchup, we've seen that Gaming Gear is having a slight bit of trouble. And earlier I asked, you know, the old players as well as current players, and as well, Monty, feel free to chime in. The intensity coming into these matches now that Gaming Gear EU is almost on the verge of mathematical elimination from the tournament. What does that do to your mindset coming in, Krepa?
Coming into this tournament, though, they were not the favorite at all. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't expect to get out of groups. They knew they had a slight chance to get out, maybe. I think right now they should just drop the pressure. Enjoy this experience as much as they can. You have to remember, for a team not competing in any of the major leagues, LPL, the OGN tournament in Korea, or even the LCS in North America and Europe, they're one of the teams that get the chance to get in here, like with by the wild card. They got here. They got the World Finals experience. They have the studio experience. All they can do from this is learn and have fun.
Yeah, and it's the second big event they've been able to go to as well. They're at Gamescom in Germany where they were able to actually win a tournament. And you can tell they're already kind of at least enjoying it. They're always smiling, even with all of this happening. So it is kind of the right mindset to go in because they are overmatched. And at this point, it's about learning as much as possible.
It's really mean to say, like, used to losing, but it's something like the first loss you take is gonna hit you hard. But like if you look at it objectively, they're not the favorites, but they're enjoying their time here. They're walking around here before the games. They're not even that stressed. Like they're really nice guys.
Smiles on the face throughout
always
Champions
smiling.
Select
What
in their
can you do
seats.
better?
Yeah.
Especially like you can see that the crowd also gets behind a lot of the underdog teams. We saw with Mineski as well. Okay, they weren't doing too well. They're doing the interview and somebody just shouts, "I love you, Kage." That's like really, really nice to see that all these teams, even though they're not doing the best and they're having the largest fan base, that the crowd still gets behind them.
All right, well, with our last match ahead of us, let's right now check out how Group A stacks up with one game left today. OMG stays perfect and finishes the first half of group stage at 4-0, while Gaming Gear is still looking for their first win. So, gentlemen, it's time to pick the final matchup of the day. SKT T1 versus Team Solo Mid. Jat, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it may not be popular with the fans here, but I am going with SKT once again. I just feel like they are a superior team in this group right now. Basically, even though TSM had such an awesome game against Lemondogs where they really executed, I have too much faith in Faker right now. I just feel like his actual champion pool is far exceeding that of Reginald right now, and he should be able to dominate for SKT and just carry on as usual.
Incredible.
Pretty much SKT1. I talked to Reggie earlier, and he handed me this skin code, and he said, "Yeah, just vote for SKT1, and then TSM is gonna take it all." So I'm going with SKT1. But for any fans in this building that want a skin code, I think Nick Allen has a lot more. So find him and get some skin codes.
Wow, you're mean, dude. My vote also goes for SKT1. I talked to Reggie earlier, though, and he tried to convince me otherwise. He was really, really, really confident. I can't stress how confident this guy was.
He's pretty confident.
I actually have a quote from that dude. God's bleed, yo. And
oh yeah, exactly. He's like, dude, even God's bleed, yo, in that voice.
Yeah.
Reggie has historically, he's always really confident. He says he beat Faker in some scrims. I don't know exactly like what happened because I didn't watch those games, obviously. But Reggie clearly has a mental, he's got good mental fortitude. He's not shaken at all.
I mean, I'm taking SK Telecom as well. I know.
Really?
Yeah, shocking.
Wow.
Amazing. What? Amazing. It's
Jaws on the floor.
Breaking news.
It's a bold gambit, but I do want to take this opportunity to explain to the fans a lot of what's been going on in Korea in regards to these matches. So, the Korean fans are well aware of the trash talking that's been coming out of TSM about Korean players and about SK Telecom. And so right before I came here, there's a show on OnGameNet called I Am a Carry, which is co-hosted by Koma, the coach of SK Telecom T1.
Okay.
And he said that he would make sure that Reggie never said a word about a Korean player again. And then, when he came here, he just did an interview over the past couple of days with OGN, and he said that after all the TSM chants in the crowd, that the crowd would be silent after their games. So that's their coach, Koma, and his thoughts on the upcoming match.
He's not even playing.
Does he offer lessons on trash talking? Because I need some of that.
See, I can't hear the crowd. They seem to be really quiet at the moment.
Yeah, I don't believe that TSM thinks they're too quiet, and it's the momentum they want to use to be able to carry into this game. We talk a lot about momentum with NA teams, but Monty, where does that fall for the Korean teams coming in, or even the Chinese teams? Does momentum a factor for them, or, as you say, they just adapt game to game to what needs to happen?
I think that not having momentum is not something that SK Telecom is really even used to. You have to remember that they have never lost a match except to Ozone. They've split because we have those 2-game formats, 1-1 with Sword, and they've dropped games to the KT Bullets, but they've never actually gone down against any team except for Ozone. So
until today.
Well, there's still another game versus TSM left.
It's like, where did that voice come from just now?
Yeah,
exactly.
That was Crepo. And actually, I do feel like SK Telecom, to answer your question, Riv, actually can carry momentum very well.
Okay.
Just based off of all of their best of fives that we were talking about earlier. When they start by losing the first or the first 2 games and then just run the table with the next 3, they already had their loss, effectively, against OMG.
Looking back at last game, what do you think? Like, what do you guys think they're going to do? Like, ban Zed, obviously, but...
SK Telecom scouting the OMG game.
Yeah, what do you think they're going to take from that one? Jat, you as an analyst.
Okay, as an analyst, put me on the spot. I think they're going to ban Zed.
Uh-huh.
I think they're going to try to pick away Vi. SKT is the blue team in this one, so
they're not even going to ban Zed?
No, they wouldn't ban Zed. Faker.
Faker's a god, dude. His champion pool is endless, it seems. Like, he plays everything. He plays it comfortably, and he always does well. Like, if I saw a game where he played something new and I was like, I've never seen him play that, and then he did badly, I'd be like, oh, I guess Faker doesn't live up to this hype, but he
He does live up to that.
Monty,
hype.
what was that statistic of his champion pool?
He's played 51 professional games, and he's played 19 different champions now over that
And
time.
recently his Fizz third game of the day here was his first Fizz.
Correct.
So even pulling out first professional Fizz there. So we see Faker, even everybody's saying it on Twitter, on social media, the playmaker. So our lane to watch here is definitely going to be somewhat in the mid lane. We're going to see if the odd one can be as much of an extension of his mid lane as Bengi is to Faker. It's just something that we are going to have to keep our eyes on, and I'm sure everybody's been pretty excited and ready for this match. But first, we're going to have to take a short breather, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom try to silence the crowd. Reggie and Team Solo Mid in our final match of the day. So don't touch that mouse. The Season 3 Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. It is time for our final match of the day. And ooh, it's a big one. Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus North America's Team Solo Mid. And this is especially important because the winner of this match will take control of second place heading into the second half of the group stage. And even though TSM and SKT have yet to meet on the Rift, these two teams have been involved in a war of words for quite a while now.
Yeah, so Impact called Reggie out for his Zed play, but the thing is, Reggie had a pretty good Zed game earlier today. He went 9-1-4 in the champion, and he led his team to win over Lemondogs, so seems he can hold up sometimes. Now, on Sunday, Reggie said he needed to step up his game. He played pretty bad on the first day, but he did step up against Lemondogs, right? He did a really good job earlier today.
Yeah, but now Reggie's skills will really be put to the test as he goes up against Faker, arguably the best mid laner in the world, in most people's opinions, including his own during the interview earlier today.
Yeah, and you hear the crowd cheering for him right there. This is the team who's fighting TSM, and the crowd still cheers for Faker. They also know this is a really good player, and he's shown time and again why everyone believes in him. Even in their loss against OMG, he won his lane, right? The guy is doing really well.
Yeah, coming into this match, we have all talked quite a bit about the war of words between Reggie and SKT. So before we actually get to the battle on the Rift, I think it only seems right and fair to let the teams get in the final word.
I think playing against SKT1 would be really interesting because they're very hyped up. They're probably known as the best team in the world right now, so it's going to be really fun.
저희 코치님이 좀 그런 레지날드 선수를 좀 싫어하더라고요. 한국 선수를 욕한다고.
When I commented about one of the Korean players, right, they took me out of context and they thought I said like his other champions were bad and how I thought I was better and stuff like that. Like you should see things for yourself other than just like blindly believing like random fans in Twitch chat, you know?
저희가 처음 붙어보는 팀이잖아요. 그리고 한국 팀이랑 경기한 영상도 되게 오래된 거라 좀 북미에서 요즘 성적은 별로 안 나온 것 같지만 그래도 많이 신경 써야 될 팀인 것 같아요.
It feels like they're the best team. You know, if we're able to beat, the best team with the most hype, then we're taking over their spot. We'll see what happens from there.
I think Dyrus's words sum it up. If they're able to beat the team, it's going to silence everybody's questions. And Faker himself was saying, hey, we got to be scared of these guys.
Yeah, and mind you, there is a pretty big curse for TSM. They've never, ever beaten a Korean team in an international tournament on LAN. This would be their first time.
0-14.
That's the number I heard.
I think it's 0-14. We'll have to double check it. We'll see if it's going to be 1. Maybe this is the win for them. Let's take a look at who these teams are and who they're playing on the Rift. On the blue side, it is going to be SK Telecom T1. Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane with Piglet and Pumandu as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, they don't need much of an introduction here. It's TSM. Dyrus in the top lane, the Abud in the jungle, Reginald in mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
This is going to be a very, very interesting game. I'm looking forward to it, and there's a lot of similarities to some of the champion pools of these teams in terms, both like to play Zed. We've seen Fizz being played by Faker as well as by Reginald. Caitlyn likes to be played by both of these AD carries. So we'll see how this pick ban phase is going to play out.
And there's a couple of interesting games I want to see just within Champion Select, because if I basically want to know how much SKT respects TSM, because if they're actually really hating on him and Como convinces these guys to let Reginald play Zed just to throw dirt in his face, I don't know if that's going to happen, but it'd be if they wanted to be super cocky about it, SKT could do it.
Well, take a look at this. We're already through all 6 bans. These are rapid fire. Fiddlesticks, Vi, and Fizz taken away from SKT or banned by SKT. TSM, on the other hand, Shen, Thresh, and Zed, and insta-lock Ahri there for Faker.
And that's interesting a little bit for TSM because Reggie plays both Ahri and Zed and said, we know you'll first pick Ahri if this happens. We'll let you have it, and we'll grab the Corki. We'll grab one of those high-impact junglers like Elise since you've already banned out the Vi.
So we'll have to see how they play from here. We've been seeing Bengi playing Jarvan the Fourth, and arguably, I think he's my favorite Jarvan the Fourth jungler that I've seen anywhere in the OGN Champions. He's phenomenal on that. And these are quick fire picks here. SKT and TSM are really signaling to the viewers that they've thought this out, and I actually think it's going to plan arguably for both teams right now. Zyra and Renekton locked in there for SKT.
Both these lineups look a fair bit like default lineups for these guys, even though a lot of these champions are steals. Even though we haven't really seen Piglet excel on non-Caitlyn Vayne, and to be fair, we're probably going to see the Caitlyn come out at the end of the day for him. It's the Renekton being stolen away from Dyrus. Of course, the Rumble is still available for him. Sona coming out, not a surprise here for a special. Hopefully he'll actually hit his crescendos. I know Krepa was alluding to that earlier on in the desk. And Gragas here for Reginald, that's going to be a fun one. It's one of his old standbys. And we've seen Gragas show up a lot this tournament, and here it is again.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this matchup works, especially against the likes of that Ahri. So a lot of pressure going to be on those barrels and making sure they land, making sure you get rid of Faker. This is going to be the first time we're seeing Impact playing Renekton. He's actually played 4 different champions in 4 different games. So once again, showing some diversity. Third time for Pumandu playing Zyra. Now Caitlyn is up, as is Vayne. And as you mentioned, it is going to be that Caitlyn locked in for Piglet.
Yeah, it's just the easy math here. Vayne is not the easiest matchup. When you fight up against a Corki, it's a pretty easy lane bully. And if SKT can't happen to get themselves a 2v1, it just makes life really rough. And as we said before, Renekton in a 1v2, not the best idea either. So we're down to TSM's last pick. SKT, definitely a lot of aggression. This looks like an SKT lineup. It's a lot of early game aggression. You got the Ahri roam, you got the Lee Sin ganks, and to back it all up at the end of the day, Piglet's on Caitlyn to siege down turrets and to carry late game team fights.
I have to say I am a little bit nervous here for TSM. I think that the champions that SKT got are not only comfort picks, I think it fits their playstyle as a team. Yeah. And you know, we are going to be seeing Bengi once again on Lee Sin. It's the second time this tournament. He likes those early sort of gank heavy type junglers. We've seen him playing Jarvan, Lee, and Vi. TSM have to decide the last pick. This is for Dyrus, and I have no idea where it's going.
So to sort of look at, so there's the Rumble coming in. So you talked about how SKT got sort of an SKT type of lineup, things they like to run. What TSM did with the ban phase was help isolate Reggie and Faker in 1v1 by removing Shen, so that Impact couldn't help. They also removed Mandu's ability to make picks for himself. He's on Zyra. He's a bit more reactive. You can like flash root, but that's not great. So they said no, only Bengi and Faker get to make plays. Pumandu doesn't get to anymore. And then the Zed ban is just to help Reggie win a 1v1. Zed's a lot harder to beat than Ahri is.
I'm a little concerned about TSM's composition in that if the Crescendo doesn't lock up multiple people, the Gragas Ult and the Equalizer are sort of contradictory. They don't necessarily stack and help one another out. So a lot of pressure going to be on TSM's calling and communication in this matchup. And I want to see where the vote lies, because as these teams are spawning into the Rift, let's take a look at that public opinion poll. According to LOL Esports, 61% of you have faith in Faker, the Playmaker, and SKT.
And of course, the analysts are on the SKT hype train as well. Last time, you guys were all right. I am, though, a little bit surprised to see that the fan vote didn't go to TSM, being just that LOL Esports is a Western site, but these guys have faith in Monte Cristo's hype train.
So I think there's even more pressure on Reginald this particular matchup. We know that TSM revolves around Reggie and his performances. But on a Gragas against an Ahri, if his barrels are not explosively good, there is going to be so much more difficulty placed on TSM to pick up victories.
And you're right about that, but here's the cool thing about how TSM plays with Gragas, actually, is this is a lineup that works really, really well early mid. When Reggie plays Gragas, and I actually remember back to the Season 2 North American Regional, he was criticizing, I believe it was Prolly, on his Gragas play, saying, when you get Gragas and you're sieging, spam your barrels, even your ultimate, early on, and just poke your opponents off the turret. Play a push style. And when you're running with a Corki, who's going to spike at 18 minutes with a Trinity Force, when you're playing Elise, who's early game dominant, when you've got Rumble, who does all of his damage with just 2 items, Sword Shoes and Haunting Guys, TSM will spike very early in this game, and they can play hyper-aggressive and get things started.
Well, we'll see how it works out. As it stands, both teams deciding to meet here in the mid lane. SKT in the blue trunks on the left-hand side, taking on TSM in the red trunks on the right-hand side. Now, Dyrus is going to spot members of SKT invading, getting that sort of very traditional red buff wards down, and it looks like Pumandu's going for what we've begun calling the Ozone Ward.
That is a ward that you use to seek out a 2v1 or a 2v2 matchup. And when you're looking at a matchup like Zyra Kate, you're looking for a 2v2 matchup there. You're looking to bully your opponents out of lane because you can do it when you're as good as Piglet and Mandu. That ward, by the way, we're talking about it, is up near that secondary top lane turret. Even if you run through the brush way up there against the wall, you'll still spot them coming out of the lane. And we often see teams who do this ward run their dual lane near the mid lane and then run to the lane they want to go fight at.
And we do see TSM have mimicked the ward, actually gotten even a little deeper on the side of SKT. So as far as depth into enemy territory is concerned, TSM currently with the advantage. However, neither team has responded to it just yet. You see Pumandu and Piglet going to be helping out Bengi up towards that blue buff area.
And this is pretty nice for TSM. They'll get more or less a blind steal on the red buff. At the end of the day, these teams will probably trade their buffs, but there's a chance that Bengi guesses wrong, thinks he can fight for TSM's red, and gets, just gets kind of turned around.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Impact right now, he's stuttered just by that double golem for a brief moment and has now returned to lane. Special, Odd One, and Wild Turtle now moving towards this bottom lane. It doesn't look like Cocoon has been leveled up yet, so if they're going to jump on this, it's going to be a fair amount of damage. Impact at level 1. We'll see how he decides to go. It does actually just get out of the lane cleanly. Takes a bit of damage from both Wild Turtle and Special.
And they actually forced Impact to learn Slice and Dice at level 1. Which lowers his sustain under the turret a little bit until he hits level 2. You could always see small things like that occasionally turn into advantage. It might not mean much, but Awan is on this side of the map. They could always go for a dive.
Yeah, Bengi is up there right now. He is currently level 3. The wave is pushing towards Dyrus' lane, and I think he smells it. He realizes something's up, and he's backing out cleanly before anything can happen.
That's really, really smart. That's TSM respecting the opportunities and the openings that the SKT lineup has. TSM looking for that same dive, though, and Impact is waiting around.
So Bengi was able to get a good amount of damage down onto Dyrus. However, he still has his flash. Right now, the Odd One is waiting in the wings as the minion wave is pushing up.
He's level 2, but there's enough damage here that could kill Impact.
Now we'll have to see if the CC lands. We do see this turret aggro has been pulled onto Special. Impact slices it. He dices out. Now the Odd One is tanking. He repels up. Damage goes down. There is going to be a power cord landing down to about 50 HP. The Odd One is trying to get in range. Wild Turtle wants to pick this up. There's no flash available. Impact gets out cleanly. He survives the 3v1.
That was not a perfectly executed dive by TSM. Special pulled aggro so early on there with no one hitting Impact. It does give TSM presence over that turret. They'll get a lot of damage output there, but Dyrus in the same position. He's surrounded too.
This is a level 1 Dyrus. You see Bengi diving to the ward. Does follow up that resonating strike. Takes 1 tower hit for his troubles. The first tower to fall is going to be SK Telecoms as TSM get the early advantage. However, it will be evened up very quickly in that top lane.
Yeah, Dyrus is in just as bad of a situation as Impact. That turret went down first, but it's not going to be a 1-for-0 here. Dyrus still has nowhere to go. He can't see Bengi anywhere on the map, so he has to respect the dive potential.
Well, right now Dyrus is just playing as far back as he possibly can. With that tower falling, Impact has time to farm. Faker is going to be able to get away from Reginald. Some decent damage going down. Reggie, however, is 13 CS behind Faker at 5 minutes on the clock.
And look at the gold difference between these teams. 800 gold with just an equal distribution of resources there. Reginald is down 10 minion kills in his lane. Impact is up 11 minion kills in his. Even the AD carries. Look at Piglet versus Wild Turtle. 34-16? SKT is just winning the laning phase.
TSM needs to get a hold of the match and try to pull back those last hits. With that tower finally falling in the top lane, the minions have pushed onto Dyrus' lap, and he can finally get his get some gold and some experience racking up there. Sitting only at level 2, while Impact is currently level 4 right now.
But the one thing that TSM is going to be able to do is freeze the top lane for Dyrus. So you see, SKT lane swapped back. Zyra and Caitlyn are down there fighting Wild Turtle and Special. That's fine. But look what Renekton gets to do. He's going to basically 3-man lane in the bottom lane, whereas Dyrus is going to get experience and gold in complete safety on the top side of the map. And one of the core TSM plays is that 8-minute dragon fight if Rumble hits level 6, which he'll be able to do, and then come down in time for a dragon.
Well, they're going to have to make sure he stays in lane for a very long time right now. The minions are pushing towards him. Level 3 right now, getting closer to that level 6. Once Reginald hits his ulti as well, it's going to be a lot of AoE damage in that very confined space. And you know just how much TSM likes to take control of the dragon. Right now, Reggie in the mid lane, he's closed up that CS difference. 38-33 is He already has that Chalice of Harmony in his back pocket, so really wants to spam those barrels out like you were talking about during the pre-match.
And actually there's a battle in the mid lane. Faker getting low.
Faker is going to get caught up. The Cocoon doesn't land, however. Odd1 is going to be able to back away. Reginald throws himself forward. The barrel not going to connect, and without any mana, Reggie cannot follow up. Sonic Wave comes down from Bengi, and Odd1 and Reginald almost making it work.
Odd1 had the opportunity to flash Cocoon instead of just casting it regularly, but thought he could land it anyway, and Faker's last dash got him out of range. But as you pointed out, you're right, Reggie has new items, he's equaled up the minion kill lead, and that mid lane matchup, that super hyped Faker matchup, Reggie's holding on to it.
He's keeping even right now, arguably winning with the fact he has that flash in his back pocket right now. We'll see whoever secures that first blood kill. They have been trading back and forth. We see Dyrus closing the gap on the CS numbers. He now finds himself only 9 behind, and that is going to be shrinking even more as time goes on. However, Bengi and Impact, they definitely want to jump onto him.
And Dyrus is alone right here against 2.
He's in a lot of trouble. Flash is available, instantly flashes away. Here comes Benny. Sonic Wave follows up with a resonating strike, and there's a bit of damage coming down. Impact lands the stun. Dyrus maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood. Dyrus re-engaged when he shouldn't have.
And he had no items there either. Doran's shield and potion just got obliterated there by the base damages of the abilities of that SKT lineup.
So well played by Impact to get in range and land that on-hit stun from Renekton. Right now, though, Odd1 is moving towards this dragon. 8 minutes is getting closer and closer, and there are 3 pink wards on this dragon. If we know TSM love those 8-minute dragons, you can bet your bottom dollar that SKT are going to be aware of it as well.
But unfortunately for TSM, the only ultimate they have is Reginald's. With that death, Dyrus is still only level 4 and it's special as well. But Odd1 has a flank on this bottom lane.
Well, the question is now, can they lock anyone down? Pumandu is keeping the attention of Wild Turtle and Special. He will get dropped. In the background, the Odd1 is catching onto Piglet, lands the Cocoon, instantly cleansed away. Piglet forced to flash. Odd1 failed flashes. He face plants into the wall, and that cancels the chase. But it allows TSM to get on the dragon. Dyrus has been collapsed on by Bengi and Impact. He's not going to get away, and the Dominus picks up the kill. TSM has started dragon.
That's gonna be the dragon secured here for TSM. Odd1's making a lot of great plays, but you know Dyrus is not happy with his performance right now. He talked about morale in his interview. TSM has to make sure they keep that. They're only down 400 gold. There's still a close game here.
Well, this trade's not over yet. Reginald forced to flash away. Faker uses the second proc of that Spirit Rush to get out cleanly, and Reginald forced off of that tower. Odd1's going to at least pick up the blue, help Reggie pick up that blue rather. That'll allow him to continue spamming, but another tower falling. The inner top turret, SK Telecom slowly pulling ahead.
TSM are being bottom lane focused. Their ganks have come down to their duo lane. They had the 3v1 dive early against Impact. You saw Odd1 come back there as well, and it helped them get the dragon as well. At 9 minutes this time, but close enough, I suppose, for TSM. But that's left Dyrus on an island. Normally, he's a very consistent player. Doesn't go on tilt, holds his own even when getting ganked. The thankful thing is he is on a low-scale champion. He just needs some Magic Pen. But by focusing all their effort on the bottom lane for TSM, Dyrus is falling behind here. Impact is scaling up nicely.
Those first few team fights are going to be so important for TSM if they can combo the Equalizer and Explosive Casts together. And we'll have to see as and when that happens, because for the time being, SKT are playing the skirmish game, and that skirmish game revolves around killing Dyrus. They've really invested a lot of time up top there.
And they're investing even more. Impact has picked up a Vision Ward here that he just put down, and that brush you're seeing, that's going to spot out one of the core gank paths, help ensure that Bengi doesn't get spotted while going up, and help see Reginald and Odd1 counter gank. SKT are still planning on wreaking havoc on this side of the map.
Well read by the Odd1, fully aware of the positionings and maybe even the trends down the bottom lane. Crescendo's down. Piglet is dropped so incredibly low. 110 HP. Wild Turtle does not land the Missile Barrage. Now they flash forward. Exhaust catches onto Pumandu. They continue the chase. And the Missile Barrage plus one more auto attack secures a kill for Wild Turtle. Now in the top lane, the Odd1's forced backwards. We see the safeguard from Bengi. The explosive barrel comes up. The body slam throws him backwards. The first kill is secured here for Bengi. Now Dyrus is in trouble. Equalizer has already been used, and this is going to be 2 kills in reply for SK Telecom. It's not over as now Wild Turtle is tanking up the turret. Ace in the hole's being channeled. The minions are bashing away. They trade kills as Xpecial secures the final blow.
That's a bit of a better trade there in the bottom lane for TSM. But in the top lane jungle, Reggie held on to his ultimate too long. He could have killed Bengi in that fight, and instead the Lee Sin got out. That top side of the map continues to go well for SKT, and you see a 5-3 kill lead. It's working for them.
Renekton is currently 2-0-2. Impact, 63 CS to Dyrus' 41. He's already got that cloak completed, working towards the Spirit Visage, and it just synergizes with his whole kit. And when you think of all the magic damage on the side of TSM, it's the perfect item for him to sustain that burst.
It really is. So Impact is having, honestly, a very high impact in this game. He's itemizing well, he's scaling well, he's leveling up, he's doing great. But look at what Dyrus is doing. I want to keep comparing these lanes. Dyrus has been hit so hard in this lane, he's rushed a Seeker's Arm Guard. He's going for a Haunted Guys now, but he started with the Ruby Crystal. He's just like trying to survive with his itemization. He'll have a late Haunted Guys, late Sorcerer Shoes. Dyrus will not help team fights for a very long time in this game.
All right, we'll see how it works out from Wild Turtle right now. 2-1-1. Currently being involved in all of TSM's kills. He's got that Phage and the Sheen completed. He knows that Bengi is clearing wards in the river, so he should be a little bit careful. We did see that X-Special and the Odd One are moving towards that bottom lane. Crescendo almost available, and you know what? You have to give props to Wild Turtle and X-Special. They've traded fairly evenly in these 2v2 once they've matched up.
They've done a very good job. I would say they've pulled ahead to some extent, but you've got to consider how well Piglet's actually holding up. Their minion kills are pretty much identical here. If you look at the gold, they're only about 200 apart, despite TSM picking up more kills in that lane.
I'm busy watching this lane, and you don't get a moment to breathe. Everybody's throwing everything at one another. Here comes Reginald. We do see the Crescendo catches them out. Wild Turtle gets his third kill. He's going to get dropped by Bengi. The true damage isn't going to land, however, and Bengi kicks back Reginald. Great decision. Ace in the hole will channel, but it's not going to be enough. That's a 2-for-1 trade that TSM come out in the lead.
And they keep making those ganks work. It was a really nice kick by Bengi to keep Reggie out of range, so he couldn't ult Piglet and pick up the kill. But even so, the Alma got to go in. So watch this. It's a great crescendo by X-Special. You mentioned it coming up at this time. Underneath the turret, which is so smart as well. It catches two. Even if Piglet tries to cleanse out, there's just so much damage coming across. It's a great counter gank by Bengi. But watch this. He kicks out Reggie, jumps to a ward to make sure he could do it, but Piglet had nowhere to go.
2-for-1s, definitely working in their favor, getting closer to getting that Trinity Force completed for Wild Turtle. Once again, we keep getting a glimpse of that top lane. Dyrus 0-3 right now, 40 CS behind that of Impact. And Impact has basically had complete control over these double golems. This is about the third or the fourth time I've seen him stealing them away, and he's just pulling even further ahead of TSM.
And that is credit to the ward control of SKT. The fact that he's been able to live in that top lane so far pushed up, that's a credit to Faker pushing mid all the time with his ability power, and it's a credit to all the wards that Bengi and Impact have been putting down there to keep that secured. And by the way, speaking of ward control, Oracle's Elixir also picked up here for Bengi, so it's going to be a really tough vision game for TSM.
We do see 20 seconds on the clock for Dragon respawning in the not too distant future, and Bengi is going to be hanging out in this bottom lane. Crescendo is not available, and Wild Turtle doing a pretty good job at avoiding most of that damage. Odd One and Reginald stealthing their way towards this position, but you can see the pink wards there for SKT. They have vision control at the bottom of the river.
Exactly. They can see TSM move around. TSM already have their pink wards on the Dragon itself, but this is a timer that SKT already has. You notice both top laners are on this side of the map, ready to fight for Dragon, and SKT are actually pushing the turret before TSM can even start Dragon.
TSM in position for Dragon, and all of a sudden SKT take the tower in middle. 3-1 up as far as towers are concerned. It's a 2,000 gold lead, and now all of a sudden Korean SK Telecom team is moving towards the Dragon Pit. There's been a lot of wards killed already.
This game is incredibly fast-paced. You can see them swarming around, the ward control being taken out by SKT, trying to steal away Dragon in time before TSM fights for it. But both these teams are ready to battle.
And we do see that TSM is a little bit split up. Sonic Wave connects on the Odd One. Bengi does not follow through with it. Dyrus is sitting on the top half of the river. They might catch him. Needs to be very, very careful. SKT continue to clear out wards. There's no wards left for Dyrus, so if he wants to come into the river, it's going to have to be blind. We do see that TSM, they land the cocoon, decide not to follow this up. Flash Crescendo is available if X-Special feels it, and now Dyrus is rejoined.
This team fight, now that Dyrus has finally gone around, it's a better comp for TSM. It's so much AoE, and Corki has spiked pretty well here. The Bloodthirster for Caitlyn, mostly stacked, but even still, the 5v5, this is a comp that TSM likes to run. we will out 5v5 you.
So they've started off the Dragon for the second time. SKT are a little bit split. Impact was in the mid lane. Now all of a sudden they're looking to challenge. The explosive cast goes down. Pumandu's dropped low. Grasping Roots catches a few. That's a great equalizer, at least keeping them out of the fight. The first victim is Pumandu, but Dyrus has dropped in the background. Now Wild Turtle at 50% HP, forced out of the fight. Here comes Faker. Wild Turtle's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Penguin. Now the odd one is in trouble. Wild Turtle really wants to help, but he's so far away from the rest of his team. He started the recall. He should be able to get out. A TSM win the fight 2-for-1.
Exactly. That is the TSM 5v5. Pumandu tried to start the fight early on, but the equalizer, the explosive cast, separated the team well enough. And you talked about the coordination there between Rumble and Gragas. And what needs to happen there for TSM happened there for TSM. Reggie must ult first, separate the team, and then say when you file back in, you'll file back in over an equalizer. It's not Rumble ulti first, then kick them off of it. It's make them run through Rumble ulti.
Well, that particular fight did it evened up the kill score, 7-7. TSM still a couple thousand gold behind, but they are several towers behind as well. So as you can see right now, SKT let you know exactly what's happening as soon as we get word. Is a keyboard problem with Faker, so we should be on the technical side of things very, very soon.
Yeah, and of course you can tell there is a clear home field advantage here for TSM. The crowd definitely still behind them. Even though the online vote thought that SKT would win this matchup. And yeah, there's a bit of a gold lead, and that does come from turrets. That is something that the Korean squad has done very, very well. And it's mostly come from that top lane, actually. It's been the constant pressure onto Dyrus. And to think about what's been happening there, TSM's been kind of constantly getting that bottom lane, a lane that already has a turret killed. When SKT are ganking that lane, it's a pushed up lane right in front of the secondary turret, which they got as part of one of those ganks there. They've actually been pressuring deep into TSM's territory and have never gotten punished for it.
Well, one thing that we do have to highlight is Wild Turtle's Corki. He's currently 4 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. He's doing very, very well for himself. He's only a couple of CS behind that of Piglet. And you know, Turtle and Special in this duo, they've set up many kills. The crescendos have been good. Their engagements have been good and well controlled, and they're giving Piglet and Mandu a hard time.
Yes, and this is actually, I think, mostly the matchup, but then also TSM playing the matchup well. So Caitlyn basically auto-attacks you to death. She has to sit there and swing, and she needs items to be good, and had finished an early Bloodthirst because Piglet realizes SKT needs to fight a lot early on because it's a very close-fought game. Until those items are really done, Kate doesn't do a heck of a lot. Like, people call Caitlyn a good lane bully because she has so much range. But if you can get past that, her actual 1v1 fight is not nearly as good as Corki's. And what TSM are doing are engaging, jumping in there with Valkyrie, using Crescendo, locking up the targets and saying, well, now we're in the same range. Easy to 1v1, and TSM are taking advantages that way.
Well, TSM going to have to continue taking advantages. I'm hearing that we will be going back into the game very soon, as you can see it on your screens. And TSM now starting to reposition for another potential Dragon fight. It's definitely one that sort of went in their favor, but it's still very, very close. TSM haven't got clean-cut, obvious team fight wins.
No, they haven't. It's been a very hard-fought game between these two. And in the end of the last one, TSM actually got ward control overall, so the odd one is able to sweep out a number of these wards. Those two don't see each other. That little cliff right there doesn't let them spot each other, and that might actually bait one of these teams into thinking they're unseen when doing something.
Well, if this fight breaks out, this time around Faker has a Deathfire Grasp completed. That is a lot of burst damage that could delete someone from TSM off the map.
And the Equalizer plus Crescendo are not up here for TSM, whereas except for, actually it's almost coming back up right now, SKT has more ultimates available. They would out 5v5 TSM right now.
TSM needs to stall this one out, drag it out. There's quite a long time left on X Special's Crescendo, 45 seconds before it is available. But Equalizer should be up in just a moment.
Now.
They're killing wards back and forth. Bengi continues to use that Sightstone to put even more vision down. Special with the Oracles is clearing it out. Right now, SKT, they've decided to back off. They want that mid-inner turret.
That's a very smart trade right there. They knew TSM would out-trade, but that mid-turret could go down to this push.
It does look like it's going to. Now that Piglet's going to get onto that one. Dragon will be secured by TSM in just a second. The tower has fallen first, and now all of a sudden, SKT find themselves in the top half of the jungle, in TSM's jungle. They back away. TSM still 3,000 gold behind, but 4 towers down.
Yeah, and SKT have made the most of their positioning here by roaming to the top side of the jungle and stealing away the red buff. There was a bit of a missed opportunity for TSM though, as Wild Turtle could have stayed in the bottom lane this whole time and traded a turret. In addition to that Dragon, he's going back now, but Renekton's recalling, and also Faker's on the proper side of the map. Maybe Turtle gets it, but here's Piglet as well.
Here comes Piglet, level 11 versus level 10. Wild Turtle probably with an interesting item in a competition. We see that Avarice Blade completed for Piglet, as well as that Bloodthirster. Wild Turtle decides not to challenge and backs away clean. He got at least a couple of auto attacks onto that tower.
So here you get into the mid game. And this is where the interesting things start really happening between these teams, because they have such different goals in mind. TSM, they want to 5v5. We knew coming into this World Championship, TSM loves to 5v5. When they play champions like Gragas and Rumble and Sona, man, do they want team fights. And you've noticed on these Dragon fights that SKT either doesn't want to fight them or straight up loses those fights. SKT, on the other hand, they're all playing picks. They've got a Lee Sin jungle. They've got Caitlyn with an early Bloodthirster to land ultimates. They've got Lee Sin. They've got Ahri. Individual fights are what SKT are looking for. These scraps the jungle is what they're looking for.
And as you can see, with all those towers down and the complete map control, SKT steal away yet another buff. As we hit 20 minutes on the dot, you see that blue was donated over to Faker. And SK Telecom now moving towards that mid lane. They're trying to pull a Fnatic on TSM. They're hiding in the bush and waiting for someone to come to them. They've backed away though.
They have, and they realized that no one was really falling for it right there. There's nothing for TSM to fight for anymore. They kind of let the blue buff get stolen away. And TSM going back to the laning phase, it's interesting because it lets Dyrus get that Haunting Guise and get to scale up and be more powerful. But at the same time, the longer this laning phase goes on, the more SKT gets to get random picks with Lee Sin and Ahri, which is a scary thing for TSM to deal with. They have to play this mid-game. Both these teams have played the mid-game really, really well.
Faker will be coming down from the river on the bottom half. The barrel goes out, catches Pumandu. Now that I look at it, it's actually him that's sitting with that blue buff on. May have picked that one up in the background. And you see that once Faker and Piglet get closer to that mid lane, TSM back off at exactly the right time. And we're not at risk of being jumped on by the members of SKT. And they are playing this. Basically, TSM's trying to find gold. They're trying to find farm without putting themselves in dangerous situations.
Exactly, and you notice what SKT have done to help create more dangerous situations is Bengi got an early Sightstone on Lee Sin. Now, a lot of that is because ward jumping is awesome and it makes you have really flashy plays, but also this composition from SKT needs ward control to do anything. They need to get these oddball picks. They're set up to create them, but that's the only way they can actually fight in an advantageous situation. And with Xpecial running around with an Oracles, sweeping these wards out, they remove that option from the Koreans.
It's working very well in their favor. Since Xpecial has actually picked up that Oracles and more importantly, cleared out those wards, SKT have definitely dialed back the tempo on this game. We did see Bengi split pushing that bottom lane for a little bit. He's been pushed backwards as Reginald now continues to apply focus on that bottom lane. He's cleared out the minions and he's pushed it back. He's now falling further behind. 145 CS to the 181 of Faker. But when you consider how much TSM's been on the back foot, they've held this 3,000 gold lead for the better part of 7 to 9 minutes.
They really have, and you've got to consider if TSM starts winning fights, there's a bunch of turrets available for TSM to kill. If the minions stay at the middle of the map, there's 2 outer turrets and 3 inner turrets waiting for TSM. If the minions stay in the middle and SKT wins a fight, there's only 1 second-tier turret for SKT to pick to snowball a gold lead, and that can be a really huge risk for them.
We'll have to see how TSM play this one out. As it stands, TSM have really only contested fights on the bottom half of their map or around the Dragon Pit. Elsewhere, it's just been Dyrus just playing catch-up. He is now getting scarier, 124 CS. He has that Haunting Guise completed and the Seekers, which is fully stacked. We do see now SKT invading the red buff area of TSM, and there's a lot of members congregated in a very small amount of space.
Exactly, and Gragas and Rumble both have crested that level 11 point, so the TSM lineup has sort of turned on now. 5v5s would work well for these guys. You can see them continuing to sweep wards out, continuing to prevent any picks here at all from SKT. And SKT are still the team looking to create openings. I actually think they get outscaled as well in this lineup. Elise will do more late game than Lee Sin without some kind of miracle plays. So the pressure is really on for this Korean team to dial it up and make something happen.
Well, we'll see how they decide to do it. As it stands, SKT have cleared out most of the vision in the red buff area. They're trying to pull TSM towards them, but TSM have not taken the bait. They have not pushed further forward than they need to. However, they are sorely lacking on that vision. Cocoon goes out, actually catches the red buff. Now they're very close to one another. Red buff was secured there by Bengi without using that smite.
Yeah, Aubin actually smote a little bit too early, slightly miscalculated the damage. Bengi got it with the second part of his Q with the resonating strike. So good pickup there, and that's the kind of stuff SKT's looking for. They're looking to create openings by pressuring buffs, keeping ward control over there, and TSM are smart enough to know to not get picked off. But of course, SKT continue to scale up.
As we see, Dragon is going to respawn in 5 seconds' time. SKT have the exact timer on it. They do have some vision heading towards them. However, not as much as we've seen previously. 4 members of TSM in the mid lane. They decide to try and push towards that tower. However, they're a little overextended. The odd one finds himself. He is going to flash away. DFG comes down. Stranglethorns picks up the final hit. Now all of a sudden, Xpecial's in trouble. Crescendo did land, but it isn't going to be enough to save them. The charm goes wide. Equalizer comes down. Wild Turtle secures a kill onto Fakers. He's been exhausted. Rumble is going to be able to pick up a kill there onto Zyra in the background. Dyrus does get dropped. That's a double kill for Impact. A 2 for 4, and Reginald was a little late to the party. TSM, after playing so safe for so long, face check basically.
They got a little too eager for the Dragon there. SKT had ward control. Aside from one ward, kind of near the Wolf camp, there was nothing for TSM. They're walking in blind to this, and look at SKT explode out of the brush. Nice try by the Alban to get out, but just drops down the knockup as well. But watch the team fight for the rest of this. It's basically 3v5 now, and TSM puts really good damage onto Faker. Wild Turtle just goes all in to find this one. Equalizer actually slightly would have missed. So good by TSM to pick up 2 kills here, but map control, of course, SKT's.
Yeah, and definitely a great explosive cast there from Reginald. I missed that off on the bottom. He was at least able to knock away members of SKT, but he cannot afford to make mistakes like that. They are now 5,000 gold behind. For the first time in a long time, that gold gap has grown further. 5 towers to 1. TSM still looking for that opening, still looking for their fight, looking for their time to make something happen, because it's all been very reactive thus far.
It really has been, and you've got to compliment SKT on doing a good job of not getting suckered into those fights. Sure, the gold lead is still 4.5 up, but as we talked about, TSM's comp has sort of turned on. Their 5v5s are good. Reggie right now is wearing a blue buff. We can see as TSM, they could run to the mid lane, throw barrels at SKT, whittle them down, and then siege the turret, and SKT have stopped that from happening. A lot of that is Impact, who can win any 1v1 in the top lane or whichever lane he goes to, will be able to constantly pull attention from TSM, preventing those 5v5s.
All right, as it stands right now, Dyrus has picked himself up a Giant's Belt, so still no major item completed. This reminds me of our day 1 games where Faker would just dash across the wall and blow people up. Impact right now moving towards this mid lane. Reginald and Wild Turtle without really lots of support. Throws out an exploratory barrel, but this is very, very brave. Reginald's going to be in trouble. He gets stunned up. Piglet's going to jump on me, force a flash away. Now all of a sudden the odd one is in trouble. Dominus comes down. A decent equalizer is going to throw them out. They hit Impact backwards, but he's the tankiest member. Here comes Faker. Here comes Bengi. Bengi's going to jump onto Reginald. Reginald's still alive, but the Stranglethorns throws the odd one up into the air. The general is down. Now Piglet dives onto Wild Turtle, trading a lot of damage back and forth. The odd one is forced out incredibly low as he's down. Now SKT with a 4-man advantage in this mid lane. They're going to jump on the tower.
They're healthy enough to keep the siege going, and Reggie's going to get dropped dangerously low from this.
Ace in the hole slams him down. The rest of SKT focusing onto this tower as you see Reginald doing the best he can to get back. SKT wisely going to back away safely. After that, another misplay from TSM. They can't afford to be doing that.
That was rough. The TSM was too eager to get into that fight. They wasted a whole bunch of cooldowns on the tank. As you mentioned during the battle, a whole lot was burned on Impact, and Impact survived. All the effort SKT had been spending, ganking for Impact, knocking down Dyrus, dealing damage from and letting Impact scale up. He's level 15 now, by the way. You saw it pay off there. Sunfire Spirit Visage absorbed all the damage and let his team carry the fight.
4-0-4 is Impact's Renekton. Right now, TSM, with a momentary respite, they may be able to get some damage down. However, Humandu and Bengi are here in the right time. Reginald decides not to use that ultimate and try to knock him backwards.
But this should be the TSM gameplay here. Their ults are coming back up right now. The Siege game, we just still haven't seen it from TSM. The Siege can cause 5v5s to start, because SKT can't initiate cleanly. Even underneath their own turret, SKT can't just jump in on TSM without overextending a core member here. I'm surprised to not see Sieges come out.
Everybody held their breath as Reginald threw himself forward, that big body slam. I was waiting to see if that ultimate was going to come down, and it did not in this particular instance. Reginald looking at Pumandu, that Oracle's Elixir painting a giant target on his back. Now, TSM, we've seen them do Desperation Barons before. This time round, though, they may be playing the bait game. They've got vision control. They know that there's no vision here for SKT. I don't think that's what's giving them vision into the pit, but the barrel will give it away. Now, all of a sudden, SKT realizing they have maybe an advantage in this fight. Impact gets in. He manages to get the stun onto the Odd1. Odd1 repels up. Equalizer is going to slow down the entrance, but it's not going to have a huge amount. Impact is keeping on 3 members of TSM. The first victim will be Xpecial. He got the crescendo down, but it's not going to be enough to save them, as now Dyrus will be the second victim of the fight. That's a double kill for Piglet as he now flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns into Wild Turtle. This is going to be the Quadra. Does pick up the Quadra kill as Reginald gets out cleanly. Piglet, 8, 2, and 3 is a terrifying Caitlyn.
And they didn't even need to use the Strangle Thorns. The front line for SKT did such a good job of making sure they absorbed the impact. Equalizer did not land on any of the squishy backlines, nor did really Explosive Cask either. A well-managed team fight now by the Koreans. Now they've got control over Baron, but you've always got to be concerned about right side Gragas.
We do see Bengi going very, very low. Piglet has to 90 caliber in to start tanking up the Baron. They secure that one. 5 seconds on the clock before Impact gets up. He does not manage to pick it up. And now SK Telecom, 10,000 gold lead, 5 tower lead, and the Baron buff. Surely it's too much to come back from.
It's gonna take a lot for TSM to come back from this. It would be somewhat of a miracle here. And yes, the road is very steep and quite uphill for these guys, but you never know. There is a crowd backing them here. There's always the chance.
Well, let's see if they can manage to pull that one up. Dragon has respawned and TSM are in position to pick this one up. However, SKT are roaming around. It does look like Pumandu's the only one close enough to really do anything about it. And TSM will secure this one. There is an open exposed inhibitor. Now the timer is on. Can they get back to base in time?
They should be able to. There's not a ton of pressure coming in just yet from SKT. They're not rushing into it, is the thing. SKT are still being composed about this, stealing away the buffs, making sure the lanes are starting to get pushed. The funny thing is TSM was actually stuck over by that Golem buff. They actually could have all in the inhib and probably gotten it, but SKT aren't looking to take a big risk here. They're saying, we're going to make sure that we don't get caught out. We've got plenty of time left on Baron buff. We'll do our bookkeeping and then get the siege before Baron time's out.
As it stands right now, SKT with immense vision control on this map. Look at the number of pink wards littered across the TSM jungle right now. TSM will not be able to move or leave their base without SKT being fully aware of it. Right now, they're starting to stack towards that top lane.
And that's the good thing about pink ward spam, is not only does it let you see the opposing team come in, it also lets you guarantee that there's no wards from the other team either, so that they know they can run around blind and find picks if TSM ever does try to challenge something. This inhib is going to be free. TSM has to fight underneath a turret to stand a chance of winning.
SK Telecom secure that one completely unchallenged, uncontested, and now start moving up to the top lane. They want to clear out those minions, prevent the wave pushing against them, and TSM with the tower now. Now they're going to decide it's quite literally now or never as far as this matchup is concerned. It stands SKT with the minion advantage and that long range of Caitlyn. Finally going to start hitting the tower, gets a single hit down before the wave is cleared out. TSM do have very good wave clear.
They do have very good wave clear, but they don't have an easy answer to Piglet. Unlike an AD carry like Bane or Corki, who is actually in range of Explosive Cask when hitting a turret, Piglet's so far away, Reggie can't easily threaten him. This turret will lose 300 health every minion wave until it falls over.
As it stands, Faker is now solo pushing the Nexus turrets. Dyrus is going to do the best he can to respond, but if he gets caught by a charm, that is going to be scary. The tower is now dropping lower and lower. It's down to a couple hundred hit points as SKT now going to try tank this one up. Pumandu gets pinned against the wall. Turret hit goes down, does pick up a kill. Reginald able to secure that with the aid of the turret. There are super minions on the Nexus turrets, and now with TSM responding, SKT may try and finish that tower off.
And so even though Reggie's not on Ahri, he still has to eat on a support and knock it down. And it's a 5v4. Oh my gosh.
Xpecial is going to go so incredibly low, less than 100 HP. He does manage to stun up Faker. There's Faker is now dropped by Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle in behind enemy lines, caught between a Bengi and an Impact. Impact closes off Xpecial as Bengi now dives forward. Piglet is going to cleanse out the Ignite. Damage just continues to tick as Dyrus is overheating, so no more spells can come down. Wild Turtle's doing the best he can, but he gets dropped! The ace in the hole finishes it off. Double kill for Impact, double kill for Piglet. Now they turn their attention to the tower. Reginald is left alone. His ultimate is up. He's going to have to do a monumental defense to save TSM.
It's a 3 versus 1 inside the base. Reggie picks up home guards, but Piglet has full HP right now, and so does Lee Sin. He's regenerating with that Baron buff as well. This might just be the game for the Koreans.
Explosive Cask is available. Bengi, Piglet, and Impact. They finish off the first tower. They finish off the second tower. Cask is going to delay the inevitable as now Xpecial rejoins the fray. He's going to see a stun onto Reggie. Now Bengi and Impact are exhausted. They're onto the Nexus. We see a slice forward. Impact gets to the opposite side. The tower's going to drop. Piglet has rejoined. He's going to be able to close out the kill. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM. What a good game.
Very, very well played by both sides. You have to give credit to both these teams for putting on a very good show. The crowd appreciative as well of the good play by that SKT1 squad. But I gotta say, that was a very well-deserved win here.
Congratulations to SK Telecom. They really put the hurt on TSM early, controlled those lanes, got the towers, and TSM tried, but I think in their VOD review, they're definitely going to be looking at that the river, basically face check and both top and bottom, because that just pushed them way too far behind.
That was definitely a rough fight, and I've also got to give credit to the early mid-game plays by SKT, who talked about their team comps early on. TSM wants to get those 5v5s and rely on their power spikes and their ultimates. Whereas SKT, they've got a Lee Sin who's going to be able to scrap all the time. The Ahri roaming around, the Renekton who snowballed ahead. And just piece by piece by piece, SKT kept picking up turrets and building this mid-game lead without ever having a team fight for it.
What I absolutely loved about that particular matchup, right at the end, there was seeing Faker and Reggie actually giving each other a hug and saying, good game, well played, big smiles on their faces. And, you have to give props. Reggie did well on Gragas.
Yeah.
But it didn't have the impact that Team Solomid were looking for.
It unfortunately didn't. The actual team fights that did come in just didn't work the way TSM wanted. That's really what happened there, is those 5v5s never went down in a really beautiful way. There was the one Dragon team fight that TSM won 2-1, and that was a well-played battle, but the rest of the time, the equalizers weren't quite on, or the Gragas ultis just wouldn't separate the right targets, and so at an execution level, it just didn't quite come together for TSM.
Yeah, one last thing I do want to talk about with this two comps is, of course, how well Xpecial and Wild Turtle did against Piglet and Pumandu. And, as we talked about, it is the champions that were being selected, but the way in which they were played as well. Multiple times we've seen those 2v2s going in favor of Wild Turtle once those lanes have been reset to the 2v2s.
Yeah, I've got to say, in this tournament, TSM's bottom lane is really carrying their weight. In fact, they're probably carrying more than their own weight right here. On the losing team, Wild Turtle went 7, 5, and 5. He was part of 12 of his team's 13 kills. Xpecial 1, 3, and 10. Part of 11 of his team's 13 kills. They are making all the moves. They've had a great tournament so far. And if TSM can just plug up a couple more holes, they're playing all these teams one more time again. There's still a good chance here for TSM if they can win out.
This was definitely a rough game for Dyrus. Definitely a game where he will be going back to the books, talking about what went wrong, talking about how, he played it right. In theory, he did everything almost right. He played it safe. He respected the potential ganks. He did re-engage after Impact and Bengi were there.
He got picked off a couple more times. You're right. The very first dive, he ran away and said, "You're right, you're right." And both the top laners did that, right? This time around, Impact actually respected the 3v1 dive, which is something he learned from the beginning. Dyrus, of course, coming from a scene where people 3v1 dives kind of a lot. He pieced out at the beginning. But yeah, Bengi stayed there. Bengi stayed there and said, at some point, you're going to get greedy for minions, and capitalized on kills. So it was a very well-done job by Impact and Bengi to snowball that lane, because Impact carried a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, he really, really did. All snowballing from that very early stages of the matches. Guys, we do need to take one more commercial break, but when we return, the guys at the analyst desk will break down SKT's huge win. Plus, they'll update the standings with half the group stage in our rearview mirror. Don't go anywhere. The World Championship live from Los Angeles will be right back in 3.5.
클라스 노플. 나 쿼드라 나 플래시 낼게.
형이 죽겠는데?
예.
오케이.
내가 막아줬지.
Welcome back to day 3 of the League of Legends World Championship live from Los Angeles. And it's now time to discuss, after the break, SKT versus TSM. SKT T1 coming up with a very big win there. Picks and bans kind of went as everybody expected. We figured we'd see a few picks go this way. Kind of interesting that they did get Ahri on the side of SKT, but the early dives, a lot of vocal points coming out from you, Krepo. What were your thoughts on that early dive from Team Solo Mid?
When we were watching the match, I just started getting really excited and at the same time really angry because TSM was playing the better conceptual early game. They were really playing the game better. Like when it's pure methodical and pure in your head, they were playing it better.
What points make you think that?
Okay, SKT1 failed already against OMG with the 3v1 dive, so they kind of adapted their strategy to now let Lee Sin dive 3 against 1 as well. But it still was really slow for Lee to get there. And then what Dyrus did was really smart. He said, well, okay, you're going to dive me. I know you're going to dive me. I'm going to move away, take my tower. I don't care. That's the correct play from Dyrus. At the bottom lane, Renekton didn't do that. I'm not sure if that was a choice, but I think they just defaulted to try and survive under the tower and try and mirror. But then TSM actually had the chance there, right there, to dive Renekton, kill him, take his tower while Dyrus wasn't there, and they screwed it up. Xpecial, with all credit, Xpecial played a really nice match, has really nice Quick knows this, so I don't want to bash him at all, but right there he took tower aggro too early, he took 1 or 2 tower shots when there was no damage coming out from his teammates on the Renekton, which should always happen. So the ideal 3v1 dive is support taking tower aggro, the double buff and the other laner hitting as hard as you can. Max damage on Renekton, resetting tower aggro, Corki will Valkyrie out or Elise will repel when it switches, kill him, take tower, snowball game.
Yeah, and just going off that, Xpecial, just mechanically, TSM got outplayed, but I feel like like Krepo said, their strategy was on point. Impact should have died there in 3v1 dive just because Xpecial didn't even exhaust, played it, they just played it not so good. And also, you can tell how uncharacteristic it is of Korean games for there to be a 3v1 dive, because when I watched the dual lane on SKTT1 side, they got the tower, and they allowed Dyrus to freeze. They should have pushed it all the way to the tier 2 tower and let the cannon minion reset. But when I watched them recall, I'm like, there's a cannon minion there on their side. Dyrus can freeze the cannon minion and just permanently just sit there. And all Dyrus has to do is not die, which is exactly what he did. He died at the worst possible time. All you have to do there is just sit there. You'll draw jungle pressure for minutes of the game, crucial minutes for Lee Sin to make plays. All you have to do is just not die. And I just feel like TSM got mechanically outplayed, but SKTT1's strategy, especially in the 3v1 dive kind of early game that NA is used to, they played it, it's not so good.
Yeah, they didn't play it so well, but I do agree with you guys that it could have gone huge in the early game for TSM. But that pressure, they didn't freeze the lane, but then they had pressure across all 3 lanes with Impact shoving, and especially in mid and bot, they were slowly chipping away on those turrets over time as well.
At the same time, okay, you get pressure in all 3 lanes, but how about you actually push in a wave? You let a level 1 Rumble push you back, because the dive failed. I can get it if both of them are in the same position, sure, you can pressure all you want, but that was a level 3 Renekton because of a failed dive against a level 1 Rumble. The wave would have reset, okay, level 2 then. If you then have jungle pressure on him, he dies, and it was a really poor play by SKT1 strategy-wise, and I really hope they fix it. As you said, they have a really good coach, so you could already see the little improvement in switching from the no 3v1 at all to making it into a 3v1 if they have lane swaps. Hopefully they recognize now that, hey, Dyrus did something really smart, and they can adapt it in the next game.
Another thing I want to point out is just the fact why Caitlyn has kind of fallen out in North America. Not she's still a pretty common pick, but she's not overwhelmingly common as in other regions. If you do the 2v1 swap, she's not actually that great in a 3 versus 1 situation. She doesn't do that much damage, and she's only really good at pushing minions. She's not really so great at killing champions, and she's just as good as every other AD at killing towers. When you finally swap back into the 2v2 lane, you allow Corki, who's going to hit level 6, to bully you in lane, and that's exactly what you saw. Corki Sona has so much more control over that lane than a Caitlyn, because at any time they can just kill you. And if TSM didn't misplay some of those ganks, it could have gone really, really, really bad.
Actually had a double kill there at bottom once.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously once SK Telecom did get that lead, it was just kind of the team we're used to seeing. The team we've seen over in the OGN, all the crisp Korean play. They got the ward control, they got the right picks, they played the game extremely conservatively, and they were able to come out on top. But yeah, the early on portion of the game, crazy.
Yeah, and that could be, we were talking about this as well, is that could be a big weakness for them moving forward, because if they can't shore up their early game play against very good teams that can actually take that snowball and run with it, it's going to cause them to lose. That said, if we go look at the mid game right there, I really liked Bengi's pretty early oracles. He got control over the jungle in an extremely effective way. And to TSM's credit as well, they knew they were facing that pick composition. They knew exactly how SK Telecom was going to play that. And in fact, they survived longer than many Korean teams do against SK Telecom when they're trying to do that. They knew that their jungle was warded. They felt that pressure on the map, and they didn't make bad rotations through their jungle and allow SKTT1 to catch them until pretty late on when they decided to go for that dragon fight, and Odd1 got a little bit out of position at the front of the pack.
Yeah, the DFG really caught him off guard there. Yeah, exactly. TSM played this game conceptually so well, except so they failed a dive, then Dyrus escaped top lane, but died right after. So he probably was in the mindset, hey, they didn't kill me now, they can never kill me. And so that gave them a huge lead on the top lane, a lot of pressure there. Then Odd1 did a really smart gank going through the jungle, knowing that they had triple pink ward at one point invested in the river. Allowed Odd1 to go behind bot lane. Pumandu dropped immediately, and then other one unfortunately failed his flash over the wall, which didn't make his rappel connect.
Doublelift.
You kind of have to give it to SKTT1 though, because when it does get to that mid game that they're really comfortable with, and they're not in this weird situation of 3v1 and lane swaps and whatnot, they actually do really well controlling the game. They control the enemy jungler with pinks. They look for those picks. They do everything pretty much like 100% correctly. But I feel like in the next game, if TSM just shapes up a little bit mechanically, they actually have a really good shot at beating SKTT1.
Which is kind of surprising.
And I'm so interested now, exactly. That's why we're all very surprised watching this game, because the way the different regions' games and closed systems are really interacting with each other. Because I almost feel like after watching this game, Korea in general was only worried about getting here, but not necessarily exposed to the things the other regions were doing. And even though once they adapt, maybe we'll see a whole different game, but they have to make that adaptation.
Absolutely.
First impressions, the early turret diving game is the game that's beating everyone until they find a defense for it.
All right, Crepo, final thoughts, because I know you guys could talk forever on this.
Okay, 2 points. Like we went through this. The only reason I'm so adamant about it is because we went through this phase. Like we were horrible at 3v1 dives. So in scrims we had to reiterate the process so many times, so you can really pinpoint. Second, I just want to point out what Doublelift told me during the game. He's like, Korea has like a lot of gentlemen's agreements, it seems, where they really want to find out who's the best skill-based player.
Yeah, I want to say, too, we did actually used to see a lot of this early diving. I mean, that's where Najin Sword's do dive mantra comes from. But that was back in Champions Winter. And ever since then, the dives have gone down significantly. And guess what? SK Telecom wasn't a team until Champions Spring. So this isn't something they've ever really had to deal with. So it is a unique flaw that many older teams, and if we look at Najin Sword, I'm sure they'll do a lot better against it coming into the later stages of the tournament. But SK Telecom, I agree, they've got to shore up that early game.
All right, with the final words from our analysts, and after 3 days of games, let's see where the Group A teams stand heading into the second half of the group stage. OMG is sitting in first at 4-0, and SKT now alone in second place at 3-1.
Team Seoul Mid falls back into third place with their loss to SKT, while the Lemon Dogs and Gaming Gear round out the bottom half of the standings.
All right, and with today's 5 games in our match history, let's take a look at how close the 4 of you are catching the OP viewers. With these stats at 16-4, the viewers are looking like Cloud9 of predictions. So on top of that one, I got a little head shake there from Doublelift. Well, in the middle of the pack reminds me a lot of the European summer split. Everybody just tightly packed into the same score. Crepo, the good news is,
Nice.
We still have 20 more games, Crepo, so you're not out of it yet. You can still...
Of course I can.
You just keep going with your evil ways.
I think I'm just going to match whatever these guys do, and then at least I'm not as horribly far behind.
That's why we have to hide the picks.
We have hidden ballots for this, guys.
That's
Put them in the hat, pick them out later. And the first of 5 rematches in this double round-robin format feature the teams of Group B. Up first, it's going to be Ozone looking for revenge against Gambit. And then Xpeke and ManCloud step back into the Rift for round 2 of Fnatic versus Vulcan.
After that, Mineski looks to turn their World Championship tournament around when they battle Gambit. That's followed by Fnatic versus Ozone, and in the finale, it will be Vulcan against Mineski. Day 4 kicks off on Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific, which is Friday at 4 a.m. Central European Summertime.
Absolutely, and that does it from the 5 of us here at the desk. Now let's send it over to Shox for a proper adieu.
Merci bien, Rivington. Well, it was another amazing day here at Worlds, and if you missed any of the matches, head over to lolesports.com for all the results, updates, and VODs. And while you're there, go to lolesports.com/tickets to grab your seats for the Galen Center and help cheer your favorites into the finals. All right, that does it for Day 3 of the Season 3 World Championship. So from all of us here in Los Angeles, our guests at the Analyst Desk, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching.
From the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away.
Nice! Twist! We got Ari!
Poole now on a rampage as he shuts him down. Flashes in as well. They're going to keep up with the kills. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemon Dogs in Group A. But here comes Bengi from the side. They've not seen him. This could cost them. Deadly Brother surely going to be finished off. Proxy on towards Nukeduck. Look at that damage. Pulse comes in from Darius. He sidesteps. Oh, wow. TSM get the victory against the Lemondogs. And that's going to give him a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups.
Flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns onto Wild Turtle. This is going to be the Quadra. Does pick up the Quadra kill. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM.